gonna play third place.
Yes.
So as in traditional sports, we'll be on the third place. It's going to be Selangor Red Giants against the Aurora Gaming. Yes, Aurora just lost in the very tilting match, I would say, because it was relatively close. They were up on 1-0 against Bigatron by Vitality, but nonetheless, Bigatron Vitality is here for the rematch, and they'll be participating a little bit later. We'll be focusing more on Team SRG against Team Aurora Gaming.
Of course, I mean, we're going to start with SRG and Aurora Gaming pretty soon, and then move to the grand finals, which we are keeping for the last, of course, to get that excitement running with everyone, with Onic versus Bigatron by Vitality. I mean, everybody here in the arena, everybody's pumped up. I mean, I could coming very excited today. I mean, all the energy up all over the place. So this is going to be interesting to watch. We have up next SRG versus Aurora. If you look at the performances yesterday in the semi-final, everybody actually put up a really good fight. We had SRG facing Onic yesterday, which they unfortunately had to lose, but they still got a chance for grabbing that third place today. We only went 2 matches yesterday with SRG and Onic, and I mean, both of the maps, Onic took it. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean SRG is bad. I mean, they really put up a fight yesterday. The scores were, I mean, for the first game we had, for the map we had 7-14 kills, and where Onic took the 14, of course, and also 9-20 yesterday for the second game, I mean, second map, and that was the end of yesterday's best of 3 for SRG. So, but again, it's a good thing they got one more chance today.
Definitely is. Like you were saying, there is no bad teams. They're all only good teams. That's why they're participating here at the Game of the Future here at 2026 here in Astana. I would like to mention to you guys that Team versus Aurora Gaming, they actually met each other at the group stage, and RG won them 2-0 actually, surprisingly. And before that, let's get back to this game.
And well, the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular split. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital content. In Phygital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. Actions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 8 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be a global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the Games of the Future are about more than just winning. They show how sports are changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34. A younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that Phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. And fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started.
That was a beautiful video about Games of the Future, the history, and of course what's been happening for the Games of the Future this year as well. I mean, something that they mentioned is we got more than 800 athletes, I mean, competing. We are talking about being a part and competing in the tournaments and in all the disciplines, which we got 8 disciplines for this year. Plus, I mean, the athletes are from more than 50 countries. I mean, this is truly huge, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's also a very international place, and just fortunate to be here. As you guys were seeing on the video, just quick reminder, Phygital Sports. What is Phygital Sports? It's about a little bit about the sports and about the actual digital. But before that, let's take a look at one more thing that we'd like to share to you guys.
The Phygital Virtual, you can watch all the games right there up on our official website, phygital-plus.com. Make sure you watch, because today is literally the last day where you can watch Phygital Games of the Future for 2026. So we tell you, do not miss this, because today is an action-packed day everywhere. All the discipline that remains, we got the finals, grand finals running today. So one good day to watch this on the website. Check out phygital-plus.com to watch all that. But getting back to SRG versus Aurora coming up next, and let's take a look at the players. I mean, for SRG we've got Cram, Uni, Stormy, Yums and Innocent. I'm really looking forward if the Innocent and Yums are gonna go with that combo which they actually went 2 days ago with the Harley and Melissa. Yet to see, but we got the brackets up on the screen. Finally we are at the end.
Definitely we're at the end here, and as we can see, Aurora, they managed through winning Falcons, but they lost to Bigatron by Vitality. However, the Aurora Gaming, like we got Pagu here twice, I believe, at the here. You know, this he was mentioning us that they came here to beat Onic at 3-0. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but they will be playing at for the third place. And would like to also you guys about our website. They will be shown down below, astana2026.gofuture.games. You guys can take a look to make sure to not miss any announcements, any feedbacks, any information that is related to our games of the future.
Of course, and let's also take a look at Aurora, who competed yesterday. We got all the 4 teams competing yesterday, so we have all the same 4 teams competing today as well. But let's not forget, make sure you manage your finances wisely, and that's where the center credit actually comes into effect. You got a QR code up on the screen. Make sure you scan that, download the center credit online banking app, and manage your finances easily with center credit. Huge shout out to the partner center credit for that. Back again with Aurora Gaming. I mean, the team is huge as well. We got Rosa, we got Pagu, TNZ, one of the best players we have seen in the team so far with a consistent performance, I would say, except for that one game yesterday where TNZ went a bit, Other than that, he's been going strong. And then we got Sigibom, who actually grabbed 2 or 3 MVPs in the last 3 days. And then Lunar, of course, competing and contributing to the whole team as well. They had competed against Bigatron yesterday. Bigatron's going to be the grand finals today, but against Bigatron, there was 11-4. They went through 3 maps, right? And it's going to be how many maps they're going to go today. But before we move on, huge shout out to Sven, because something cool that they're doing. They're gifting their high-quality audio equipment to all the finalists for every discipline that's happening in Games of the Future 2026. Huge shout out to them, because that's so cool what they're doing, right?
Yeah, definitely. They're giving, as Heidi just now was explaining, they give premium audio. Thank you very much, Sven, for doing that. Let's get back to the Selangor Red Giants. Here we see Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Uni, Cram, as you were pointing it out earlier. Yep. Aurora Gaming, though. Like Aurora, here we go. Sigibom, Pagu, Rosa, and TNZ, and Lunar. The team itself, it's actually doing it very well. I mean, consistent. It didn't work out for them. They've been losing, and they were having tight games overall, and just overall it was a little bit challenging. Yeah. Hopefully they built it from yesterday's series, and they will be playing for their fullest here at Jack Arena. We're hearing now teams are getting ready, players are getting ready, the fans are even getting ready, guys. I hope you're guys getting ready as well, and we'd like to pass our words to our beloved casters, Wolf and Niso, in any time soon from now. Meanwhile, you have any final words before?
I'm really excited. The first map of this day, I mean the day that everything is getting decided. So we will see how it goes. Over to the casters, Wolf and Niso.
Harmony between worlds rests on a fragile balance. Legends of the Great Step tell of the sun-headed man who helped maintaining the connection between the worlds for centuries. But sometimes the very nature of existence disrupts the natural order of things. When the ancient power left the sun-headed man, the balance shifted.
Attention. Massive energy surge detected.
The energy within the sun-headed man's artifact has awakened.
So, the chosen ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
Hey, I'm one of the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore sun-headed man's power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the sun-headed man is fully charged, the 2 worlds will keep drifting apart. So, no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so, the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the games of the future in Astana.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last and final day of Games of the Future 2026 happening in Astana, there in Kazakhstan. Of course, if you guys are joining us, we are coming at you live online. It's me, Naisu, and Wolf to bring you the action today throughout this final day. We got a match for thirds here, and then we've got the grand finals to follow after this. So first, we're gonna have to focus up on this, and you know there is things at stake here, Wolf, and the biggest thing that we can talk about is obviously the prize pool. It's absolutely massive, 900,000, almost $1 million across this. And between the 3rd and 4th place, just a people are curious, it's about 40-ish plus $1,000 difference. That's quite a bit of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money that teams are going to be playing for. And that's the reason why you should really take this seriously. I personally don't like the fact that there are third place matches, but if there's like of pesos in between them, now you're thinking, okay, yeah, we really have to really play this one out. At the same time, I think that we are slowly getting used to this kind of tournaments. The first time that the third place match was held outside of a federation tournament, we were like questioning it, but now that we've seen it many times, I think it's just natural. And the reason why that is because we want to still our semi-finalists. Like Aurora Gaming, for example, I would hate to not see them play again. And it's also true for SRG. They made a lot of fans around the world. We know that they can get into the finals and beat their opponents, but here they are fighting for the glory of third place. It still is going to be a very interesting match.
Yeah, I think that was a nail-biter that we had yesterday in the matchup against with Aurora Gaming and Bigatron by Vitality to see who was going to make it to the grand final. Honestly, you know, it was a 3-game series after the sweep between Onic and SRG, and you know, it was a great one because at game 3, it was nearly 20 minutes. But I think the most interesting thing in the stuff that I heard and saw online after that was the picks, man. Shortly, we'll be here in the draft because we're talking about the Matilda and Ixia pick coming through, and then of all people, of all heroes, a Mia ends up going in the hands of Emon for Bigatron by Vitality. So, you know, I remember someone posting this, Wolf, and just saying, what even is the meta right now?
Well, it's about, well, I guess my quick answer to that, and that was proven by the lineup that was brought by Bigatron yesterday, and in combination with what Onic has been doing, as well as Weird has been doing as of late, is to win your matchups, right? I think that's, if there's anything that you want to take away from the meta, and if you want to just understand it easier right now, win your matchups in the laning stage, and you're gonna be fine. And if you can't win, for example, your gold versus gold matchup is not gonna win, have to do is just pick a hero in the middle that will win that lane, and then your roamer can now get into the gold lane. It's like you compensate in other of the draft. That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say. So, I said so many things, but all I'm trying to say is that you just have to win your laning matchups. That's the meta, basically. Because if you win your lane matchups, you win the early game.
Yeah, but who would have thought, you know? Who would have thought that matchup in the gold lane would have been an Ixia and a Mia? I mean, even when Leo and I were going through that draft, we weren't, that was not on our list, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And I don't think it was on a lot of people's lists. But I know people were rejoicing that the fact that even Mia gets a win might be for some people, not just the Mia mains out there, but also just, again, the people that like to kind of go outside the norm or outside the meta that, you know, we're used to seeing. Because I would say we've already got that standard going where it's like, you know, there's already going to be that trade for the Barretts, the Belrug probably, the Atlas if it's not banned out, Nolan and HIFROST in the jungle, Melissa's the topmost picked hero now. So when it is something different that goes against the norm, I'm all for it. As someone who likes to go against the meta and who, you know, played one hero before he actually was meta, which was gold. Yeah, I was happy to see it too.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think with the Mia is, or heroes like this, like Mia, right? It's hard to identify them from a normal person's perspective. But I guess if you played the gold lane so much and you obviously have grinded it out in the Land of Dawn and in game and through your scrims, through the actual tournaments, your understanding of the game is, you know, it exceeds what normal people could understand. And that's probably, this is my guess, this is the reason why Eman, when asked why he picked the Mia, is that he looked at heroes and he feels like it fits. Like, what the hell kind of explanation that is. But if you dig deeper, I think what he's trying to say is that my knowledge tells me that having the Mia without any kind of threat to the Mia is gonna be okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what made it work though too was the fact that, you know, you eventually Rafaela. Rafaela is a really big game changer. Just because of the fact that you get that revive, you know, and we saw a lot of the fights going through that game 3 where Aurora Gaming would get one of the members of Bigatron by Vitality, but then because of the revive, like, you know, they're back to full fighting form quickly, and that was one of the things that we've seen now for different teams that have drafted in that Rafaela, and now you see the trades happening between like a Matilda, even for example, Matilda, Rafaela. And I don't know how much of that is going to be different here in this third place match, but the bans already look pretty good from what we've seen. It is going to be the Atlas going out, Paquito there, Freya, pretty much a red side staple. And I think the main question is, do you go ahead and just grab the Ara for Uni? I think that's one of the main things they'll be contending, or trading it out for the Barretts.
Yeah. Barretts, I believe, I was able to talk to some of the players, and they feel the same way as I feel like. Of course, you pick up Melissa, HIFROST, those are the biggest, I would say, heroes of the patch, but it definitely is Barretts that will take numbers when it comes to like what is the most OP hero. And because of how much impact there could be with this hero, with the Barretts, a lot of people, a lot of players feel confident that it is indeed the strongest hero we have in a meta game right now. We're about to see it, if it will be picked up again. Gaming, they like playing the Eudora, but they also like to play Tienzi's hero, like maybe Rosa's hero, third pick, or even into that more later into the draft. Okay, is this Barretts or HIFROST?
I think they're gonna go HIFROST, man. I think they're gonna go HIFROST. I wonder what the audience is more a fan of. Are they Aurora Gaming fans or the SRG fans? Because yesterday everybody in the audience had their, you know, the signs on their phones and everything else, and it was good to see. I know there's a lot of Onic fans waiting to see if Onic can be a repeat champion here, but as we wait for this next pickup for SRG, that'll tell us what's going to be traded out. Is it the Barretts? Work. Both are good and both kind of start your composition off great, especially on blue side, and it's going to be neither, man. It's the Melissa, the other hero that has been rising once again in priority, although picked the most. But is this worth the trade? You give the Barretts over, and probably, I don't know, what, the Belric? HIFROST? Belric?
Yeah. It's going to work. Both are good, but I think they will go HIFROST because they want to reach this Melissa. And Tienzi with any kind of hero is already good. And if you give him an OP hero, he's gonna make it work for sure. Especially with the help of the Barretts as well. If you add those two factors, then it's a no-brainer to pick up the HIFROST this Aurora Gaming. Oh, SRG. I think the next thing you'll do is get maybe Nolan and then get the Uranus, I feel like, is the better option here. Yeah.
Just grab the Uranus. I almost half expected, I guess that's why they decided to go ahead and trade. It was like, we'll take the Melissa because there definitely could have been a trade instead where Aurora Gaming picked up a Uranus, because that seems to be more of an answer when the Melissa is there. They like to go ahead and build in that, pick up that XP lane for the Uranus. Barretts, like you mentioned, probably the most impactful, I would say, hero right now. Whoa, it's going to be a Fanny instead for Uni. But like you mentioned, instead of the no Fanny, and then the Uranus goes over. It makes sense. But yeah, do you think the Fanny is that a good pick for Uni right now?
Yeah, all things considered, yes. My brain bolted into thinking that Fanny was automatically banned, but it isn't. And that meant that this time for SRG, they're gonna get a strong hero in a way that it can make a lot of outplays. It's like, it's a strong hero when used properly is what I'm trying to say, right? So, still not the easiest to pilot. Aurora Gaming though, a great response is the Matilda. Typically, when you're facing against the Fanny, you would look for any kind of lockdown, right? But some teams have realized that we don't really need a lot of stuns against the Fanny. If we can sustain ourselves, then it's also works against the Fanny. Because all of a sudden, you're not controlling the Fanny, but the Fanny is not taking down anyone. So you're gonna be safe. So yeah, I do understand why the solution now for Aurora Gaming.
I mean, when the Fanny was popped up one time, we saw the Kufra be the choice to deal with it. But I think the Matilda obviously just works better with this, especially when you have a Barrett's already there. And there's already a mobile enough hero in the HIFROST that, you know, if you have a guiding win, then that's great. Good ban, because I expected the Rafaela to be picked up by SRG if it was let free, because that seems to be also the typical response, right? There's a Matilda over here. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a Rafaela. We had this whole debate yesterday, or I shouldn't say debate. We had a discussion, man. You know, it was about the utility provided by the Rafaela, like how she can speed up her whole team in comparison to Matilda. You basically can guiding win one person, you know what I mean? So it's like, we kind of saw that in action a lot, where now this Rafaela, I think, is going to be the immediate answer a Matilda. So gold lane ban coming out, that Moskov. Now we have to question what is going the gold lane. We got a whole, hey, they're going opposite of each other. The sweeps, one for Aurora, one for SRG.
Beside each other as well. I think they've been watching ever since, right? I think I kind of recognize that. They probably have watched since day one, so that's pretty cool. So Aurora will be looking okay. They immediately go Brody. Good answer to the Melissa, and also good answer to the Fanny. So I think this checks both boxes. Another option might be the Moskov, which I would have said. However, it is going to struggle against the early comp of SRG. So the Brody makes total sense here. You now have to look for your burst from your mage if you're SRG. So this is like Novaria plus a stun. Maybe Novaria and Cho, maybe?
Novaria Cho.
Yeah.
Novaria has also just kind of risen ever since her little buff that she's gotten recently. The Cho has been banned out quite a bit, though. So now that it's open, we'll see if that goes in the hands of Yums. Would work. You can also, you know, scout out if you do grab that Novaria with that Astral. Whoa, okay. No Astral Echo. It's going to be a diversion with this Louis Yi. And then the Minotaur. Wow. So they got two tanky dudes.
Yep, they get the condition that they need. Two tanky dudes with the Melissa. I am partial about this Louis because it is easy to dive with the Matilda and with the HIFROST. And it does not necessarily solve the Brody problem, but it solves the problem, because now if you're fronting so much with the Barretts, you allow for the Louis to just dish out damage from the backside with the duality
procs,
duality procs with the and the Eudora is just a good way to clean this up. Aurora Gaming, they have drafted a very standard draft. I feel like very safe, very strong in the metagame. Whereas SRG, this global lineup that they have, it does have a lot of potential to go with it. I'm just scared that this might be such a greedy lineup for SRG. Greedy in a way that it needs a lot to farm.
Well, some final words here from the coaches, of course. Coach Midnight, Coach Arcadia on the opposite ends here with the teams. I would definitely say it's one of those cases, man, where I am also questioning what is the meta, because with what SRG brought to the table, it's very just specific to them. And I think the play style they want to take to a game one, and I'm all for it. Again, I like that there is some of this flavor being thrown around with our current drafts, with our pickings, and I'm all for it. But let's see if that kind of uniqueness ends up against, yes, a more standard lineup that we've seen before, especially from Aurora Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into the Land of Dawn here. It's game one of our third place deciding match between Selangor Red Giants and Aurora Gaming. Wolf, let's take a quick look at the emblems.
I would say pretty standard. They're not seeing anything so different in here. Red Wilderness Blessing for Stormy is pretty standard, and
wow,
yep, nothing really out of the ordinary for both teams.
Some really good dodges there from Rosa, by the way. You know, a little sidestep here and there. Able to go ahead and poke down. Again, the Eudora has also, it's so funny how Eudora was just picked and picked and picked until she kind of slowly fell down, you know, and like that Eudora, whoa, there is burst on Uni.
Oh, so much damage out there.
Did he just show up there and like want to fight Tienzi, or?
I don't know. Frankly, Naisu, I lagged a little bit. You know, I was blurred from his. I didn't see the start of it and the end of it. But here they will test this purple buff take. That's just Pagu. And that's going to be enough for SRG. They will actually use Cram to zone out Pagu, dropping Matilda down an HP, but that's a Matilda, so topping up once again is not going to be a problem.
Hey, you know what? We'll just say that happened to Uni too. You know, just leave it at that. But yeah, that's an early death you don't want to take, especially on a Fanny. Again, most of the times when the Fannies are brought up, we know that if you struggle early on or you get behind, you kind of default into, instead of looking for kills, it's like you're pushing the map elsewhere. Looks like he might try to make an attempt on Tienzi now.
You want to die, Tienzi? Oh, so much damage coming from Uni! And then Lunar too. Lunar could not go for any sort of exchange, and Aurora Gaming just snoozed for a little bit. They already lost one of their heroes up top. That's Tienzi down for the count. Turtle being started by SRG right now. Uni back in action to collect it. That's how fast the Fanny can travel around the map. 3-man stun coming out from Aurora Gaming. Not from Rosa, but SRG wave. They get out there.
Okay, not too bad, not too bad. You know, Uni getting revenge there. Able to go ahead and take out TNZ. That's fine. Innocent now. Oh, Innocent, you're in trouble.
Innocent go away, already used, but the damage from Rosa is too much. Innocent actually keeps himself alive. The heal coming up from Victor is enough. No one Fury will not hit, but the secondary stun will. In comes Uni once again, but TNZ not the best target now for SRG. And if I'm seeing this correctly, you can see that TNZ actually has a lot more EXP compared to the Fanny. I'm so sure. I'll have that later. So it kind of means that TNZ is not too far away from SRG even after the death up top.
Yeah, I can't believe no one died in that fight. It was a great use of the ultimate from the Melissa there. Innocent dropping down the go away from me. Knew that they had a diversion. This is one of the things we saw in the past couple days here for Games of the Future, where the gold laners, if they're picking these kind of traditional marksmen, let's say even aside from the Melissa, right, because she's got that ultimate, but before she has the ultimate, you see so much pressure put into that lane to try to like convert a kill early on, delay them as much. This is even what happened to Emon last night. But then eventually, you know, if you have a diversion to bring the team there quickly, all the better. And this is also why we saw, I believe, the Louis banned out a couple times too, because teams just didn't want to give that to the opponent.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes that will always be a problem, because you're always like looking over your shoulders, technically speaking. Here, for the side of SRG, they really have to control this Lord, upcoming turtle. You don't want to give a lot more mileage for Aurora Gaming. To be fair, Aurora Gaming are positioning themselves well. Look at how fast the Barretts can move with the Matilda. From top now to mid now, going to be the turtle. They saw Cram. TNZ pokes the turtle this time. Pagu scouts them out. It's a slow take. In comes the Melissa into the fray. Want to go for Cram this time, committing some of their spells and abilities, but not much commitment. Models defend of Aurora for a little bit. They go, the patience coming up from Aurora. They do get the retribution, but the kill coming up from the Melissa. Oh, the circling eagle is not that on point as using tanky. Two tanky dudes protecting this Melissa, allowing for Melissa to get a kill in exchange for the turtle.
Okay, Tienzi's gonna get out of there. That was a turtle that they had to fight for. Just couldn't find the opening. And yeah, I would say, you know, this is kind of the case. Whoa, hold on.
Hold on, they still want to go for more. Rosa will be able to get out. Pagu is just so good with the Matilda.
That's what Matilda does. You think a fight is about to break out, and it's just, you know, it's a feint. It's not actually going to happen just because they can just disengage. Hiding wind on out. Nice stun there, but this is Cram on the Uranus. He'll tank that up. Oh,
Oh, they do go for the play up top. Uni is down. Just like that. Very simple for SRG to be able, for Aurora Gaming to be able to take out the Fanny. And it seems like, yeah, Lunar is enough. And they get more as Yums is taken out. They're not respecting the damage of Aurora Gaming.
Hey, man. Every single time I see a Brody tear apart some memories, you gotta walk away from it, you know? Like, it's the cool way to do it. Stormy's gonna be in trouble. Oh, circling eagle.
They go in. It's gonna be enough for now, but that is just for them to shoo away the members of SRG as they were taking the objective anyways. Great take coming out from Aurora Gaming. Will be able to push into the bottom lane. And in the middle, they put their they place their influence once again in here.
Cool.
Oh, look at this. They're just farming up top, the Brody with the Matilda again. Oh my goodness. There's so much that Paga is doing.
You can just rotate as quickly as you need to. I mean, I guess in a way for SRG, at least you're on flying clouds. A lot of these deaths early on, you know, you'll be back up, you just join the fight, but I think they're getting to this point where they're falling behind. Daytona's welcome.
Daytona's welcome for the entry, but the counter from the backline, Snow Stance, Yums is out. And the problem they have with this Uranus is that although it's very tanky, it doesn't really threaten for any stun, so there's no stoppage from SRG. They still want to take this turtle fight. Torn apart memory hurts. In comes Uni and wants to take out Pagu, but Pagu, that's not a good target. It's the Matilda. In fact, Aurora Gaming are returning in kind. They do take the turtle and they actually fend off Uni. The Aurora Gaming siege composition is now online. 5-man unit in the middle. HIFROST with a dodge. And they will also escape the Minoan Fury. And there's a 4-man stun coming out from Sigibu. More electrifying damage coming out from both this Eudora as well as this Brody. The double brick composition coming out from Aurora Gaming. It's too much to handle.
Is that what Brody has? Does he have electricity in those marks?
I think so.
You know, he's got the, I don't know what it is, arcane energy or whatever it is, but it definitely hurts. And that's a kill that's easy to get for them. Off the stun, the lightning ball stun.
Oh, Lunar again. They do have the damage admitted. That's going to be enough. Lunar bid his time down the bottom lane. Understood where the Fanny could be. Game sense as well as game IQ from Lunar is top of the line for sure.
That's why I said, man, you can't give Lunar the Barretts. Oh, he's going to take some damage here, though, but he's got enough shields and he can just Guiding Wind out of this, but I think it's a bait. Force the flicker anyway. There's a heal from Yums, but look at this. Lunar just knows. He's so safe to be able to just say, I can play at less than half health. I can just fly. Like, I can evolve. Whatever this dinosaur is, I can then get wings because I have a Matilda in the hands of Pagu.
I just like how Aurora Gaming are so good with it. And most especially the way they're utilizing the Matilda. The Barretts to get into the fight, the Brody to get into the farm. And whenever they press the attack, you know that they can be aggressive because there will be the Matilda to heal them up anyways. So they're always incentivized to make an aggressive play against SRG. And not only are they doing that, they're also making the right moves. They're reading the map like crazy. And now Uni wants to poke TNZ. Look at that. All the damage that Uni was able to deal, it's the Matilda with just one skill too. And they're topped up.
Okay. Topped up. Lord is up. Aurora Gaming's got control of it. As you can see, this is what I was saying with the problem with Fanny, man. If you get behind like this, you default to just being in the opposite lane to get some push, because that's all about you can do. So Lord is secured. Aurora Gaming gets that secured. They're going to be looking for another kill. You're not going to be able to survive this as Cram tries to get away. He does pop the Consecrate, but TNZ will pick up that one, and they're going to take this tier 2 turret down as well.
Amazing siege coming out from Aurora Gaming. SRG seems like they can't do anything right now. Holy Shields to be popped with just one minion up top, so good set. And they will try to push TNZ going into the backlines just to poke, just to force some reactions. Reactions are there coming out from SRG as Innocent dips himself into that fight. They do, and they will only lose about 30% HP on their turret up top. But Aurora Gaming are relentless. They want to try in the middle because they do have the Lord. TNZ, look at that. How brave TNZ is. Forcing reactions again from SRG. No more Holy Shields. Out of the backlines, though. Great initiation from Innocent. Catching a Brody. They take out one. That's an immediate takedown. SRG finding the Brody. The heals coming up from Pagu wasn't enough. And it will be Innocent to collect the kill. All the while that's happening, Uni is going to be there. Look at this, the diversion play. I really want to find out how they took out the Brody, but I guess it's just duality stack. And for some reason, they take out one kill. Uni, now Lunar in trouble. Overstaying in front of SRG. Cram pops the recalls. But careful, TNZ on the backlines. Yumes receives the damage. Damage from Melissa though. They're returning in kind, SRG. TNZ still wants to fight.
No
In comes
way.
Pagu with a Circle Eagle. They stun Stormy, but there's no follow-up just yet. They want to go for another kill. They eventually take out Yumes with the damage coming in from TNC. 3 versus 3. But the damage of torn apart memory, poking them down. TNC wants to collect the kill, but he won't be able to do so. Cram overstayed, and now he's able to with a Sky Piercer. Skinky Boom is gonna take the turn, and they want to go for more up top, and they're not stopping. Nice to Aurora Gaming, too good at it.
Wolf, the fight started in the base, it went down to the mid lane, and then ended in the base of SRG. And that was probably one of the longest fights we've seen in MLBB. I mean, my goodness, is that, again, the power of the Matilda, and also we got to throw in some flying clouds there too, right? Give it up to the flying clouds to bring back into the fight that quick. But it all resulted into some base turrets going down for SRG. I still have to commend what they were able to do, how they found Sigibum and actually were able to defend the base and try to turn the tide. That might have been the best opportunity that they had to make something happen. Unfortunately, it didn't, but they did start to get at least a little bit of gold in their pockets. Now, Innocent picks up a major defensive item, gets the Wind of Nature at least, and what we're seeing here is Aurora Gaming is weaving around TNZ. TNZ has these stacks here, and they just kind of whittle down the members of the SRG and then want him to go ahead and finish it up with that stack, that Sky Piercer that he has. So Sigibum's going to go ahead and start up this Lord. It spawns in. I'm wondering, Selangor Red Giants actually want to contest this?
Well, Stout keep getting taken out by Aurora Gaming quickly. Already utilizing the models this time. No ultimate commitment just yet. Luna wants to go into here. They want to poke Crab. And not even poke. They're threatening for a lethal. Now up against her. The no Luna goes in, but the damage coming up from Rosa. Go away, stop it too. It's not going to be enough. The HIFROST will be able to get the kill. Tienzi onto the back. Still, they're fighting dead for now. Does pop the immortality with Uri going in. Damage coming up from Stormy will not be enough as they get away from danger zone, and the kill onto Innocent is enough for him to retreat and get to the Lord this time.
So they retreat. That was really good juggling happening there. Uni was able to go ahead and at least get TNZ low enough, but he bought the immortality. That proc, he was able to get out with a guiding wind. Then he picked up a Winter Crown too. He hasn't used the Winter Crown, so he still has that, and he maintains that Sky Piercer that he has. But there is starting to show that it's getting a little bit harder to just kind of force into these fights. They have to rely on Lunar to get the Daytona's welcome or the stuns from Rosa, and that's one of the major things. Now that they've got though, and there's only one base turret for SRG, this is going to be another case of, can they pull off this defense? Can they make something happen? Whoa, Cramp!
Is not gonna survive. The Sky Piercer from TNZ makes quick work now. They will use the Daytona's welcome for another tank hero. That's Yumes. Will not survive long. Sigibum feels confident. The Torn Apart memory is gonna be enough because there are no tanks anymore for SRG. They're not taking the base, and Innocent with it. They want to go for a clean wipe, but it won't matter. Game 1 goes for Aurora Gaming.
What a clinic put on by Aurora Gaming, and especially TNZ here with the HIFROST. Again, 10 kills, I think, and it looks like, you know, they're happy about it. Rosa checking the eye there. I think they were celebrating really good about that one because, man, was that a great game 1 in this best of 3. Again, it's a best of 3 for this third place match. Aurora Gaming gets the first one. We're going to throw it to a break before we go to the studio.
And first game here today for the grand finals day, but we are here finding the third place at Mlbb Championship. But we had just had the game, and then Aurora Gaming took it. I mean, what a performance with the team and Sigibom. Really nice one.
Yeah, I mean, what a game from Aurora Gaming overall in general. I mean, they yesterday I was thinking today that they might be a little bit tilted because they were losing yesterday heavily when they were winning. But you know what? Who's winning? Winning our partner, because Freedom. Thank you very much for making this beautiful tournament happen, sponsoring Mlbb tournament here in beautiful Kazakhstan and a beautiful game of the future here in Astana. We'd like to appreciate you so much, so that you're just being nice, and thank you very much for that. Back to the thing. So what I was saying earlier, I was saying that I personally thought that Aurora could be tilted from the factor that they lost to go to the grand finals. However, we see completely different result. I mean, they looked strong and they played phenomenally, and I just appreciate Aurora for stepping up today and actually doing their best and showing their, I mean, whiteness, you know what I mean? Not being emotional and just giving their best here at beautiful stage of at the Jack Arena.
I mean, we got the highlights up on the screen now. This is how the game started. I've had really good picks during the draft phase. I mean, TNZ with HIFROST, which actually did great yesterday by Makairi from Onic. So great performance by TNZ back at it again. He just back for one game, but today he's back again with the performance. I think kind of Aurora kind of had the map for themselves, to be honest, from the start. Great start by Aurora Gaming here. 11th minute, they already had 6 kills lead, and of course a good difference in the gold as well, around 5k difference advantage when it comes to gold for Aurora Gaming. Great performance, I should say, Sigibom as well with the Brody. Good play. I mean, towards the end when they took the Uni, that was a good pick right there. I mean, towards the end they just marched right into the base of Selangor Red Giants, took it away. A good play. I mean, this leaves them 1 in lead when it comes to the overall score for the best of 3 now. If Selangor Red need to come back up, getting that third, they really need to step up for the next game that's coming up right after this one. You will see how the fights went down next to the base, and I think at this point it was pretty much sure that Aurora Gaming was going to get it.
It was a pure dominance from Aurora Gaming. Let's put it. Let's be real here. I would like to. You were saying Pigibom and TNZ. Don't get me wrong. The 2 players are phenomenal, but I would like to specify Rosa and Pagu. Pagu with 0 kills, 0 deaths, but 10 assists. In the other hand, with Rosa as well, I believe 9 assists or 7 assists, somewhere there. Also with the 0 deaths. I mean, they just played phenomenally in the game number 1 here. As you can see, TNZ with 10 kills. Yeah, like I said, Rosa with the 10 assists at the end. Pagu with 12 assists. I mean, just an incredible performance for everybody from the team of Aurora Gaming. That was clean. That was good. That was by the book, and it was really professional then, because I personally thought it would be challenging because Selangor Red Giants. I mean, just to remind you guys, they beat Aurora Gaming before here at the game of the future at the group A, I believe. Yeah, they did the 2-0. So. And Selangor Red Giants look promising in my opinion, but however, this game actually now surprised me personally, and it will be interesting if Selangor Red Giants have their strength through and they can come back in the game number 2 and after the game number 3. However, I would like to appreciate Yandex Go for making our lives easier, making the fans' lives easier here at beautiful Astana. Make sure to download the app, get a cab, use the Yandex Taxi, and just amazing that we're thanking you guys for making our lives easier here in beautiful Astana.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we saw during the draft phase, we saw Melissa picked by Innocent again. I mean, we were seeing. I was really hoping there was going to be that combo again, Melissa and
Harley.
Yeah, Harley. I mean, Yums love to pick Harley, but that didn't happen. But I mean, Melissa, that was a good pick by SRG right there. And of course, I mean, Uranus by Cram did a good defense right there towards the end, I believe. Great performance, both the teams for sure, but at the same time, I mean, Aurora had the map. I feel like Aurora really had the grip of the map even towards till the end as well. So great performance by both the teams. I mean, the picks, the drafts. I mean, that was interesting to see. We got the stats up on the screen for Innocent and Sigibum. We just talked about Innocent picking Melissa. We have the stats up there, and Sigibum as well. Good performance.
Yeah, man, Sigibum is always at the notes there on point and just doing the damage and taking the damage for the team and always doing that dirty work as always. And he does it just very well. And I mean, congrats to Sigibum for doing that. And we'll be looking forward how it's going to be played out on game number 2.
Yeah.
Also, most surprising is if there are going to be any interesting drafts we see or we might see in the near future from the Selangor Red Giants, because I mean TNZ here nominated as MVP as always, an outstanding performance as always. I mean the TNZ now it's like default seeing him to make a lot of kills. You know what I mean? His performance was always at the top. That shows that it's so rare to see him underperform, because you get to see him always outperforming and doing it so well. I mean, again, TNZ, great job here. Now, real important thing is they got a game number 1. Can they finish it off? Because they were losing like that before in the yesterday and day after before. But before that, we'd like to show you guys a quick video about the teams. Let's take a look.
The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Tournament at the Games of the Future 2026 Astana has reached its final day after several days of intense competition. Only 4 teams remain, but they will now compete for 2 different prizes: the championship title and a place on the podium. The first match of the day will decide the bronze. Aurora Gaming will face Selangor Red Giants in the battle for 3rd place. For Aurora Gaming, this match is a chance to complete a remarkable comeback. Their tournament began with a defeat to Selangor Red Giants in the very first match. Since then, Aurora have responded with resilience, adapting to their opponents and securing a series of strong victories to reach the final stage. Selangor Red Giants, meanwhile, will look to build on their strong start to the tournament and finish their campaign with a place on the podium. Having already Aurora earlier in the competition, they know exactly what their opponents are capable of. But this time, there will be no second chance. Then comes the main event, the Grand Final. Onic will face Bigatron by Vitality with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championship title at stake. Both teams have fought their way through a demanding tournament and now stand just one series away from the trophy. At this stage, individual brilliance alone will not be enough. Every draft, rotation, team fight, and objective could determine the outcome. Onic and Bigatron by Vitality. This is the moment everything has been building toward. One final battle will decide who leaves Astana as the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Champions of the Games of the Future 2026. 4 teams remain. 2 matches are left. And by the end of the day, the podium will be complete, with a new champion crowned in a. Stay with us.
That was an interesting video about the finalists for today, which is going to be happening in a bit, but we still have to wait for the grand finals. I've got 2 more, possibly 2 more maps, or we don't know. If Aurora manages to win the next one, there's only going to be that one single map which decides the 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very strong and very bold if Aurora closes up with a 2-0 here. Heidi, I do apologize. I said Group A, but it's actually Group C. Yes, they, as we were seeing in the video, they were saying that they already meet each other on the first game of their matches, and Aurora lost 2-0 to the team of Selangor Red Giants here.
Interesting to see how the playing strategies and the games how unfold differently when we compare the past experiences, I mean the past performances as well. I mean, and Pagu, I mean, let's say Rosa and TNC actually played really well, as you said. Like Rosa came up with, he went with Eudora, and Eudora and Hirara by TNC both really played as a proper team. Like Rosa for the kills, and then TNC finishing it off with the kills. I mean, TNC ended up getting 10 kills in the last game. I mean, good performance by both of them.
Yeah, I mean, also I'd like to pinpoint on Rosa and the Pagu, I mean, those duo, for me, they're considered to be support players. They, even though they roam and there's a little bit different terms in this discipline. For me, they did a lot of assists. Let's put it that way. They didn't steal any kills. They got, like, TNZ got all the kills that matters. And the thing is, like, those kills were helped by those two players that always are staying behind, like stood behind, and we tend to forget about those because they're not notable. We get to see the heroes who are making more skills, but I would like to also, you know, shout out to Pago and Rosa for being just outstanding performance and making sure your team is getting those skills that are necessary, and TNZ getting this items that is necessary for his hero to make sure that you guys close the game properly. I mean, just incredible performance overall from the team of Aurora Gaming.
Like that was some proper teamwork by Aurora right there, which we saw in the last game. I mean, Sigiboy went going with Brody, and Pagu with Matilda, Rosa, of course, Eudora and HIFROST by TNZ, and of course Lunas with the Barretts. I mean, great play by the whole team, to be honest. I mean, they went for, I believe, HIFROST and Eudora. It's more like they are really good in isolating single targets, which they really played out well. And that comp was, when I saw the drafting, it was more like built for forcing fights. But I guess it's side who's going to be taking the third place yet. So we're going to move to casters, Wolf and Niso. Take it away, gentlemen. It's game time.
Thank you so much, Ilyas and Heidi, once again for breaking things down there from game number one. It was an amazing game for Aurora Gaming, of course, and now they're very close. One more to go ahead and win the third place match here against, again, a formidable opponent, Selangor Red Giants. I mean, I expect this to go to a game three, Wolf. Where can SRG adjust? I know we're going to say, you know, draft, but where in the draft can SRG change things up?
I guess they're giving away too much meta picks for Aurora Gaming. I feel like it's always criminal right now to give away both the HIFROST as well as the Barretts together, and they traded for a Melissa, which is a good hero, but at the same time, between those three heroes, I think the Melissa will take the least priority. I think you still want to look at the Barretts as your priority hero, and you pair it up with, because that's the thing with Melissa, it needs other heroes to play, whereas for both the HIFROST as well as the Barretts, it actually allows for other heroes to be picked up, right? The HIFROST is so flexible. You can easily pair it up with any charisma, as you see the Brody just walked in seamlessly with that, and that's also true with the Barretts. It allowed for the Brody to be confident, and you also have the Eudora, which, if you think about it, doesn't really care about anything in that game because he's surrounded by, or she is surrounded by, a lot of tanky heroes anyways. Yeah, those are my thoughts about what they could have improved on.
Let's see if they change it. They got first pick blue side here. Since they took out the Barretts, they're probably going for the HIFROST themselves. In this case, I would assume, just because, you know, Uni on the Fanny, like, wasn't really able to do too much around the map until eventually, like, they really had to dig down for them to potentially turn a game over, and it was just kind of too late because, yeah, like we saw TNZ, he probably, you know, he was like nearly, or for the majority of the game, he was fully stacked, or fully stacked on that Skypiercer. And even if he wasn't fully stacked, he was still a threat just because of how they could kind of in and out of those fights, and that was what we were basically talking about with the Matilda, right? So if the Matilda isn't brought up here, I'm wondering if SRG would say, you know what, let's try to run it back. Let's go ahead and take the Matilda for ourselves and make it happen here.
I can see that happening because what do you answer with the HIFROST? Usually you go for assassins, and assassins, they hate playing against against a Matilda. Rafaela and the Belleric, though, that prevents it, actually. That prevents the Matilda. Well, you can still pick up the Matilda, but they already know. At least when the Matilda will be picked up, you do have your answers already. So, Aurora Gaming are drafting and answering, responding really, really well against SRG's choices, first pick choices.
This is Aurora Gaming understanding that potential Matilda can change a lot of things, but they've got an answer for themselves because, again, like the Rafaela yesterday, was played against them, mind you, by Bigtron by Vitality when they picked up the Matilda. That's the thing they had to keep dealing with, you know, this kind of quick to revive and then get back to the fight. and it just kept going and going and going. And you know, you've already got a great front line with that Belric. You need to be able to activate it. So at least things change up. Selangor Red Giants say, you know what? Okay, we see the Rafaela. We're not going to go with that Matilda. We'll grab the Badang here. We get the Melissa. These are still really good 2 power picks, I feel like, in the first phase for SRG. Yooms, he's like, I feel like he's known for this Badang pick, but sometimes it doesn't work out the way you would think, right? But it is still a solid choice just because, again, you can kind of slow down some of that momentum. The fist crack, fist break combo is obviously great, and it should keep who you need to keep safe. Now, you're not going to be, you know, letting people fly around with you like Matilda, but at least, you know, you're that protector, but you can also set things up.
Yeah. And with the Badang and the Melissa pick here for SRG, I feel like they want to go aggressively against Aurora Gaming. At the same time, really want to, because this is a Belric with a Rafaela. And the idea is that you fend off the early game rush coming out from SRG, which means that you will have a better mid-game compared to SRG with this composition. So, although I feel like SRG, they do have a good between their 3 heroes with the Badang being picked up. I really like that idea. But Aurora Gaming have set themselves up for a good Claude game. And remember, Claude is not a hero that we favor in the meta right now. But with the Belric as well, Rafaela, the Belric can be flexed to the EXP as well as the roam. Rafaela can be roam or mid, as we've seen before. They're making it so that they will be the ones to decide how can they move forward this Claude. And with this Claude, and I feel like this Claude is going to have a good game nonetheless because of how much supporting there is from both the Belric as well as the Rafaela. So yeah, really good drafting here. See Aurora Gaming.
I wonder if TNZ is gonna, since it's already been Nolan banned out, the Harley, Paquito as well. You know, these are all junglers that TNZ has played. I wonder if he'll play something new, or if this is, maybe he gives it a go. They just swap junglers, right? What if he ends up with the Fanny here? Or maybe like what we've seen previously, where it's like the Leomord has popped up in the jungle now. So, because choices wise, and you know you're up against a Hirata, like your common choices are gone.
Yeah, go for the Ruby. They can go like Suyu, for example. Maybe there's no other choice. There are some other heroes that can be picked up, but yeah, I get what you mean. It's like you're gonna be scraping the bottom of the barrel right now if you are Aurora Gaming. At the same time, you know that you can actually make it work. And all due fairness, I think that TNZ can play so many heroes out there. So
yeah, I was gonna say his barrel is pretty deep, Wolf. You know, like
yes,
you gotta have a long arm to scrape the bottom of it. But that's one of the things that made TNZ such a prominent jungler and such a good jungler, was that, you know, he surprised a lot of people. I remember when it wasn't even meta, and then he picked it up, right, and then he started playing it, and more people picked that up from there. So these last 2 picks will kind of, I feel like, put TNZ exactly where it needs to go. Oh, the Edith, and then of course the Selena comes through. Oh man, and then he goes the Balmond. Okay, he's going the Balmond. I wasn't expecting the Balmond, but this purpose, man. You're all setting things up great here for your Claude, for Sigaboom.
Oh, that's interesting. Dark System, here we go. But the Edith.
Is Edith part of the Dark System? Wait, is she?
No,
because she
not
hasn't
anymore.
been picked up much.
Oh, sorry. It wasn't before, but now it is. Think about it, like. But it's like you're just temporary in a dark system, maybe dark prison, perhaps, not really, or dark jail, maybe holding cell or something like that. I do understand where it's coming from. I think you tank so much damage from the pokes of Rafaela and all that. I'm just not confident of overall lineup of the side of SRG when it comes to like dealing with the early game prowess. It's like Rafaela plus the Balmond. It's almost like Angela and Balmond, but this time speedier, and you not only amplify one hero, you amplify so much. How are you peeling through that? How are you going through the skin of Aurora Gaming is what I'm gonna ask. But if they do get to the late game, SRG are scary.
Well, let's see. again, I have to say this is like this is game one where we're like SRG brings something flavorful to the game, but they're facing match point here for Aurora Gaming. I don't know if that flavor is going to be good enough. Oh, nice flicker. Oh, they get one with return. So Lunar pops his. He's fine. Again, battle spells usually in this first minute or two is kind of what we expect to go down. Not too many first bloods unless, you know, there's a crazy setup with an assassin jungler like we saw from the previous game. But with that being said, we know how this can work. Stormy on the arrows, if he's landing them, think about the combination through that. Either you're landing the arrows and setting it up for your Benang there. Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
looks like he was just chilling there. He wanted to get that gold card too.
Yeah.
I think he'll grab that. But okay, going back to that, the arrows that you have to follow through on it, the only thing I don't like about this Lina, because we even saw this happen to the Maestro Moreno yesterday, where it's like, yes, you can land these arrows. Not eventually in a certain part of the game, it's going to fall off here. Rosa burns the flicker too. He'll be able to go back, heal back up, but this turtle's coming up. So I think that's one of the main things, is making sure that that damage profile from your magic damage doesn't fall off. But hell, if you get full stacks, you're good.
Yeah. That's what you're trying to look for right now. Fast speed of clearing coming up from Aurora Gaming. Good here in the middle. They are waiting for Rosa to be level 4 this time. I think he will be able to reach that. It's making sure that he's always on top of pot, like always there to support his teammates right now. Gonna be able to get the Holy Baptism available, up and ready. Turtle not gonna be started by anyone yet. Lose one or a few minions up top because of them staying in here. They're waiting for Uni to be available. They're gonna go for it. There's the stun, there's the knock-up. The arrow will not land. Aurora Gaming are still taking the objective, and they will. Look at the initiation coming up from there, but no follow-up. Has to figure out. Yunes doesn't have the ultimate. Crab now lifts up one. They do follow it up with a stun. They do have the chain, and Bagu goes down. By the way, Selena and Edith, this is a classic combo from a long time ago.
That's what I was getting to, you know, the layering of arrows, tossing people in the air with the onward, Earth Shadow, like there's so many multiple ways that SRG can combo. I'm just surprised again that they really couldn't find the opening there to go ahead and contest the turtle the way they wanted to. Aurora easily able to get it there though.
I'm gonna be moving forward there, but the Holy Baptism as well as some of the heals will make it so that SRG will not be moving forward again. It's an even game for now, with one kill going in favor of SRG, but the turtle into Aurora Gaming. Cram is low. Knock-up is there. TNZ wants to chase. They do have the Lasoon. They can speed up this Baman. And that's what they're doing. Flicker in, coming out from Lunar. Cram is going to be safe. A flicker for a flicker. Cram will actually lose some of the minions again. He's not farming well, this Edith. Whereas for Aurora Gaming, they're taking this top lane turret.
Just want to take a moment to appreciate this new Ballman skin, by the way. This is part of the new type. One of the first times that I've been seeing it. I know it just came out recently, so it's good to see. Ballman's there. Nice flicker burn. There's an arrow.
Oh, they go away, and they do have the stun to Yumes. They have so much firepower. 4 people just to invade. And they don't care. They can group up as 4. This is the way that they are going to protect this Claude. Take away the attention from SRG so that it will be a pure one in the bottom lane where Sigiboom can outplay his opponent. They're going to be very happy about this kind of laning configuration for Aurora Gaming, because now you're getting so much melee out of the Rafaela as well as the Balmond. The early game is the meta game right now, Naisu, and it feels like the top teams are showing us why that is the case.
And right now they're just going to trade a buff. It's going to be another turtle. Second one going to the hands of Aurora Gaming. Uni was able to go ahead and take the purple, but you can see a play potentially looking to unfold here. They might pay attention now to this gold lane now that they're going to rotate down here. With that speed, Conceal is going to be used. I want to answer this. This might just be a disengage just because both teams see each other and they're like, nope, we're good. We don't want to overcommit. Aurora Gaming did this in the last one. In game 1, they kept it relatively even across the board until all of a sudden they flipped the switch and then they just took things under control. I feel like things are going even for game 2 right now, for Selangor and Red Giants, this is again why we were wondering, you know, how do you utilize this kind of lineup that you brought to the table? You're playing around arrows and walls right now. Cram has been pretty much delayed. I mean, he's tried if the flicker is up, if it's available, maybe something can happen, but right now it's just kind of a farming game for them. Oh no. Speaking of...
Oh, the damage! Of course, that's a lethal counter, which will be an execution no matter how tanky you are. The flicker from Cram wasted. And now they still want to go for this buff. Uni up and Uni dead! Look at this kill squad coming up from Aurora Gaming. Oh.
You can't even primal wrath out of that. You just get dunked on with a lethal encounter.
Yeah.
Cram was gone in an instant, it felt like. And there's a big problem with this Ballman and the rest of Aurora Gaming right now. TNZ, what a difference, you know, of hero from the HIFROST now to the Ballman, where you're basically spinning to win, shredding down some of that armor. And imagine, Wolf, we haven't even seen Siggy Boom utilized yet. He's just been doing his thing. Being in the gold lane, having the gold lane experience, sometimes double laning if you can. You know, we know that Claude needs some time to go ahead and build up that power spike, hit the 3 items. Hell, the rest of Aurora Gaming has completely allowed it to happen here.
For sure. They do want to get a chain stun onto Pagu, but Pagu just stands there. Very tanky tree. Aurora Gaming will not be contested in this turtle take there. Look, did you see how much damage the lethal counter with the retribution can do?
I saw. It's very lethal, as they would say.
40% HP that he's able to get.
Turtle didn't stand a chance, man. Turtle didn't stand a chance. I don't know. Maybe the Lord will do better because TA now, there's going to be more Ballmans popping up in your ranked games. I'm sure after this, just like the Mias. Now everybody has an answer. Now that we've seen Hanabi and Mia in games of the future, people are like, you know, it's all viable. Oh, purple buff.
Purple buff, Yume's taken again. This purple buff is officially Aurora Gaming's. It's no longer Uni's. It's no longer SRG. SRG right now, 75% of the map is Aurora Gaming's territory, and they're just trespassing. TNZ feels very confident, pops the retribution, forces some reactions right there. And when Uni puts himself into the purple Aurora Gaming, he's not going to be able to find anything. Like, SRG are now fighting for scraps, essentially.
Yeah.
Against what Aurora Gaming is giving them.
That's one of the tough things to see. Again, oh, maybe lockdown. Finally, we actually locked down TNZ. They had to stop the Ballman, and they do just that.
The Taunt, as well as the Wrath of the Dryad, taking out Stormy, and that will actually result into an Aurora Gaming middle. They do have another stun. Yume's in trouble. Yume's low. Yume's out. Want to go for a change here with Pagu, but now they snag Innocent. Innocent does have Purify.
Back.
Oh, from the back it goes Uni to take out Rosa. Really well done coming out from the Assassin, but all that just to fend off the attack from Aurora Gaming, who's now leading by 5,000 gold.
1,000 gold up. Lord's going to be up here shortly. They are going to take this. Rosa will be up in 10. But here's, I guess, the caveat for SRG and everybody looking to see this go. At least you go ahead. Uni gets a couple kills, right? Starts to go ahead. I believe he has a Sky Piercer. If we could take a look. Yeah, he does. He's got one. Oh, they want to force this fight anyway.
They want to force this fight. Indeed, Lunar down. This is enough. Cram is the sacrifice. But if that means that your gold laner will be able to take one and your jungler onto the orange side or the other side of the map, it's going to be worth it for Cram, but they do need a lot more like this.
Yeah, like I said, it was a little caveat. It was a little opening that SRG is going for. Now Innocent is starting to get locked. He's got his Trinity. You know, Uni's a bit more of a threat. The difficult part is, again, looking for that either swing from the back, that opening that we've seen from Uni now. And honestly, the biggest person to do that is, if it's not an arrow, it's got to be Yume's here on the Badang. And that's why I was saying, you know, this is a hero he loves to play. They got to make it happen here.
Yeah, the stun connects out of the backlines. Rosa is low, but is Rafaela to be able to heal up. As long as there's no elimination from SRG, no quick takedown of a hero, Aurora Gaming will be able to heal up. It's 10 minutes now. for the longest time, SRG are just struggling. They're looking for the farm, and they're sharing some resources here in the middle. They are famished here, SRG. But if they hang on for a few more minutes, maybe there will be a time where the natural gold gained by their heroes through the defenses, as well as the ambient gold that you get, maybe that's enough for them to get the items that they need to team fight against Aurora Gaming. It's all going to be a matter of, can they get to that point? Let's see. It's Aurora Gaming pushing down here in the bottom lane. They do get it. And they're taking away some green camps from SRG.
Yeah. It looks like they were happy with that, you know? Like, go grab some tier 2 turrets. They didn't necessarily have the Lord lined up the way that they wanted to, just with the way the SRG kind of fought with them, but that's fine. I think Aurora Gaming, again, maintaining a bit of a lead, getting two tier 2 turrets are fine. You're 50 seconds away from the next order. You're also going to go ahead and continue to keep them famished for SRG. But SRG, despite this all, Wolf, hasn't done a terrible job, right? They've kept things relatively, I would say, within a 2,000 to 3,000 gold range. It hasn't gotten out of control. I mean, the last game we saw, at one point, it was almost 8,000 gold ahead. And that starts to be in the territory of, okay, this is really difficult for us to turn this fight around. Whereas now, as long as Innocent is protected and Uni is able to weave into these, you can actually still win a team fight with this composition that SRG has. That's one of the main things. And now a Wind of Nature is available here for Innocent. So that is going to be crucial to go ahead and deal when Siggy Boom comes in with that blazing duet here, of course. So this is an opportunity now for SRG to make something happen.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like, they're within arm's reach at least. It's a lot, but at the same time, there is a way for them. It's not impossible. Doesn't look impossible for them to get there. But then comes the zone out coming up from Aurora Gaming. Gonna be very tricky now. They do go for the conceal this time, but there is not much initiation yet. Uni comes in the fight. Already pops one iframe. Pagu is low, but it will be enough to zone out SRG to the point where they will get the Lord. There will be one dumping from Cap. Damage from Prime. It's not gonna be enough as they get dunked on. In comes the blazing duet. Yusis compromise. Yusis down. So is Stormy, and so is Innocent. The triple for Siggy Boom has been quiet farming, now activated, now showing what
Uni.
he is worth.
I don't know what Uni wanted to do, and it looks like Uni's going to go down too. He tries, he does dodge the lethal encounter, but he goes down anyway. This might be it.
This might be it. This is how they fall. SRG with the triple coming up from Siggy Boom. The placement coming up from Aurora. The early game lineup. The Balmond with the Rafaela. They take the third place match.
And Aurora Gaming does it in a sweep. In a fight I didn't expect to break out, they end up trapping the and get a massive team fight in their favor. Of course, they're going to celebrate this win here. Really dominant in this series. Once again, Aurora Gaming 2-0, a sweep. And into the future 2026. That'll set them up well with a $108,000 prize pool too for that one. So again, you know, this battle of thirds, extra money in your pockets here, and it's great to see. Again, hopefully, you know, I wish we got the third game. Unfortunately, we didn't. SRG, of course, it's been a long journey for them going from MSC point 2. They've got some time to recover, hopefully, as all the teams complete here. We're going to be throwing it over to a quick break, though, before we go back to our panel.
Welcome aboard Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax, as if at home, with satisfied reflection through flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
The premium family plans connected. That is bisa. Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is bisa. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan. ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
And we are back here once again at beautiful Jekpejek Arena. We just witnessed to see 2-0 from Aurora Gaming. What an incredible performance from Aurora. Back through toe-to-toe the team that actually beat them in the group stage.
Yeah, they did not give any chance to the SRG today.
Yeah,
right?
and you guys know what? We have a great guest here, third time in a row, Pagu from Team Aurora Gaming. Hello once again, Pagu.
Congrats again.
Hello, how are you? How's everything?
Perfect.
Perfect?
Perfect, 2-0.
Honestly, very surprising. I personally didn't think that you guys gonna do 2-0 because the team SRG have won you guys in the group stage. Could you tell a little bit more?
Yeah, so initially after the first loss in the group stage, we kind of locked in a bit, fixed the draft and everything. Now we just 2-0 them, right?
Yeah. That was a pay.
Yeah, revenge.
that was definitely a payback. That was an incredible performance. I mean, this is the third place for you guys. First and foremost, congratulations. And secondly, I would like to acknowledge you and all your team of Aurora Gaming for being professionals. Why do I say that? Because, I mean, yesterday was a devastating loss, let's be real. And what was tilting, and I wanted to ask, many people are going to ask the same question. I thought you might be guys tilted because you guys aim for being a champions of the tournament, right? You mentioned you want to do 3-0 against Onic, to play against Onic, but that's not the case now. Tell me a little bit more on the yesterday game and how you guys managed to fight against your tilt and be here now at the 2-0. I mean, that was quite easy, let's be real.
Yeah, you're right, we were like a bit disappointed at first, but also Bigatron is a very strong team, so the game was really tough. They played well, so we just acknowledged that they really played good that day. They had a good draft, good gameplay, right? So they won and they kind of deserve it. So we weren't really that tilted. Also, we know them, they are friends. We scream out. Well,
that's good.
Unfortunate for us, they won.
Yeah, I mean that's how all the time. That's pure professionalism, right? Yeah, I mean, even 100%. After the loss, I mean, you get back up. I mean, get the go as a fresh day for another day. But you swept it today. I mean, complete 2-0, clean one. And as you spoke about the draft phase, I mean, we were really, I would say, when TNZ went with Barman for the second game. That was you had it in your pockets, or that was a quick decision that's made for the game too?
Yeah, so after loss yesterday, we managed to we change our mindset a little bit. Okay. Like, we don't hold back in draft, we just go all in, right? Okay. If we have an idea, right, we just go for it. So I feel like Balmon's perfect hero here. They cannot focus in, Badanke cannot also like just gets punished easily, right? So see that, I mean, TNZ just said, I want to play Balmond, and we just trust him, we just go, right?
Yeah.
And we win.
I mean, that proved right. Even when the everybody was like, really? But then it's they proved it. I mean, we can do it with Balmond. Now, yeah, after yesterday's Mia pick by the other team, everybody is surprised. I think now you brought another one to the pack. I mean, this is what the pro players do.
Yeah, I mean, also TNZ, always an outstanding performance by him all the time. I mean, he is always on top of the skill board. I mean, he's been killing everyone in this tournament. He's been always more than 10 kills. Yesterday wasn't so much so, but you know, you and Rosa, on the other hand, are at the back that way, because you guys don't get that much kills, but you guys get always assists, and you guys make sure that TNZ have that game. I mean, that's just another acknowledgement towards you guys, because you guys are always there. You are all the time. Make sure you guys get those kills that are necessary. I mean, once again, congratulations for making a top 3.
I mean, great play by the team. I mean, that's proper team. That nobody's going for their own kills, and also I believe that's kind of your core strategy as well, right? I mean, are you gonna go with whoever gets the kill, or you were already prepared, like, okay, we are gonna set up the positions and everything together, and this person's gonna go get the kills?
Yeah, right. So we had like 2 tanks, let's say, because Rafaela is a support, right?
Yes.
So when we pick that comp, TNZ is supposed to get the kills. It's easy game for us. Even if he dies, we just respawn. So it's kind of easy. He's meant to get those kills. If he gets them, GG.
Of course, of course. I mean, as long as the game, you win the game, it's all that matters, and you nail third position, I mean, in the tournament. Great work. I mean, one question: what did you find more appealing here in Astana, the weather or food?
In Astana?
Yeah.
Well, the weather is so nice. Like the air in the morning, it's not too hot, right?
Yeah.
I like it personally. Yeah. The weather is nice.
Have you explored the food yet?
No, so far not. We mainly eat the hotel food or like the local like restaurants. Yeah. But we don't want to try too much in tournament.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. I mean, once again, now it's officially over for your guys' run in 3rd place. Is there anything you would like to tell to the fans, to your teams, anybody maybe who have been also eliminated from you? I mean, you guys had the rough games. I mean, you guys played against Falcons. You guys against the other teams. I mean, was really challenging. I could see in the games always three games that you guys were back to back. Like, can you just share your thoughts all the process of at the game of the future?
Yeah, so throughout the GOTF, right, we met a lot of fans. I received a lot of like friendly messages, supporting messages. So I want to thank those fans, of course. There was never really a moment where we like, you know, felt bad or anything.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
that's good.
Because always there was someone supporting us, and I really want to appreciate it. So thank to all the fans, our fans. Thank you guys.
Oh, no, that's 100%.
Yeah. Great game. I mean, great game. You have Pagu here for the 3rd time. I mean, that's in itself it's an achievement for us and the fans. I mean, you get treated with Pagu again. But again, good teamwork, we should say. I mean, everybody played, I mean, better than each other. There was nothing that tops, but great teamwork. Congratulations again. But even if it's not the final 3rd, you didn't back out. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. And you know, last one question. You've been always at the top of the roaming, ganking every time. I'm pretty sure you have a big tons of supports throughout the world, and people want to be just like you. How to be for those younger generation, younger players, just to be like you?
How to be Pagu?
What could you suggest them to be at the same as what you are doing right at the moment?
So the important factor is you either win or you learn, right? Whenever you lose, you just try to fix the mistake, try to make it better, fix some, let's say, communication, draft. There's always something you can do better, right? As long as you just keep improving over a long time, let's say, then you're gonna be as strong or maybe better than me, who knows?
I mean, that's a perfect message. I mean, don't let it over the strategies. I mean, stay cool, stay calm, and then move on. But again, thank you so much for being with us. Great one. I mean, it's never the last tournament.
Thank you once again for your
one.
time, and we appreciate you so much. And good luck to you guys next tournaments. And thank you very much for coming here and just being nice. I mean, I meant it. That was Pagu from Team Aurora Gaming. Once again, thank you very much, Pagu. You can leave, and thank you once again for making this, giving us the interview. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. That was Pagu from Aurora right there. Great performance himself and also the full team. We highlights right up on the screen right now. Let's go through the game once again, and because this is gonna be this highlight is practically the last thing that we're gonna see today for Aurora Gaming, because now we're gonna be moving to the finals up next. What do you think about the last game? Let's look at it once more. This is 8th minute. We can see Aurora had a lead with 2 kills, and of course almost, I would say, 3k difference in the goals, right?
Yeah, I could agree with you.
Yeah.
Like I said to Paco earlier, I personally was surprised seeing 2-0 from the Aurora game to Selangor, because once again, Selangor is the team that they actually lost to, right? Selangor is the team that won 2-0, and I thought it would be a very challenging game for Aurora Gaming, especially after yesterday. But I mean, today they're fresh. Today they're completely different, as he was saying earlier, right? They changed the draft against the Selangor, and also they changed, like, they had whatever idea they had. TNZ asking his hero, and he's getting his hero and making sure the team is getting those kills for TNZ, making sure his game is to make sure that he can do whatever he would like to do on his game.
That's true.
And one more thing before I give you for a word, it's like Pago and Rosa again, once again, 10 assists, 8 assists, making sure the team is getting those kills. I mean, Sigibom always also getting this amazing triple kill at the late stage of the game. I mean, just incredible performance overall from the whole Aurora Gaming.
I mean, great performance. We got the stats on the screen, just like Steel said, as we can see a lot of assists. I mean, assists are as important as the kills for a team overall. So great performance. Let's not forget, also did put up a good fight, but unfortunately, as Steelwork always says, there can be only one winner after a game. So it is what it is. But a great performance by both the teams. At the end of the day, Aurora Gaming third place. We can see Sigibom with 6 kills. Pagu, Rosa, TNZ, and Luna, everyone played their roles really well. And TNZ with 6 assists and 3 kills. Good performances. And look at Rosa, 10 assists. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, as always, I take a look at Rosa. I mean, this time Lunar as well. But whenever I take a look at the scoreboards, I see Rosa and Pagu are always the assist, whereas the TNZ is like machine, unstoppable machine, with the 10 kills, 17, 18 kills, and sometimes getting less than 5 kills, and surprisingly, and when we get to see that normal, I would say. But what is normal is our general partner, which is Freedom. Would like to appreciate Freedom very much, because you guys are hosting and sponsoring this event. Without you, this all beautiful event would have not been happening, and we just appreciate you so much, so that you making this tournament possible.
Yeah. I mean, the first map we saw TNZ playing with HIFROST, really good performance. And when it came to the second map drafting, I mean, actually SRG grabbed the HIFROST. So I was like, TNZ, okay, what they're gonna go for? And the TNZ came up with a really big surprise. But I mean, they did it. They did it. Whatever they got in their hand, they did. They took the third prize. We got the stats of Lunar and Cram up there on the screen. As you can see, I mean, great performance. I mean, nevertheless, where damage taken has a slight difference, not much, right?
Yeah, damage and hero damage and damage taken is not that much difference, but the KDA is a lot of difference. We can see 11-0 to 1-0 for the Karam, and Lunar has 11-0. I mean, he has a abnormous amount of assists, and he has a little bit of kills, but he's been also helping make sure that and that TNZ have their good games, and making sure that he'll be in the back end along with Rosa and along with different with the Pago.
Very true. And let's not forget Sven. Big shout out to Sven for being one of the partners. I mean, they're doing something really cool. They're gifting all the finalists of Games of the Future. Today is literally the last day, so we are seeing a lot of finals today, and everybody gets something really good in terms of the audio equipments from Sven. So big shout out to Sven for doing this incredible stuff of gifting the players with something. So it's out with something. Thank you so much. And the MVP is right on the screen. Sigibom once again. I mean, he's I don't know if it's the 4th MVP in the last 3 days. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Sigibom is always on the top. I don't reckon TNZ that much, but Sigibom is always there because he's always taking that initiative, taking those moments of being making sure of a great game. And I mean, we see 70% of kill participation, 6 kills and 3 assists, almost 900 of GPM, and overall, like, a beautiful triple kill at the end of the game that was made by him.
Yeah, I mean, great game, great players, I mean, great performances by everyone for the third place, but at the end of the day, Aurora takes it, so we at that, but this is gonna be, next up, we're gonna be having the finals up next very soon. We're gonna be waiting for that, everyone's waiting for that, but yeah, let's next up, we got Bigatron and Onic up next. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, before that, I would like to mention about our another partners, the Results Integrations, and thank them for making sure that our events are being clean and smooth, and would like to appreciate them so much. So, and moving forward, like you were mentioning before, you were saying about the next team,
yeah.
But let's hold on into it. Let's acknowledge a little bit more of the team Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah.
I mean, they pulled it through. They had a rough game against Onic, and the second round they're off the, I mean, another monsters, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
They're playing against Aurora Gaming, which was actually really challenging for them. Surprisingly, I thought it was going to do with 3 maps. I thought because they won in the group stage, and they won in the group stage very confidently. They got a 2-0 from Aurora.
Yeah.
So,
great game, I should say. Both the playing teams, I mean, they've been against really big giants so far, both the teams, and then they fought their way up to this semifinals, and then to the final day, but for the third place, and Aurora, of course, grabbed it. And we're all waiting for the big game. And what's special about the grand finals is, I mean, apart from we've been having best of 3 so far, and now we are in for a treat, because that's going to be a best of 5 coming up, which means we're going to be possibly having 5 games. We cannot really guarantee that. It depends on the performances. And also looking at Onic, I mean, they've been unbeatable so far. They are going non-stop so far up until even the semifinals, because semifinals they grabbed it clean at 2-0 again. I thought that's going to be a third game, but nope. They were like, no, we are not losing in this tournament, and we are yet to find out if they're going to have a lose for the upcoming finals.
100%. I mean, as you were saying, as I was saying earlier, the team of Onic, they haven't been undefeatable for the entire tournament. I'm very, if I would be in under Bigatron by Vitality shoes, I would be very, not scared, but I would acknowledge their, because this is the team that they have been there always, and I mean, they are defending the defending champions again, and we'll definitely see how they do. And making sure, I would like to mention to you guys our official website for the tournament, which is astana2026.gofuture.games. Make sure to check it out and check all the announcements, everything that to keep in track of with our beautiful tournament.
Of course.
Moving forward, I mean, Team Selangor.
Yeah.
We got Uni before. Yesterday he was saying that he would be excited and to see one, but sadly I see they couldn't do well. I mean, against the team Aurora Gaming, but Aurora Gaming, they looked fantastic for the entire series.
They did indeed. I mean, let's take a quick look at the performances yesterday at the semifinals by Onic and of course Bigatron. They both came up to the finals now. Onic had as we said before, it had a 2-0 win yesterday against DFYG, I would say, and we are yet to find out what's going to happen up next. But just before that, let's take a look at the teams, and we have a cool video to showcase the teams and get to know them better. Let's take a look.
Here we are at the Games of the Future, coming to you live with the freshest and most exclusive interview material. We had asked our Mobile Legends Bang Bang Final about their previous matches, experience with the tournament, and their feelings about how everything is going so far. Selangor Red Giants, Onic, Aurora Gaming, and Bigatron by Vitality made it to the semi-finals. And now we will ask the two teams about their thoughts. Let's take a closer look. What was your key moment of the match?
I think the key from our draft, I think, yeah.
Did today's game go according to your plan?
Yeah, it's according to our plan from the strategy that we want to play and our hero, so yeah, it's according to our plan.
What motivates you during high-pressure moments?
On the side, because on the early game we struggle a little bit, but yeah, we still make it.
What did you learn from today's match?
The things that I can learn, maybe on the first game, I got pick off at the early game. I think I can learn that and respect my enemy a little bit more.
What can you say to your fans?
For my fans, thank you for supporting us, and hope you guys can still supporting us till the grand final.
How does this victory feel to you?
It feels nice, and we're still looking forward to our matches tomorrow.
What was the key moment of this match?
I think was Granger. My team is Granger, Calera.
What was the biggest challenge of the game?
The biggest challenge was we didn't expect some heroes of our enemy, and it actually surprised us in the early game.
Is there anything you want to say to your fans?
Thank you so much for supporting us, and I hope you guys still support us and watch our games tomorrow and until GOF ends. Thank you.
Thank you so much for letting us interview you. We wish you all the luck in this tournament.
And that was an interesting video to get to know the teams better. For the next one, we got the Onic versus Bigatron by Vitality. Two great teams, great performances so far in the days. But we're going to be taking a look at what went so far in Games of the Future for Mlbb to get to know what actually happened leading up to the finals. We got the brackets up on the screen. And let's take a look what's been happening so far. We had the quarterfinals the other day, and 4 matches, and we have each one of them with the scores as well. We're gonna lead it up to the finals. The first game was SRG versus Foot Esports, and that was again one of those games with only 2-0. We didn't get to the third game for that one. Great performances by SRG again. They managed to all the way to get to the semi-finals for sure. And we're gonna take a look at the games, and then we have the quarterfinals. Other than that, Onic versus DFYG, and Falcon versus Aurora, and Bigatron versus Pro Esports. I mean, most all of the teams, I should say, put up a great performance. And it's been great to see how these teams win advance each stage and play them towards their dream trophy of Games of the Future. And after that, we're gonna go the semifinals. We had yesterday semifinals, great performances. I mean, as usual, I think we've been seeing the pattern as you see the brackets. Yeah. The first 2 games went 2-0. And then it comes to a 2-1, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the quarterfinals, right?
Yeah, I mean, even if when you're looking at semifinals yesterday, the same pattern actually happened. The first game went 2-0, and then we got 2-1. What are your thoughts on the previous games so far?
The previous games, I would like to pin Foot Esports. I mean, who actually won who stood out toe-to-toe against Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Right. And that was first an upset day because day one, how it started, because the Esports, they eliminated the current champions from the previous tournament, which is Team Spirit. And then that was following up the game that we remember. It was DFYJ playing versus Team Vamos, and it was also convincing, interesting match. 2 different regions are facing each other, and Team Vamos actually, unfortunately, were eliminated from that game and moving forward. But we're looking at the Team SRG Food Esports, actually 2-0 here. As soon as Food Esports, they eliminated the champions, they couldn't stand against the Team SRG. Let's take a look at the game itself. I mean, what an incredible game from Team Selangor. Red Giants over there, they've been dominating all game, like with the Uni and the combination with Uni and Melissa.
Yep. I mean, they had that that combo as we were mentioning before. I mean, Innocent and Yoms with the Melissa and of course Harley. Great performances. We didn't see that coming initially, but then it turned out to be a pattern. As you can see it on the highlights, the previous game versus Foot Esports and Selangor Red Giants, the quarterfinals. It went all the way towards Selangor. As you can see, around 12th minute mark, we were still at around 8 kill differences, and also we had, I mean, I wouldn't say much difference in the goal, but we still had around 7k difference for the goal.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw how they were taking the incredible stomp. Let's be real here, 17-6 for Selangor Red Giants, and they just keep capturing the map from the Food Esports, and the Food Esports, unfortunately, they couldn't fight into those monsters, Selangor Red Giants. I mean, let's be real, Selangor Red team who advanced as the Group 1 winner, like from the Group C actually, and they were the team who actually won the Aurora Gaming at the group stage, so therefore they were favorites for the match. And due to experience, due to the draft. So let's put it that way. They just outmaneuvered and outplayed the Food Esports at the game 1, and now we're seeing game 2 here. Again, kind of same thing. What I see here, in minute 6, there's 5 heroes for the team of Red Selangor, and they're just keep non-stop pushing them out.
KAZOO, I mean, what a performance for KAZOO in those games. I mean, great performance, KAZOO, and also Blobfest actually did a good performance towards the early game for both the games. We had Saiki here on the desk. We had a chat with him as well after this game. But this was another sweep by Selangor Red Giants after that first win, and then to grab the second one as well, making sure there is no third chance for Food Esports to prove them. But we should say, we should acknowledge both the teams for putting up a really good fight for both the games. And that was a clean 2-0 for Selangor Red Giants in the quarterfinals. And then soon after that, we went to the next one, which was Onic and DFYZ. I mean, we don't have to say much about Onic, right? I mean, they're the finalists. They've been unstoppable. They've been going on and on with nobody being able to stop them. I mean, everybody's been putting a great fight, challenging them. But the games, I think we saw them turning around the game completely.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, up next, we're going to see some highlights from the quarterfinals between DFYZ and Onic. Again, by Onic.
Yeah, man, another 2-0 for Team Onic. Unfortunately, Dianfeng Yao Guy have left us. I mean, they were incredibly promising after their day number 1 when they played against Team Vamos, and now they're facing off of the current, like the last year's champion, and currently they're the grand finals Team Onic. It just was so hard for them, even how they're fighting toe-to-toe, and they were like 2K advantage, but it wasn't that far advantage, let's put it that way. It was relatively close to each other. I mean, honestly, Dianfeng Yao Guy extremely fall in love me personally for their gameplay and the way how they draft accordingly and very, how to say, confidently on those heroes. And unfortunately, yes, they have been eliminated by the previous champions currently that they're standing and defending their title for the reason. And yeah, it was another you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this was around 11th minute. We had a 6-kill lead, and of course a almost 5K of gold advantage for Onic right there. And great performance as well. I mean, KIERRA and Kyrie's been smashing that game up, leading to the second one. I think this was more of a one-sided game for Onic, but the second one, DFYZ did put up a fight initially. And I think around the late stages, there was this load steal. I think this was the point, the load steal by Kyrie. This was really smart. And after that, the game actually shifted onto the other side. As you can see, it was a almost 7-kill difference lead for DFYZ, which Onic then came back and then turned the whole streak around the other way around.
I mean, that was just overall such a hard game for Team Onic. First time that we've seen Tikiri at this tournament. However, they even pulled that through. Dianfeng Yao Guy couldn't finish their dominance early. And yeah, as you were mentioning, the Kyrie and KIERRA, they just played phenomenally. I mean, the two core players, they were doing it so great. I mean, Lutpi and the Sanji on the other hand, they were doing it so great. As we were having KIERRA and Kyrie last yesterday, they were mentioning that the team communication goes through Keyboy and Sanji, but they were giggling about it, so we don't really know what's the giggle all about, but it definitely was something interesting and something that we could or let's put it that way.
Of course, I mean, there could be inside jokes that they have. We never know. We never get to know because it's their fun. So I mean, it's been amazing how we saw different teams performing, but this all comes to a huge shout out to Freedom for making all this happen. And we are on the final day, and this has been amazing so far, and we are pretty sure the finals are going to be amazing as well. I mean, we cannot forget Freedom for bringing this Mlbb and presenting this to us in the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana, and we are really excited to see how the brackets actually moved. The next finals were Falcons versus Aurora, and this one and the next game actually went to a 2-1 score.
Yeah, let's focus on this game. this game was actually really close to each other. I mean, Falcons and Aurora Gaming, they were so close to each other, how they just played initially, and the fact they were so close. I do remember how the Team Falcons were screaming out their tongues out at this arena at the fans desk. They were like the people who are being coaches, managers, who were cheering so much so for their team, and we see the minute 15, nobody's taking their throne yet, but there's constant fighting, and the ending is for Aurora's favor.
I mean, Aurora did sweep the first one, but again, as Pagu just said when he came up on the desk, Falcon did put up a really good fight, because the first game was taken by Aurora, and then they moved to the second one where Falcons actually got one. Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, Aurora actually took it. TNZ again, as always, a consistent good performance in the team 100%. For Aurora Gaming, and the others as well, like Sigibom, Luna, Rosa, and Pagu. I mean, they've been setting up kills for everybody. So it's more of a team game, of course, and that really paid off their performances and results. And great performance, and as you can see, the second game went a little to the other side. Team Falcons actually booted up, they strapped their boots, they were like
on it. That was pretty quick game, to be fair, from that entire series. Minute 11, they're taking the throne out, and now it's here, we're at the game number 3. I do remember this team fight that was very close to each other. The team fight on mid is always the base for the base level for the Mlbb. Yeah. People are fighting constantly and making sure they are getting they're fighting for every inch of on the map, and they're applying the pressure. I mean, Falcons, on the other hand, they couldn't do anything on the game number 3. I mean, they early, but they managed to come back here at minute 25. There's not a single game that hit minute 30 mark, but this is the first game that was by far the longest map for the entire. Once again, that was Team Falcon versus Team Aurora Gaming, and they were very close to each other. Yeah, I mean, almost 27-minute third game, and that was a proper third game, I would say. I mean, after the first one, the second one, and the third decider, which actually great performance by Aurora, but Falcon did put up a fight right there. And I think this was around the second game where TNZ actually went a little bit slow with the performance, but I mean, it's just one game. But his team is covered him up and covered them well. That's why they were here at getting the third place here at the wonderful Jack Arena here at the Games of the Future.
Yes, I mean, that was Falcon versus Aurora we just saw there, and then we moved to the next game for quarterfinals.
Vitality versus Pro. I mean, Vitality. Bigatron by Vitality versus Pro. This team was, this fight was also very close to each other.
I mean, 2-1 again. This was the last match for the quarterfinals, by the way. It's up on the screen. Pro Esports versus Bigatron right there, and Pro actually started really well at the start of the first game. This again, as we said, it ended up going 3 for this one. I mean, the final game of the day that actually went 3 maps. We actually love seeing 3 maps, I believe. The audience actually loves 3 maps.
Tell me who doesn't, Heidi. Tell me who doesn't. People are getting the tickets here at the Jack Arena at the Game of the Future here in beautiful country of Kazakhstan, making sure they get to see this wonderful event here at the Live Arena. And of course, who doesn't want to see all 3 maps with the longer games, with the sweat, blood, and everything there. I mean, now we see there's a fight on the Lord to minute 13, and this game was initially 6-5. It was very close to each other. You couldn't tell who is winning, who is leading. You couldn't tell anything about that. And then game number 1 was a couple fights you take here and there, and then we see the advantage is coming back for Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah, again, this was another long game, more than 20 minutes for the first game between Esports and Bigatron. I think we only had a few number of games which went more than 20 minutes, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Pretty much the games were over around minute 10 to 15, I would say.
Yeah.
The average, I saw the stats over the other day. It was 35 games approximately ended around minute 10 to 15, and there was a couple, like a single digit were like 20 minutes plus.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this was again another 3-map game right there. The first map, that was 10-15, and then that was very close score, I would say. And it had a huge, ended up with a huge lead for Pro Esports, took the second game, whereas the third one was taken again by Bigatron, making their spot guaranteed for the semifinals for the next day, which was yesterday. I mean, as you can see the score, by 11 minutes we had Pro Esports with 2 kills and Bigatron with more than almost 11 kills lead right there. And even if you look at the gold, almost like 10k gold lead for
it is a 10k lead, and it's just the way well drafted, well planned, well executed from the team of Bigatron by Vitality. And I mean, heads up to them, they were also losing to Pro Esports, and they were 1-0, 1-0, and then now we see them winning and coming back from against Pro Esports, then facing off against Aurora Gaming. And now they are here at the grand finals.
I mean, big day. They made it to the big day, the big final day. So, and of course, when we finals, you really don't want to miss this happening, and also the other disciplines that's happening in Phygital Games of the Future 2026. Make sure you check out the website phygital-plus.com. You can stream our games, all of the disciplines that's happening here at Phygital Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. Big shout out to them, and make sure you check that out. You don't want to miss the final games of this season, because there's no other chance after this. Today's the final day, and as we said about the brackets, then after the quarterfinals we moved to the semifinals, which was yesterday, and yesterday was quite a day for the games, and the pattern actually repeated us again, 2-0 and then 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, now we see Onic against Selangor Red Giants. We just witnessed to see this beautiful match yesterday, and Onic convincingly they won 2-0. I thought it's going to be a close match again. Once again, I was thinking Selangor Red could do and surprise the defending champs, but they didn't. Because do you know why, Heidi? Because they are the current champions of the last year, and now they are here to do the same thing and defend their title. So therefore, now they will be playing at the grand finals. Well, nonetheless, let's focus on the game number 1 here, Onic versus Team Selangor Red Giants. I mean, we see how applying pressure is Onic and making sure they're over their map and making sure they're going to take the towers and making sure they get everything that they can get for Team Onic.
Yeah, I think this was a tough fight, I mean tough game, because as you can see the score were equal for at least up until 12th minute, and after that Onic style, which is actually the Onic style these days, right? I mean, they, even though they are behind or even equal to the opponent, after around 10 minutes they're just like rushing to the final stage of the games and grabbing the game by the neck and they're taking it home. This has been what they've been doing, and as you can see, that was a wipeout, and here is a second game again taken by Onic, and here again, I mean, SRG really did put up a fight yesterday.
They did.
Yeah,
they did. That's why I would like to acknowledge them, because the amount of pressure they've experienced throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah,
it was challenging teams that they were facing off, and I mean, now they're at the grand finals.
Yep, I mean, Onyx been non-stop so far. As you can see, even by around 8th minute, this was very close game. But again, we.
That's going to be really huge for the side of S2G9. It opens the door for them to make it into the finals.
Onyx is taking the game to, even when they have a huge lead, the opponents have a huge lead, even by 10 minutes. You cannot exactly guarantee when you're playing against Onic, because it can turn the other way around very quickly, and Onic is really good at that. We saw that so far in all the games. This was the second one again, swept by one more time, and this game actually went slightly longer than the average.
Yeah, it went longer. It was close fight for Selangor Red Giants, but unfortunately you're fighting against beasts is just really, really difficult. I understand them so much.
Yeah. I mean, that was a great game by Onic right there, and SRG as well. I mean, they put up the champions, so I mean, both are really great teams. But at the end, Onic took it. They continue in their unloss of a journey. 0 fails, 0 losses, only wins, so which is crazy for a team in a tournament.
100%. And for $1 million.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's even from the semifinals, no loss. Like, they've been going 2-0, as we just saw. And then there was only one semifinals left, which was Aurora versus Bigatron, which actually Bigatron took it, as we know now, leading to the finals, which is going to happen in a few minutes. But we'll be taking a look at the semifinals in a bit, how they perform, because we are just refreshing the whole thing that went yesterday, so that we have a context of what actually happened yesterday leading up to the finals, which is coming right up next. But let's take a look at Aurora versus Bigatron by Vitality, which again went to 3 maps in the yesterday, and that was what's decided to the finals. Here's the first one by around 9th minute. Bigatron was still 4 kills less than Aurora Gaming, and Aurora really fought for that, because Aurora was really hoping to get into the finals, to repeat the finals
they
again.
Were expecting to play against the team of Onic, but unfortunately they have failed to do so. But nonetheless, I would like to appreciate Aurora Gaming for winning their game 1 against the Bigatron by Vitality, but that was not enough.
Yes, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to, if it comes to a point where 1-1. This was also one of those performances by Bigatron, really good performance, but tight. Aurora actually gave them a challenge right there for this one. As you can see, around 10 minutes, we were nearing 10 on, had a slight lead right there, but it wasn't enough to make sure, but they went right into the base and took the base down, took the crystal down, where the first game ended right there. This was, Iman actually did play really nice in that game. I mean, all the team members, nevertheless, I mean, we are not disregarding what the team members did, but
you know,
coach,
I want to mention one more thing.
Yep.
The Saweria twice, biggest was Saweria 2. So they picked Saweria and Saweria for some gonna play Saweria, and they actually won because of Saweria.
Yeah, and also this was the game. I mean, the third game. That's when we actually saw the surprise pick Mia by Bigatron. I mean, nobody saw that coming. We could feel the surprise in the audience here in the arena. Everybody went like, "Wow, what's happening?"
They were shocked. Definitely, they were shocked. But who wasn't shocked? It was Bigatron by Vitality, because they knew that they want to go this hero specifically, and Iman was making sure that he's been practicing that hero terms and making sure he's comfortable to play in this tournament. And
that's true. I mean, this was a tough fight. If you look at that, this was another long game that we had for 18th, 19th. Still, they were at just one kill lead, which is actually interesting to see. But they had a really good, slight difference in the gold advantage as well. So that was again another 2-1 favoring the Bigatron. Really leads us all to the much-awaited grand finals today, coming right up next. We've been waiting for once before. Here is what's happening after the grand final, semi-final, leading finals. Who's gonna get a trophy, if they want to give the champ them, or also again, as we mentioned, it's a best of 5 that we are talking about, not best of 3. So this is going to be quite some time until we decide who's gonna take the championship home.
But do you think, realistically speaking, do you think BTR, Bigatron by Vitality, have any chance against them?
No, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, we are yet to find out. But yeah, take a look at an interesting video for the broadcast, and I will come right after that one. just as promised, we are right back after the that cool video. I mean, let's not forget this team that have put the effort right in to bring all these into provision right up to the screens, of course, for the broadcast. I mean, you are seeing a lot of stuff on your screens. It wouldn't be possible with all these broadcasting. You just watch the hard work that they've been putting in for all these days. And let's not forget, this starts quite some time before even the tournament started. I mean, this is a work of a very long time and a very big team behind this. I mean, we are talking about 8 disciplines for digital games of the future, and each discipline's got a huge team behind it. I mean, big shout out for them for making all this happen. And of course, let's not forget the official partner for Freedom for bringing Mlbb right into this. And you can get all these details, all the details for all the matches and the teams and the schedules, everything in one place. Go to astana2026.go-future games. You have it on your screen. Do not miss to check that out. And that's going to be our official website. You have everything up there. But yeah, I mean, let's not forget the team behind this, right? I mean, you are seeing, that's the only thing that you're seeing, but there is a huge team behind this. And we have seen the hard work, right?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, Heidi, for letting us know about this. But yeah, I'd like to acknowledge the background, the broadcast team, that they're all doing this hard work. Without them, you guys couldn't see us, couldn't hear us. And just a shout out for the great videos, the great interviews, making sure everything runs out and everything goes well. And meanwhile, we're seeing here beautiful people all around are coming into Jack Arena here in beautiful Astana to prepare for the final of Onic versus Team Bigatron by Vitality. People are coming more and more. Now we expect to get the full arena here in beautiful city of Astana, and anytime soon the game will be started quite soon.
Of course, as Steelborko said, I mean, the venue is packed. I mean, we haven't seen this crowd so far. But of course, I mean, it makes sense. It's the final match. It's the grand finals. And we all been waiting to see what's going to happen up next in the best of 5 that's about to start in a few minutes. We have the teams coming out right behind us. You're going to be seeing from now. The energy is high here in the arena. Here is the Onic team. Here are the finalists. And possibly 50% chance for them to get the trophy. I mean, let's be real, everybody's got equal chances. We have Ludwig, Kyrie, Sands, Keyboy, and of course, Kelra. I mean, we are seeing the finalists for this year. And Shogun, Nenail, Morino, Finn, and Iman for there. We are a few seconds away from starting, Steelborko.
Yeah, like we got Shogun, we got Iman here at the podcast, and they were saying that they would like to fight anybody. He actually made it to the grand finals. People were expecting it's going to be Aurora versus team of Onic, but no, it isn't. There's no copy paste. It's a different grand final, and we got to experience a great game. And people are getting slowly ready now, and we're actually getting ready to see our grand finals here in beautiful Jack Arena. And we'd like to give our awards to casters. Take it away, gentlemen.
Harmony between worlds rests on a fragile balance. Legends of the Great Step tell of the sun-headed man who helped between the worlds for centuries. But sometimes, the very nature of existence disrupts the natural order of things. When the ancient power left the sun-headed man, the balance shifted.
Attention. Massive energy surge detected.
The energy within the sun-headed man's artifact has awakened.
So, the chosen ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
Hey, I'm one of the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore the sun-headed man's power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the sun-headed man is fully charged, the two worlds will keep drifting apart. So no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so began the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the game of the future in Astana.
Here we are, grand finals for the Games of the Future 26. It's Onic going up against BTR, both from Indonesia, and both have faced each other in a grand finals match before. The last time that they met, it was BTR that got Onic. But this time, a lot of players, analysts, and viewers out there think that Onic Esports will take this one. Your casters, Wolf, Naisu has the upper hand in this grand final.
Oh man, the upper hand, that's a tough one. Luckily, it's a best of 5. Man, I wish it was a best of 7. You know, that's seeing for these grand finals, but hey, we can't all get what we want. So we're gonna get a best of 5. I hope we get 5 games for this. I do have to go ahead and say that Onic has really, I feel like, adjusted really well to the current meta. Again, we talk about the meta that's developed over the past couple months. It's kind of changed here and there. There's been some crazy picks, the Mias, the Hanabis, the Ballmans, everything else. I will say that Onic, I feel like, could get the upper hand in this, but BTR has showed us, man. Like, BTR has showed us some amazing things. I think now, even if you're Onic and you're, you know, wondering, oh, how do we play against the potential for Emon to just take a Mia? Or like, again, who's going to get the Hirata pick? Because both junglers can play it amazingly, you know? Or who's going to go ahead, the Raphael or the Matilda now? Now that we're seeing more of that, and both these teams love the Barrett's pick as well. I think that's another standout thing that you're going to have to fight for here, because just there's so many power picks, and these two teams know each other so well, and now they know the meta so well because they've all just everybody's been going through all these international runs, right? And now it comes down to this. So if I had to absolutely choose Wolf, I think I would lean a little bit more now for Onic.
Okay, and there is a lot of mathematics that can prove that that's the case. And I'm already just convinced that Onic has built themselves or trained in the past few days in a way that they have allowed their players to have so many options in actually getting the game, right? Because we saw how good they were with assassins, with fighters in the gold lane. They can now use apparently the supporting heroes for Keyboy once again, when Keyboy was known to be a hero that, or a player that likes to play around the catch type heroes, but now you can actually see him pick up the Matilda in specific skills. So yeah, a lot of good stuff that we can expect from the teams right now, but of course Onic has really figured it out.
I think I think if I had to say, like, again, answering it of who I think has the upper hand in the meta, it'd be Onic. But if I had to, like, be a little maybe biased towards someone, I love seeing Emon shine on it. For the lore back out there, Emon at one point was a Raider, right? He was an RSV Raider. It was my favorite team back then. Of course, they have Coach Panda there behind, you know, working kind of with them too. And I just think that, you know, I would like to see also a different champion for Games of the Future, because if Onic gets it again, they got it in a sweep last time against Aurora Gaming, but now I think we see the sweep here. I think this is at least, you know, I hope at least we get the 4 games come through. Maybe we get the full 5-game series. If we don't, just please not a sweep. On my mentality, gonna be on that blue side, man. I think this is where we start to see the standard stuff, you know, more of the standard stuff and the kind of traditional trades going on. I think we can see a contest for Selena come through where they might give 1 game to Moreno, honestly, to get the Selena, because I think some teams are starting to really figure that out too.
Yeah, I guess the thing that you have to consider here for BTR is what is their priority. Are they more focused on the Eman hero, because there was a duo prioritize Eman's hero, but it felt like yesterday they can actually put it, you know, lower priority with Mia, especially in a matchup where KIERRA and Eman is gonna be at the same stage. It's a gold standard versus the gold standard stopper, so that will be an interesting match to say the least. When you said that Eman used to be a Raider, one of his goals back then was when Omega back then. So it was there's a long history between these two. So do you prioritize Eman or do you deprioritize Eman now so that you make sure that the gold lane matchup is in your favor? So that's a question that I would love to see BTR navigate around.
I guess I'll answer that right now. I think you don't have to really prioritize either of the gold laners unless the Melissa's open. And if the Melissa's open, it's most likely going to go to the hands of Emon. That's kind of what we've seen in the draft patterns, but at the same time, both gold laners, KIERRA and Emon, who know each other very well. Like, again, they're the ones who have been bringing up these more unique picks too, these more unique heroes that can work. So I think you just kind of let that be there, you know, let that be the case. You prioritize elsewhere. And I think the biggest priority with these two teams, obviously between Kyrie and Nile, you want to go ahead and lock in your jungler, of course, which is the Hirata trade. That's where we're going to go here, unless it's, of course, banned in this last red side ban, because you could just grab it for Nile. Same thing, man. Fanny. Both of them like to play the Fanny. So I think this might be, again, one of those things where maybe your Fanny comes up. I mean, by the way, again, over the course of days, every single time we've seen Onic play, there's been a ton of fans out there. So, and I think everybody's really happy too, by the way, to see Kyrie up on the interviews with our boys up there, Heidi and Ilias, because he spoke great English, man. I mean, I think for a lot of people, they're like, dang, Kyrie's English has improved so much.
Yeah, and I guess it's also... All right, what they're called, the Vitality.
I don't know. I just said the Vitality. The robots, the red robots.
The robots, man. Yeah. I know that's why I was okay. The Vitality. Well, okay.
I saw Vitality and I'm like, the Vitality.
Anyways, Kyrie with his confidence, great in English, good-looking guy, perfect. Come on, like best, one of the best junglers out there. Here's the thing. I went live earlier today, and here's a this is a legit story. I went live earlier around 2 p.m. and you know that. You saw me, right? You saw me go live.
Okay.
Carl TZ, the GOAT, popped in my chat. I asked him, who is the best jungler right now? And he said, Kyrie, without a doubt.
Oh, man. Without a doubt.
Yes.
And that came from the GOAT.
That came from the GOAT.
Oh, man. You know what? I have to agree, man. I agree with everything you pointed out. You know, basically perfect, right? But let's see. He's going to get the Hirata, the first try at it. So this is, I think every single time that hero pops up now, we've all just know, okay, Sky Piercer, Hirata. Game one plan for the opposing team. Don't let them get stacks, especially fully stacked on the Sky Piercer, because it literally seems unfair, man. If a Hirata is fully stacked, I don't know. It just feels unfair the way that happens, you know? So the answer seems to be the Fanny. Grab a Fanny. You get a power pick over here, too, for Shogun. You grab your stuff. You have some decent Paquito damage. I didn't know if they were going to flex that, by the way, until the Fanny came through, because I was thinking, okay, is Paquito possibly going to the jungle like we've seen him, you know, or is he going to go in the gold lane, possibly? But now we know.
Okay, I was actually surprised that Onic let go of the Barrets, but at the same time, the Beric is also a good hero, and they pair it up with this Uranus. So there's not much lockdown for Onic. Whereas you already have the Paquito Barrett. So this is like two schools of just meta. See the Paquito and the Barretts combined together. Now it's with a Fanny, which has been a development in the meta game here in Games of the Future, where the Fanny now answers the Hirara. Well, this was also evident in MSC in the last day of MSC, I would say, last 2 days, where the Fanny is now being picked against the Hirara. And that's also true for this time, Onic picking up two tanky dudes with the Hirara. So this is like meta versus meta, and we're gonna be slammed by the best heroes that we have in available in the meta game.
Hey, get slammed, you know? So, but basically, at this point, too, they're gonna go ahead and hone in on these mid lane options for the Maestro himself, Moreno. I think, you know, so far from what we've seen between, of course, in the mid lane, there's some variety there. Whether it's Sans, whether it's Moreno, the way they want to go ahead and approach this is how do you supplement your assassin junglers the best to your ability. Selena was one of them that most people would think for Moreno. That's why it's banned out. On the flip side, the Ruby is banned out mainly for the potential that KIERRA picks it up to put it in the gold lane. You know, because again, implement this Hirara to do her thing, maneuver around everyone. We just saw this in the hands of TNZ, by the way, right? Where you get fully stacked and you have these multiple ways of kind of moving around your tanky dudes, but also your crowd control. And then your own kind of iframes. That's why it feels so unfair. So take out a Ruby. I wonder if they'll take out one more. Those roam options too, the Matilda and the Rafaela will be banned out though. So that is not going to be available for Finn. And Finn has been one of the better performing Matildas so far throughout Games of the Future.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so going to be the Ruby as the ban. Probably another, I guess another catch or another gold lane. In fact, maybe Harith or Moskov the ban here for BTR. And although Ruby is typically played in the roam role before, it's now getting played in the EXP as well. I think more so in the gold lane now, which is also a good hero to pair up with the Hirara. So that's probably why the Ruby has been banned by BTR. So instead of doubling down on the KIERRA bans, just ban the Vexana, which is a hero that Sans showed us that they can actually play. I think the Valentina is the best pick here for Sans, but there is also some merit of picking up a Lilia, for example, or Selena. No, it's not available.
Selena banned out, yeah. Other than that, well, the Vexana actually, we were talking about this even a couple days ago, where it's just kind of risen in pick value, stock value.
Yeah.
But Bigatron by Vitality is going to be. Yeah, now if you are Onic, do you just pick up your mid now? Yeah, they'll do that. Louis Yi. They pick up the Louis Yi.
Oh.
This was banned out a couple times, but then it was shown in the last series, and there's, you know, the diversion. Yeah. Little send your full team if you need to go ahead and back things up, or disengage at the right time. This can also really control the Fanny. That's kind of what we've seen before, where Fanny's just off on the other side of the map doing her own thing. Well, now you can get there faster and potentially even surprise a push from Nile.
Yeah. Okay. Fanny, they will round this up with maybe a Farza. Is Farza even good? Or do they go Novaria themselves? I think the Novaria answers the Louis from a long time ago, and it, I think, makes sense here. They do pick it up. So they put in the Gotf afterwards. So I like how Bigatron has responded, and then they already have 3 good meta hero picks. They close it out with a Gotf, which is more of a stabilizer for their lane. It's a reliable response because you have a lot of distance that you can cover. In case there will be a diversion, an Avatar of the Guardian can be there to save them. So it's a really good way to approach this draft against Onic. I really like the heroes that they built now. Onic, how will they close this out? They need some sort of reach and some sort of burst. There's the reach, the burst.
I was gonna say, is this the reach though? She's got like the shortest range in the game, but I mean, you're shredding. You're shredding through at least the Barretts and the Gatakacha, you know? And I think in this way too, you're at least kind of protected. You're kind of covered here. If you need help in that lane, again, that's why that Louis is picked up. It's really strong to just go ahead and, you know, ultimate down to that gold lane if you need to.
Yeah. And the reason why I say there is, well, all right, the burst, there is no question about that when it comes to like the carry. The carry outputs so much damage in a short period of time. So they got that covered already. When I say that they needed that they can get reach out of the carry, is that the heroes that are melee from the side of BTR. So it's not like you have to reach too far when you're playing this carry up against the heroes of BTR. When you pick up the Malefic Gun, then you're already okay. The only problem, though, that I'm gonna say about Onic, and this also pertains to reach, is that there is no legitimate Novaria. That's why I felt like the Novaria was a good last pick for BTR. I also predicted that it will be the case. If you're looking at this Moreno Novaria, this guy have the easiest game out of all of the people in the lobby right now, because there's not much reach.
Well, let's find out. We're jumping into it. It's game 1 here in this best of 5 grand final. Games of the Future 2026. Will Onic end up being champions once again? Or will Bigatron by Vitality make something happen here? Already in the mid lane, a little bit of action. Of course, poking back and forth. There's only so much that can be done. I feel like early game with the Novaria, but still, no battle spells actually going to be expected.
Yeah, pretty chill about it. It'll be curious how Onic will, how BTR will utilize this lineup that is really front-facing against Onic. Apart from the Novaria, everybody wants to dive in front of Onic. And Onic, they do have 2 tanky dudes, but they only have 1 tool to really hold down BTR, and that is this Wrath of the Dryad, which means that Suns will have a lot of responsibilities with a duality being procced. Granted, the Wrath of the Dryad is a good tool to allow the Suns to continuously proc the duality passive, but it is going to be a difficult task for Suns for sure.
See if he's able to do it. This first turtle's up. Both gold laners going to go ahead and chill in the gold lane while this is just going to be a 4v4. Niall's going to go ahead and grab his buff, but they might just go for this. A little bit of a taunt. Unbreakable on Keyboy. He's got to go ahead and back off, disengage. Lutfi, he's got to consecrate. They've got control of this first turtle, so Onic might be able to secure this. Let's see if they make it happen. Kyrie able to get the retribution off, but they're going to go for the fight anyway. And Loopy trying to get away. He's going to get chased down, and they will take him with the Daytona's welcome. Oh, good duality, but here comes Nile to the back line. He's got people lined up, but it's just not enough. And now the diversion going to be used. Already a couple kills for Onic. They're looking for Nile. And Sands will get him with the double.
No way. No way Suns just did just that. I mean, 2-0-1 for this Louis. Granted, BTR, I think that was a mistake coming out from Shogun. Utilizing the Daytona's welcome and then spitting out the Uranus towards the members of Onic. I think he wanted to maximize the stun that you get out of it, or maybe he just outright misplaced his spit afterwards. But that allowed Onic to refresh with Loot P. And of course, the Bats staying in front for a long time means that the duality, dispersion, the output of Suns will be just really high because you're just constantly throwing away your orbs, and the rotation that you get with the second skill of the Louis. Combine that together, your backlines are getting so much that they end up just being blown away by Suns, which is literally what happened in there. And then the teleport afterwards, my god, Louis coming out from Suns, that guy's scary.
I think the Louis is going to just be a pickup that we see more and more, maybe even unless some major changes happen between now and the next tournaments, of course, but it's working out really well, especially when you have the Wrath of the Dryad from the Belric. It just makes things happen. Look at this. They're going for the purple buff. They want to put pressure on Nile's buff, and they'll do just that. Notice too, Kyrie on the Hirara, he locked in his Fury Hammer. Then he's starting to just go with the Sky Piercer because he wants to start building stacks early on, I believe. And that's all possible. You know, you got an early kill on, you've got momentum in your favor. You're 3,000 gold ahead at this point. And now the second turtle is up. Kyrie, go ahead and start this one up. Emon is here though, so now gold laners will be a part of this fight. Everybody rotating down for this objective. Half health on the turtle, unbreakable. Oh, Daytona's welcome, gonna be charged in. Shogun taking quite a bit of damage. Is it the Avatar of the Guardian? Actually, that's quite a bit of damage too as Shogun falls. Nile gets the turtle. Do a bit of damage before he gets out, but Bigatron by Vitality might have got the turtle, but they lost two.
I see the vision now for BTR. They will go for the aggressive move on Shogun with the Daytona's welcome that was going to be quickly followed up by the Avatar of the Guardian. Not literally quickly, but it will be layered properly wherein after the Daytona's welcome, you already have that Avatar of the Guardian with extra knockup and taunt afterwards. It's the chain stun between the Barrets as well as they cannot catch us. They go in bottom lane.
Okay, Keyboy unfortunately going to die there, but what Onic wanted to do, they give a kill over, and they didn't overcommit because I thought Kyrie with a couple stacks might have tried to do something, but they just kind of pull off there. That turret's almost down. That's one of the main things that Onic wanted to go ahead and do, give Kelra that advantage. You can already see the advantage building up though too in the jungle, man. Kyrie, again, a couple levels ahead right now of Nile. He's been taking his buffs. He's about to hit that level 10, and he continues to do so. Just as he does, he hits level 10. So that gives him, again, an advantage that he can work with into the next turtle. But so far, Nile at least has been able to swing in, do a little bit. Threat like this on Sands, even doing more than a little bit as he takes him out. Good play there. I didn't know if he'd be able to get him that fast, but he does.
Well, with the help of his teammates and, of course, the fact that you have a lot of damage coming out from Moreno, especially if that Astral Echo is already laid up, that allowed for BTR to burst down Suns and shut him down. Has been a problem for them for quite a while now. 6 minutes in, there's a lead that Onic have already built, and it's 15 seconds before the next turtle. Lutpi already clearing the mid, whereas Keyboy, he wants to put aggressively as well up top. Maybe help his teammate Kelra here push before they prep for the turtle.
Yeah, so they got that push going in. Last turtle of the game is up. Still a couple thousand gold ahead right now is Onic. Kyrie has control of this turtle. We'll see if they do anything, but Nile's just going to go down to the bot. They're going to trade it for a turret for the turtle. So they go for that. Diversion going to be used. This is what we were talking about, though. They send themselves down towards this bottom side. but that turret will be pushed. So this is about as good as it gets for Bigatron by Vitality right now. Daytona's welcome into the turret. Astro Echo combo. The Avatar of the Guardian will be able to catch him, even with a revitalized Keyboy falls. The tree down again, but now in the mid lane, Kyrie's there. They get the duality proc. He wants to get the stack here on show. Does he actually have it? He doesn't. He has to get away. Too much of a threat there under the turret.
See the pressure now being applied by Onic. Because of that, they have a 2,000 gold lead, but it seems like BTR are not letting up. They're already able to push down the bottom lane and are about to push up top. Eman is moving really well. Comes to the map movements. Died already twice, but at least makes up for it by split pushing and still gaining a lot of gold. He is, unfortunately, behind XIERRA, his counterpart. But at least he's making something happen for BTR right now. Doesn't erase the fact that Onic is leading by 2,000 and they have allowed XIERRA with 1-0-1 as they go for Kyrie the dodge!
Oh, he tried to want to play from Nile and Emon. Able to make a move. Nile trying to get away. A flicker from Sans. They'll recoup it though as they also take down Emon. And that kill went over to Kyrie, so, but he's dead. But, you know, the turret did the job there for him.
Yeah. Eventually. I'm going to be pushing in the middle. Great kill to Kyrie. A great shutdown overall coming out from BTR. 22 seconds before the Lord, they needed to make a play. Unfortunately for Niall, is still trailing behind a lot from his opposition right now. So there's still a lot that needs to be done here by the side of BTR for them to come back to this game. But then again, Keyboy already positioned himself into the so-called new bush. Will be spotted out by Faye.
Okay. Lord is up. Let's see some of the focus here. Let's see what Onic decides to do. They can play the macro just because they have the Louis in tow. Both junglers wanting to grab their purple buffs, getting situated for this Lord fight. Oh, diversion. Diversion used here, setting them up top. Astral Echo being dropped down. They're just going to go for the fight anyway. Kyrie be able to dodge that with the iframe. Niall's going to have to go back to base, so this is an open opportunity for Onic to go ahead and start up this Lord. Under half health, gives the information. Finn's going to pop the conceal. You're going to try to delay this so that Niall can get here in time, but it's already gone. Lord secured by Onic. And now Niall jumping into the backside, looking for a possible kill. Find Sans. A pickup there they were looking for, and now Niall again cabling away. Avatar of the Guardian, Finn trying to grab their attention. Akelma takes a shot with the shatter. He's going to back off, but they're going to force the anyway. And now it's Onic trying to get away, but Daytona's welcome to spin him up into the team. And now Keyboy and Loopy fall. The front line of Onic goes down.
Oh, great team fighting coming out from BTR. They have erased the lead that Onic was able to build, and it didn't matter if Onic was able to blitz the Lord away from them. Their team fighting was great. And at that time, XIERRA didn't have the flicker, so he didn't feel that confident to command his team into a fight. And Lutpi as well as Keyboy just overstayed their welcome. And BTR utilizing Shogun again, this time offensively. I feel like for BTR, if they play like this, if they are the ones to jump the gun onto Onic, there's little to nothing that Onic can do. Again, there's more composition, and with the vision that they get from Moreno, they are well informed about what Onic will want to do. Look at that ultimate catching 4. The Astral Echo finding out what Onic wanted to do, and that already meant that Niall was able to skitter through and take a purple buff.
Oh, wow. Talk about a turnaround so far. Niall able to make something happen here again. Just able to shred through, you know, who you'd think is the tankiest or one of the tankiest, but so far both Lutpi and Keyboy had a really difficult time at some, you know, fronting up on this front side for Onic. Might have to be in one of those cases where now you lean towards XIERRA here if you're Onic to go ahead, and he should have his power spike. I mean, that XIERRA's carry should be online, but it's more so of these fights, the way they're unfolding. They're just kind of getting outplayed by Bigatron by Vitality.
Sure. This makes it really difficult now for Onic. With the composition that Vitality has, this is very oppressive. You really have to find a way to get to the Navaria, which we said that we'll have a free game essentially in this game, and it has been so. Moreno is 2-0-4. There's not much that can contest him. And then eventually Shogun will be so tanky that he's no longer threatened by the damage. Well, KIERRA is always going to be a threat, but you are tanky enough that you expose KIERRA for far too long. So there has to be a creative way of Onic finding an angle to eventually take out BTR. Otherwise, it's going to be easier for BTR to maneuver into the fights. They're already going for the diversion play, but they're not going to find anyone.
Well, they'll find Kyrie's buff anyway. So he's not going to have that. The Lord comes up. Emon will make his way slowly down here. The rest of the team already set up, but you can see in this, man, the Star Shatters, even on Loopy, already do a decent chunk of damage to the health bars. Moreno dropping down the Astral Echo. Extra hitboxes being extended here too. Now Keyboy, he's got to be careful because we've already seen him shredded down on this Belric, especially with a Fanny flying around. Emon spotting the Loopy here. They might try to make a play instead of the Lord. Right now, Onic on the back front. They got to go ahead. Keyboy, oh man, a quarter of the health.
Yeah. Whew, and Niall is already working on the Lord this time. He's low. But be careful. Kyrie forced to pop one of the iframes. You can see how menacing Eman is right now with this Paquito. He's going to be able to burst down the members of Onic. And then if you pair that up with Moreno's damage output and the constant Astral Echo in the face of Onic, it's going to be more difficult.
Avatar the Guardian on the defense already used. Onic comes in with a diversion. And after that push up top by Niall, that wave's going to be managed now. They're going to fight for this Lord. Half health on it. Finn charging up the Unbreakable. Goes in with a taunt. They're going to come down for Keyboy. They get him out. Kyrie, he's down too. Make it another as Sans is able to pick up Shogun. So far, a big trade across the board. But now Iman and Moreno trying to keep things together while Niall's also on the hunt here. He's quite low, but he'll be able to secure the Lord. Bigatron by Vitality comes out.
And all they had to do was to find a man advantage. It was already enough for them to take out the members of Onic. This time again, Onic just can't position themselves properly. They tried for a cheeky diversion play, which was, with all due fairness, ambitious but almost got there. Almost taking out the outplay coming out from Suns to survive against Niall. But that was for BTR to secure that turret because it will be just the Luyi to defend. It wasn't successful in doing so. Onic now have lost control of the game as BTR are leading by 3,000. And all it took was for them to punish Onic when Onic tried to go for a 5v5 against them.
Let's see if they can do it here. Making its way. Good push in the mid and top as well. Daytona's welcome. Throwing into the wall. Chopping him up, throwing him down. Keyboy going to pop the Revitalize. They want to hold down this front side. Niall's just going to make his way up top. He wants to take out the base turret as Lord goes down and dealt with, but good response from Kyrie. He won't let it happen. Diversion. Where are they going to go? Into the jungle. They're looking to cut things off. They're going to go right one, and now Finn gets taken out. But Emon, is he going to try to do this? Oh no, he's fully stacked up. He's got to get out of enemy lines. He's waiting patiently. It's only Loopy.
Yeah, for now, it's not a big threat. Information is important. Could be gonna be seeing Eman get away from there. Good fight coming up from Onic one, but it's not nearly enough. Niall wants a piece of this purple buff. They're trying to go for the exchange, but it's Kyrie who secures it.
Thanks for the leash, says Kyrie. Basically, yeah, do a little damage with the buff. Finally, Kyrie gets his purple. He's gonna go ahead and grab his orange next. Yeah. Really nothing that they really want to focus on until that Lord comes up in about a minute, but if maybe if they can get a kill here. Maybe if they can get a kill, make something happen. Again, Lord's not gonna be up for 40.
Yeah. It's gonna be a long time for both teams to recover with this one. Kyrie going in for the Blade of Despair as his fifth full item in this game. Lutpi actually went for the Sky Guardian helmet, which I wanted to talk about earlier, which is interesting because you generally want resistance rather than raw HP as well as regeneration because you have plenty of that anyways. But I guess because of the so because of the amount of poke that BTR is throwing at him, he feels like, okay, maybe during long team fights, during Lord dances, maybe I can get out of the fight region up by myself, then try to fight another day. But now in Lord, spawned at 17 minutes. Onic will defend their bottom lane. A little bit of long lane setup out there coming out from Mlbb. Diversion gonna be used. And BTR just...
They would go for Shogun. They're gonna go right for Shogun. He didn't have the stacks. And now he's taken out. They're gonna go at Dissipate. Kelra's got the room to work with here, but oh! Nile going the kill even with a Wind of Nature. So BTR turns it around to fall. They're going to be looking for more. They're chasing down Kyrie. Moreno might be able to get a shot. Nile's going to go ahead and join in. Cable's on that one. That's not where he wanted, but he gets loot B anyway. BTR will win that fight. And it was one that Onic started for Shogun. Nile jumping in. He takes out Boy, like cutting down a tree, and now it's only Kyrie to watch the base turret down. He's got to try to dodge, but he can't. They get wiped out, and BTR will take game one.
Both teams getting what they want when it comes to the draft, but eventually Vitality. When we said that their draft looks so complete with that last pick cannot catch up with that Nova. Look very cohesive, and they look really good. For the first few minutes, it was Onic controlling it, but when the power spike happened for side of BTR, they just can't be stopped. That's just game number 1, however, of this best of 5 series. Plenty of Mlbb to be played all throughout the day. We're gonna be talking about that match pretty soon, but for now, gonna be hopping into a break.
Үлкен әр қадамы жаңа жетістіктің марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заман күндердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
What a phenomenal, sensational moment, you guys. We just witnessed. We just watched how Onic has lost the first time ever throughout this tournament of Game of the Future, the first map ever. And it's in the grand finals against Bigatron by Vitality. What a surprise, you guys.
I would say historical moment for Games of the Future for Onic, because this is the first ever time that Onic lost to a team. They took the game. I mean, that was very good fight. This is what we want to see, actually. I mean, proper finals. Like,
I mean, just like like you said, the game was an intense, close game. An intense, close game is our beloved general partner who is sponsoring this wonderful tournament, beautiful tournament, which is Freedom. We'd like to appreciate Freedom for making this beautiful event, such as Game of the Future here in beautiful Astana, making possible. Thank you very much, Freedom, for doing that. Moving forward, I mean, that's a surprise for the fans, for casters, for me, for everybody.
Wow, what a game. I mean, just what we wanted to see as a first game of the 5, possibly 5, we still don't know. But I think this is going to be a 5 because off the bat, the first game, Onic has lost the one. But, I mean, they might come back again, we can't say. But this is good. I mean, actually, now it's more of an unpredictability, right? If the Onic actually won, they would have actually go on as undefeated team. And it's more predictable, like if they're going like that, then maybe it's going to continue like that. But what a game. We want to see this. This is what we want. But we got the highlights up on the screen. I mean, we have Onic fans here all around the arena. And they've been getting ready. The team's been really excited, but I'm so thrilled to see how this is going to turn out.
We had another also fans there rooting for Bigatron by Vitality. Sorry for interrupting you, but there is a fans also for Iman per se. There is a fans of Onic and they're fans of Bigatron by Vitality. We see the highlights here. I mean, the fight, the game itself looked until minute 7.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Until the minute 17 on the second, until the second Evolved Lord was even.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying so hard to keep up with the game because a lot's been happening. As you can see on the highlights, we are at around 5th minute mark, and Onic had a clear lead by then. I mean, initially, I believe around K, gold advantage was there, but then as it went through, Bigatron stepped out their performance and then, you know, swept it at the end. I mean, this was a tough fight for both of the teams. What great performance for both of the teams. As you can see, it went towards the 10th minute, and they had Onic has still had a 3-kill lead and a bit of goal, but not much, to be honest. But the fights, man, I mean, I'm trying so hard to keep it up with that.
I agree with you, absolutely, Heidi. I have one to tell. Before we remember what I said pre-draft. I said Bigatron by Vitality is the team who won Aurora Gaming on a 1-0.
Yeah.
And twice they picked a hero called Novaria.
Yeah.
And that Novaria actually helped them to win the second and the third game against Team Aurora game.
Yeah.
Right?
And now that happened again.
See, yeah, now it happened again. That's what I see. Like, I saw that coming in.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Onic wasn't really paying much respect for this Morino, Novaria, because he's been playing it 2 games in a row. Yesterday against Team Aurora Gaming, and he got a victory, and because of that now he's playing at the Grand Finals and actually winning Team Onic. It's just a surprising moment from here. And also I'd like to mention, I mean, Barrett, the heroes that I was saying earlier, has been picked and being one of the best heroes here at the Game of the Future, according to statistics and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, just an incredible game overall.
Of course, I think around the 17th minute we saw a tie. So I really thought Onyx going to come back again, just how they used for in every game that they played so far. But then Bigatron was like, oh, they went for it. They really went for it. I mean, this is going to be a tough grand finals that we're going to be having here at the arena. The stats up on the screen: 4 kills in lead by Bigatron against Onic. And this is only the first game now. This is going to be interesting to see how this goes.
I mean, I would be very surprised if Bigatron by Vitality keep the momentum and keep it going, and then maybe get the second game again. I mean, that would be very horrendous if they're going to do that. We see the scoreboard here. Meanwhile, I mean, Keyboy and Lutby couldn't do much against the pressure of the team Bigatron by Vitality over there. We see Morino was 408 on the Novaria. As I was saying earlier, the Novaria draft pick, the hero, has made the problems for Team Aurora Gaming. And now it's making a problem for the team of Onic.
Now we are yet to see if they're going to come back with the same pick for the next game as well. We don't know yet. The next draft and bans. Possibly they're going to ban the Novara overall. We don't know. But before that, before we talk about the next one, make sure you go check out Yandex Go. You got the QR up on the screen. Scan it, download the app, because that's going to make your daily life a lot easier. You got everything in one app. Make that out. Thanks for Yandex Go for being a partner for this one, because we are having a great time here. First game, I'm so thrilled to see how this is going to unfold. We got more stats coming up on the screen soon. But if you initially, when it started, I mean, Kyrie started with the first blood, and then Sans went with a double kill soon after that. But yeah, we got the stats up. We got Kelra versus Iman on the screen now. How does that look, Steel?
For me, it does look exactly identical. from all of our perspective, the gold a little bit more towards the E-Man and a little bit damage more to the E-Man, yes, but the same thing. Kill participation identical, damage taken, well, a bit of swing, but KDA is the same as KIERRA, and for you guys to understand, KIERRA is playing from the behind. They've been losing the game, whereas E-Man was winning the game. So there's a little bit differences. But for me, the most notable player is definitely the guy who played on Novaria, which is Moreno. That was an outstanding performance for me. And
there we go.
So the way I think the broadcast people think, and this is I think 75% of the kill participation over there, 600 GPM. I mean, 408, the guy is a GOAT, the guy is here to win a champion. And, you know, I'm so excited to see the team who are not scared of other team, and respect is another thing, but in terms of when it's a competition day, you gotta be a killer, right? Like the other people were saying, and now Bigatron by Vitality is making a surprise and sensation here, because this is the first time the map has been taking off of the team Onic. And Onic, if you guys are listening to me, you guys need to step up. I mean, you guys are here champions, and you guys were saying that you guys are here to make another run, and you guys want to be a champions. All right, go for it.
Yes, I think we get to see how that's gonna turn out, but there was this moment initially when the Kyrie, I mean, during the draft phase, Kyrie went for HIFROST, which he's good with. And also when Lutpi went to Uranus, which he was, I mean, he's used to playing that. We saw that in the last few days. He went for a couple of games with the Uranus. So I was more like, okay, this is going to be good. But then Novara came up with Moreno. So, I mean, this was a very tough game, I would say. I cannot really deny the fact that for both the teams, they fought really hard. And I think by the almost 5.5 minutes, I mean, Bigatron's turrets were almost down, I would say. But the way they pulled it off at the end, that was great. And then a few more things. I mean, there was around 8 minutes mark, they had a 3k gold advantage for Onic, which is good. And of course, and then the whole game went in a different way. And 9:50, we had Kyrie taking the loadout. And then around 14th minute, I'd say Onyx, pretty much all the outer turrets were gone except for one on the upper lane, which was almost down, I would say. We can consider everything as gone, but by that point, I believe Onyx was pretty much, I mean, we were pretty much sure where the game was going unless they make a comeback. And I think after 14th minutes, Bigatron actually made an attempt to get to the base, but Kyrie somehow responded and took it back in control. But at the end of the day, I mean, they went for it. Bigatron went for it.
I mean, let's be real here. Nobody could have taken a single map from the team of Onic, and Bigatron making a pull off from the Pro Esports. Then they're facing Aurora Gaming. They're losing 1-0 from both of the teams. They're coming back through on the second and third map, against both of the teams, and now they're playing at the grand finals here at beautiful Astana and taking a game off. First one from the Onic. It's really sensational. I'm so hyped up, and I'd be happy to see them actually doing what's going to be happening forward. And my tongue is twisting now. It's just like I have so much emotion to express you guys how big this win is for the team of Bigatron by Vitality. And we'll be happy to happen in the second game.
Of course, I mean, when it neared, I think the last few seconds just before the crystal was taken down, we saw Onic going down like crazy. I mean, at the end, I think a few seconds just before it was taken down, 3 of the players were gone. And then in a moment, that was only Kyrie left at the end. And by that time, we could see the cameras here in the arena looking at Onyx's teammates, where they were like, we are done. They were almost sure that this is done. I mean, it was clear. And they took out all of them, and then the crystal was gone in no time. But again, I mean, I believe that the moment that they got the turrets down, they realized the turrets are down. I mean, that was pretty clear. And also that was a big push for Bigatron to approach the crystal and get that done. But huge save with Kyrie. I mean, once he did save that crystal, but they couldn't hold up. Towards the end, Bigatron took the Onyx teammates, everybody down, and the last one was Kyrie, and once he's gone, I mean, that was a clear shot.
I mean, everybody's hyping up Kyrie. Kyrie is the GOAT. Kyrie div, Kyrie everything. We've seen the fans all over here in beautiful Astana, at Jack Arena, hyping up Kyrie. People were saying that Kyrie is the one player who actually can switch the swing of the game and make sure that Onic will get the wins get a win out of the team, out of the really tough situation. But this time is different. Because Kyrie couldn't do that because the teammates have been dead, and that was a perfect opportunity for people to go in and take that W from.
True, that's true. I mean, it was only Kyrie left at the end. I mean, he couldn't do much. I mean, he cannot do much, to be honest, at that point. But again, I mean, great play by Bigatron. I mean, Moreno's Novara pick, and also Iman went with, I mean, great play by him as well. We cannot disregard anyone. But it is time for the next game. We are yet to find out what's going to happen. Let's move it to the gentlemen, Wolf and Niso. Take it away, gentlemen. It's game time.
Is indeed game time for both of the teams. It's up against Bigatron, and BTR was able to scramble a game win against them. Well, it wasn't really a scramble as it looked hectic only at first, but the moment that they have found their groove, BTR were unstoppable. Naisu, game 1 went heavily in favor of BTR afterwards. What do you think are some changes here that needs to be done by Onic for them to get back into their winning ways?
That's a great question. I think give something to Keyboy that, you know, maybe I want to say it's not Belric, right? Like Belric can work. He's been meta for a while, but maybe give something different to Keyboy. I think he dealt with too many early deaths just because there wasn't too much that they could do in game 1. Lootby as well. Maybe draft for the Barretts for him. Instead of the Uranus, it looks like we might be going for the HIFROST trade, of course, here again. But I don't know. I have to say that I think for Bigatron by Vitality, they just did an amazing job at getting themselves back into that game, because Onic did control the early game. Like, they were even into the mid game. You gotta remember, like 2,000-3,000 gold. So it was one of those moments where Onic was actually doing the right things. You know, like they were doing the right things until eventually. I think you also just have to put respect on what Moreno can do with these long rows, man. Whether it's the Selena, whether it's now the Novaria, which is, it's been like his hero. I mean, there hasn't been many other people that have brought up the Novaria the way he has, and it's one of those things where he's star-shattering people, and if he's not star-shattering and hitting those long shots like he does with the Abyssal Arrow, he's just providing enough information with the Astral Echo, you know? So I think it just got to a point where for Onic, it was really hard to actually fight Bigatron by Vitality because they were never fully healthy, you know? Like someone had taken some damage somewhere.
Yeah. And to be fair, it's the draft as well that made it work for Moreno. I feel like it's not just what BTR were able to achieve with Moreno himself, but of course this is a massive team effort, including the drafting that allowed for BTR to win that. Now, what will be their first pick? There still is the Barretts. I feel like the Barretts is a good hero to first pick, but this is Uranus that they first pick with. Well, there's no Paquito, there is Barretts available, there was the HIFROST, but on top of it all, it will be the Uranus apparently. Interesting first pick here from BTR.
Are they just going to trade the Barretts and the Belric going to Onic now, or? Because I almost expected, at least over here, for Bigatron by Vitality to take something else. But again, Shogun did play the, if I remember correctly, there was one match where he just played the Uranus like 3 games in a row. I'm trying to remember. Oh, it was the Pro Esports match that they had. They went 3 games and Shogun only played the Uranus. So, you know, this is a very comfort pick that they can build up off and gives them a lot to do. It is going to be a trade, though. So you've got the Matilda and the HIFROST going over. Once again, this time Kyrie will be on that HIFROST, and I think this Matilda does help activate Keyboy a little more, right? He's going to be able to go ahead and do a lot more than what he felt like he could do on a Belric, who your main job literally is to just post up that Wrath of Dryad with a flicker or not. You know, now with the Matilda, there's so much more you can take on.
Yeah, and they take it away from BTR as well, which BTR would really appreciate. Imagine playing the Uranus with the Matilda. There's just so much tankiness that could be found in there. So, do you now pick up the better rig for yourself as BTR? Do you get the composition that Onic was able to had before? But no, they will prioritize the Varia, and then taking this cloud for themselves. So maybe Onic now will not pick up the Barretts, although it has good synergy with both here as well as the Matilda. Maybe just the presence of Varia is enough for them to not pick up that Barretts. But also it is available. Maybe now they're going to be looking for a dive. What if they pick up something like an Alice instead of the typical Barretts in the EXP lane? But that will be for later on. I think that right now you're more concerned about your Keller hero. Harith is available, so is Granger, heroes that will be able to pierce through this Uranus eventually.
I wonder if they just end up sitting on it. Yeah, because I was thinking Kelra can just play so many different things that you typically see Onic kind of bank that and wait. Like, it's usually the Kelra pick that comes in last. So I was thinking Barretts too, although Alice would have been great. I think Barretts just because it's usually paired up with the Matilda, you know? Like, you just have so much of ways to go ahead and utilize your Daytona's Welcome, regardless of if it's by yourself in a flicker, or then you now have a Matilda too to kind of help you. Obviously the shields that Matilda gives, plus when that Flask of the Oasis comes in, I think that makes a big difference in a lot of these fights, and that's why Matilda has been so, you know, valuable for a lot of these lineups. And you gotta think too, now that you know this is back-to-back games for Moreno on the Navaria, like, you've got to just respect that you essentially will not be seeing Moreno. Like, that's one thing I noticed about him, like, playing Navaria. Not only his accuracy, like, crazy, it's also just part of the fact that trying to find him, trying to get to him, it almost feels like it's too difficult of a task for Onic to do, because his positioning on the Navaria is just really, obviously that really helps because, you know, she can kind of go through walls and stuff like that. So it's just one of those things where, again, it provides so much vision. And there was a time, remember, when Navaria was like the go-to pick in the mid lane, and, you know, she's had this kind of resurgence back into the meta now.
And the reason why that is because it has goods into the most of the meta heroes that cannot reach her, and most importantly, it's also a good hero to contest the Melissa in case. We saw how much damage she can deal from long distance, and Melissa can just easily freely hit when there's a Navaria around because the damage output of the Navaria. But it's going to be the Nolan, and then Brody with probably a Granger ban here coming out from BTR. I'll be surprised if that's the case. It's a strong hero on its own, can actually match up. Oh, it's the Clint instead, I feel like, which is also a good option, all things considered. But I feel like with how Onic is playing the Clint, as well as this XIERRA, they probably are more into the Granger than the Clint. But we'll see. Onic now will pick up their roamer. Oh, sorry, their mid laner.
Mid lane, yeah.
What is a good hero to play again? What if they go Xavier, right?
Range for range.
Range for range?
Oh, man, I don't know. I don't know if we're that crazy. Maybe... Oh, what? Does he just go... There's no ultimate you want to take. Take Valentina here, right? If you're Sans. I mean, other than... Okay, I guess you do.
No, the ASROCK is actually a good ultimate to copy, all things considered.
Which one?
The ASROCK.
ASROCK, I guess so, yeah. At least you have your own.
But
you gotta get to him, you know?
Yeah, exactly. You gotta reach him.
That's why I was kind of second guessing it. Like, get to Moreno, you know? And the whole point was, that's so difficult to get to him.
Yeah. Let's see.
Last two picks.
What are you thinking now, BTR?
All right, they still need their jungler and then their roam. So I think at this point, you know, you're against Hirana, maybe just the Harley. That's probably the only other option we've really seen other than the Fanny come through. So they might get Rafaela Harley. Unless they do something different.
So this is Rafaela. Rafaela with the Hayabusa. Usually paired up together, but this is more of Rafaela plus this Uranus. This is Rome Rafaela, by the way. So
yeah.
Now there are a lot of problems now. You have to have a lot of like damage sources from your gold laner. What I mean is you're not ultimate dependent as the last choice here for Onic. So maybe
What is that? The Sky Piercer?
Oh yeah.
I can't read the
That's
text,
right.
but that's a Sky Piercer, though.
Seems like it. Yeah, I think Granger is the best option here for Onic, or maybe Harith second as the second best option. But there's the Hayabusa as well. Okay, so they still pick up the Harith. Yeah, those are the only two options I feel like that will be good for Onic, but already the composition that the BTR has built here.
Leave it to BTR to just do some weird things, you know? Like, we said this going into game one. It got them game one, and then now, yeah, I think this is interesting. Again, because you've got great tankiness up front in that front line. You've got a great ability to go ahead and revive, get yourself back into this game. We'll see if we are on Flying Clouds or not, or which map we're in once we get to this game, but I like what BTR is doing, man. And again, the Rafaela helps you even more because you can rotate very quickly. You can stun if you need to. The Hayabusa is really squishy, right? But now that you kind of have some ground to cover with your sustainability with the Rafaela, I think that's really great here. So I don't know, man. I like what BTR has. I think I'm going to have to go ahead and lean towards BTR for this game too, Wolf. I think we might potentially see a 2-0 right now, but you guys, of course, if you guys are watching around the globe with us, you guys can let us know who you think has the upper hand in this. Let's jump into the game. It's game at 2 in this best of 5. Bigatron by Vitality up 1 in the series. Let's see if Onic can equalize.
Already the setup here for BTR is good. It seems like whenever they play against Onic, they transform and just know exactly what to do and deal with Onic. Onic has been so dominant all throughout this tournament, and it seems like it's BTR that has got their number. And that's also true with MPL Indonesia. Everybody was just dropping their games up against Onic. Onic are so dominant, but in comes BTR coming in, and they look like they are the better team against Onic. It seems like we're feeling that again. Not unless Onic decides otherwise. Not unless they do something really different right now for them to be able to show us something, some sort of fight against BTR, especially with this draft that they built. Gonna be starting with here in the middle.
Something along the lines of, I don't know, I think it's more of just Onic finding that form of execution. You know, it's the team fights. Like, we already know that all these players are individually, you know, some of the best in their roles, and they had an amazing, you know, last meeting with the grand final that they had. Hold on, mid lane. First blood going over to Kyrie, but here's the return. Shadow kill going to be used. Revive comes through, and now it's Nile that falls. So that's not going to be worth for Bigatron by Vitality, and that's 2 kills in the hands of Kyrie.
Great start for the side of Onic. This time they've utilized Kyrie in an offensive manner before the 2-minute mark. They identified that if you are able to force out where Moreno is, this is a good opening for them, and they do have to reach.
Okay, they might be able to go ahead and just make something happen. They get the turtle. Now they're going to be looking for more. Shogun, tanky enough. Nile might just want to go ahead and grab his purple buff. Even though there's a lot of low health bars, never mind. He goes in. He's able to pick up Lootby. So that's 1 kill. But now Onic, they know this. They're going to put pressure on the mid. And out they go. Finn's gone. They're going to be looking for more. BTR it back, but now it's KIERRA to get a kill. Man, Onic looking for more, but they got to keep Kyrie alive. This is the most action we've seen under 3 minutes in a while, man. That's for sure. I think the entire game's the future.
Yeah, and that's 6 kills in what, 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
Yeah.
A quick activation of KIERRA as well. I really like how Onic is doing it, because now they're calling KIERRA into the fights very early on, and he gets a kill. So never mind the fact that Claude versus Harith is more of a farming battle in that gold lane, that the only time that you actually will die in that lane is if you really mess up, or if there's an external effort from other players into that lane. But having KIERRA in the middle is really good. Can they take out Sans? Yes, you can.
I thought they'd have enough shielding there from Keyboy, but Sans goes down anyway. So both junglers are having a hell of a start here, Wolf. You know, 3-1 on Nile, 3-0 on Kyrie. This is going to be the assassin showdown that we want to see.
Yeah. And we're going to be waiting for that to happen for Nile with 3-1 right now. But it seems like it's all about the targeting. The first time that they used this Hayabusa, it wasn't as impactful because the targeting wasn't that good. But if you see like Sans, for example, getting picked off in the middle, the timing was perfect for BTR. They are looking at the Hayabusa that's rare, that can be activatable. Because apart from the healing coming out from the Matilda, there's not much that they can do against this Hayabusa.
Oh man, KIERRA. I mean, the shadow kill's already used up, so going to be able to find KIERRA here, but Niall building up very quickly. This is very different from the Hayabusa game we saw him play against Pro Esports in the first game, where they actually lost that one. Right now, he's hit that kind of potential to just snowball, but opposing him is the Kyrie snowball. So you got two snowballs going down a hill right now. Oh, they're going to be looking for Niall, and they shut him down. And it goes to Kyrie, of all people, who's already got the Sky Piercer.
Cool. They will resurrect him, but what a play coming out from Onic. As they now use their game sense to find where Niall will be. They secure a purple buff for themselves as well. They take it away from Niall, so that was costly death for the Hayabusa. Not have yeah, they're trying to invade as much as possible.
Kyrie has lived in his jungle.
Yep, for sure. And they're doing it again.
Oh, they're doing it again. They know his retribution's down, so they're going to take the buff. And you can see, man, Kyrie's got an XP lead. Oh, they're going to re-engage. Shadow Kill going to be used on Sans. He's still going to be okay with the shields, though. And now the rest of the team join it. Both gold laners going at it. Blaze and Do It was already used. They're going to go for collapsing down on Niall. They'll take up, but whoa, what a shot from the Maestro Moreno. This is what we were worried about. If you're opposed Novaria, they're going to go for more. Echo drops down. Keyboy trying to bob and weave. He has to burn the flicker, and he should be able to survive. He's got some shields, but hold on. Moreno's going to line one up, and also the gold lane. Kyrie's looking for Emon. Emon goes in, breaking the ankles, but Kyrie goes in to get another stack.
Oh, Kyrie is back 5-0-2. Game 1 was more of a warm-up game for him, so it seems that this time is actually showing his prowess as the assassin. Trying to outplay a lot of people out there in the bottom lane, eventually getting 2 kills for himself, 5-0-2. I would assume 3 or 4 stacks from the Sky Piercer. Going to be a really good start now for this HIFROST coming out from Onic. Now, they are just leading by 1,000 though, because BTR, with all due fairness, they are retaliating. And the kill onto KIERRA coming out from the Maestro is good. So, Onic cannot celebrate that yet, this game just yet, especially because BTR are showing their teeth now. They're showing that they can actually fight into this neutral objective.
Seems like they want to continue to fight here. Half health, last turn of the game. Will this be a 3-for-3 for Onic? Moreno lining things with Astro Echoes being used here. They're going to go for it. It goes to Kyrie, able to secure it. Shadow Kill going to be used. Into the Zaman Force they go. Now Luffy looking for an opening here too, but KIERRA is able to take out the gold laner, Emon from BTR. They're going to be going for Shogun too, as Sans picks one up for himself. Finn's going to burn the flicker, and Onic, they're going to be happy with that little sidestep too here. Potentially a re-engage. They just back off. Sounds very low. Thread in the needle. Moreno going for the shot, but just not enough distance on there. And they'll take the tier 1 after the fight. Oh, KIERRA.
Over the dance. Win! 2 quick kills for KIERRA. That's not a double, but he did take out Emon before that, which is be so good for Onic. They are now gaining ground. 7 minutes and 40 seconds in. They lead by 3,000. They're feeding kills into KIERRA, and most importantly, onto Kyrie. And already, there's a big change when it comes to the non-verbal cues you're looking at for Onic. If you're looking at their camera, I mean, everybody's so happier. It's lighter now. The ambience around the Onic side of the stage. And BTR, can they actually mount a comeback here? It's the War Access was the Hunter Strike only for Niall at this point.
Ooh, okay. This is still relatively close, it seems, based on the team fights. Now there's a gold lead for Onic right now. You're going to be taking the purple buff, though. They continue to put pressure towards Niall. And now Kyrie, level 13. I know Niall's almost a level 11, but still, you're seeing, you know, this pressure on his buff, the pressures on his green camps. Onic is able to go ahead and take what they can. Saul, you know, they only have they only have 2 turrets down. They're eventually going to get 3 here as KIERRA knocks the top one off. But it looks like BTR wants to go ahead and open up the map a little bit themselves too before the Lord comes up. But they don't just get that turret just in time now. Oh, could this potentially be bad? Good coverage from Moreno though.
Be setting up for this Lord this time, and the long lane has been pushed heavily in favor of Onic. There are 5 members of Onic around here. They're going to be waiting for the Novaria ultimate. So there's a lot of stuff that's not going in favor of BTR right now. So it seems like Onic are just going to take this Lord away from them.
Yeah, this is a Lord that they control the domain over. They'll go ahead and grab themselves the Lord. Now Onic can start to look to take down tier 2 turrets. I'm not sure if they're going to get to the base ones just yet based off the way that BTR has been fighting. They can try to maintain what they can. Again, Emon might have to go ahead and utilize Blazing Do It here, but they're pretty good. And he's going to go ahead and push that top one up top, potentially deal with the Lord too. Actually, he's going to go back to base as tier 2 bottom side will be taken by Onic. So now BTR on the defense. Nile, oh no, he's going to get stopped from recalling. He's going to be able to escape this, but Kyrie is going to chase him down. Oh, he goes back. Let's go. He's going to go into the jungle, and now they're going to hunt him down. Niall's going to have some fancy footwork for this.
Oh, no.
He gains some space, but oh, Keyboy's going to chase him down. Anyway, utilizing the flicker, and he goes back to the shadow, but Niall's got nowhere to go after this. He's been hunted down. Let's see if he can take out some minions. He's going to buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team until he's eventually taken out by Kyrie, and that's another stack for Kyrie.
Yeah. With all due fairness, Niall actually showed some really good moves out there, using his quad shadow to eventually disjoint the circling eagle. But enough time for BTR to gather themselves and defend top, especially because there is no Onic. There's not much Onic heroes that to force this issue out, but no, they will still go for this Onic.
Oh, Loopy falls. Shogun could be next here. They're going for Shogun only driving will be able to maintain that hold shield. The shot I still, I think that again as that first lane and in tier 2 down, actually take out some shields, but they don't get all of them. So I'd still say Bigatron by Vitality admits it all. I know they're 5,000 gold behind, but they're still holding on. What they're gonna start playing into is now Emon's power spike. That's one of the main things. He's got the Purify. So part of what Onic wants to do is get that, pop that Purify, make something happen here. But even Niall's got to look for that window, right? That opening to go ahead and use that shadow kill to either follow through after the damage of the Blaze and do it maybe, or maybe vice versa on how they want to approach that. But let's see if BTR can still fight into this. They still have 30 seconds before that Lord comes up.
Yeah. I mean, using the ultimate again, they got to find 2, and the spoke is very ambitious. You can see the progress. Okay, the defense coming up from Onic.
Shogun just standing there menacingly, saying, you guys got to go through me, basically. A lot of ultimates being expended, but now attention toward this buff to try to take it away. Kyrie will be able to do that. So this is all part of the plan, I feel like, for Onic.
Yeah. Especially if they're forcing the Astral Echo out, right? So it will now be available, fortunately. Well, I guess Moreno knows exactly what the cooldown is, and he timed it for the alert to be up. So now they're ready. Hayabusa is going to be split pushing top for a little bit of defense on the long push, but Onic feels like they can burst.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and fight for this Lord. It looks like they want to go. BTR in space. Loopy quite low. He's going to guiding win on out. Now Niall jumping in with a shadow kill. They're looking for a kill. He's able to go ahead and proc the stack, taking out Loopy. Winter Crown going to be used by KIERRA. Be next, and he goes down too. And now Onic falling apart in the Lord fight again as Keyboy and Kyrie are trying to run away, but what a shot again from the Maestro, man. They have to get rid of this Novaria because that's going to be a Lord going to BTR.
Unbelievable coming out from BTR. Again, winning out of nowhere. They were down by so much. They've erased the lead by Onic. They're now pushing. They're about to take the lead for themselves because only Kyrie is left. And with the Rafaela, it means that longer team fights means that you will be top. It's going to be a difficult defense now for Onic. And even if you eliminate one, the resurrection will be there. So Vitality, they are just taking everything away from Onic right now.
So quick to turn that around, Wolf. Again, playing on the back foot. They dealt with the First Lord pushing it in their base, and then all of a sudden, Bigatron by Vitality now has control in this game. They took out one of the base turrets of Onic. It's their turn to go ahead and take some green camps and resources from them. And they still have this Lord making its way down bot, looking to go in, crash into this bottom base turret while the wave up top works on the tier 2. They're going to force a fight anyway. Shadow Kill going to be used to get them low enough to get them to back off the turret as the turret falls. Now Onic, they got to deal with this Lord. Half health on it. Wave's going to go ahead and push up top. Can they get more? Sans has to be careful. Half health. These procs and these star shatters are so deadly if you're Onic. Right now, BTR potentially make another go on that last base turret, lining it up with the Astral Echo. They're going to throw it down. Again, a Shadow Kill going to be used. They have to get enough space. Keyboy in trouble. Loopy going to go use the Daytona's welcome. Moreno's going to bring him low, and it's Loopy that falls. But they have to disengage. A BTR is happy with the base turrets down. AOKI jumping in. Holy Baptism going to be used, but he's able to avoid it. And now it's just 4-5 full force for BTR. They've got a cannon minion and another wave pushing up top. They might want to end it here to get to a 2-0 lead right now in the series. But the waves are going to be cleared out as Onic stays in it. XIERRA dropping down the Zaman Force. They get a nice stun out with the circling eagle, but XIERRA is gone. He's blasted down. Moreno lines up a shot on Sans. He'll back up, but they're still going. Kyrie gets shut down in this mid-wave. Should be enough. Loopy, he's got no stacks here. They're going to go for it anyway. An Echo drop down. A double on the man. And they're going to work on the Crystal to take game 2.
The masters of the poke strategy, and with this sustain coming out from the Rafael, and a lot of good stuff that you see from Nael as well as Moreno. And Eman eventually in the end, Bigatron by Vitality are able to take game number 2. We're going to be discussing how the sustain coming out from BTR was able to outgun Onic in a snap of a finger. One Lord fight was all it took. That will be after this break. We'll see you guys after this.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманшындердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we're back here after a devastating loss once again from Team Onic. What a surprise, guys. Onic, if you guys hear me, wake up. Wake up.
I have no idea what's happening right now, because this is unlike anything that we have seen until this point for Onic, right?
It's the first time they lost to Bigatron by Vitality. This is the second time now they're losing actual BO3, let's put it that way, to the Bigatron Vitality. I mean, guys, they won 2 games against Team Aurora yesterday, right? With a pick of Novaria. The hero has been, be real, it's not the most pickable hero at this tournament, but I mean, you guys are giving them, all right, maybe you guys have plan and you guys are giving them the first game. Now you guys are risking it, and now you guys are losing to Novaria. Now it feels super bad to you guys. I mean, you guys are in a verge of elimination here. I mean, you guys are verge to get the second place if all you guys won. I mean, you guys need to step up. We'll be talking about this more. Let me appreciate one more thing. It's a Freedom. Freedom, thank you very much for sponsoring this event, and we can see how Bigatron is actually winning the Onic here because of you guys. I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much, Freedom, for making this event and everything possible. Moving forward, now 2-0. Like, you guys are not banning. Like, you saw how Aurora lost to them when they were doing 1-0. Now they're 2-1. Aurora lost to them. All right. The first game you guys are giving Novaria. Okay, they lose. You guys lose. Second game is the same thing. I mean,
they are racing ahead, right? I mean, Bigatron's on a roll so far. I mean, we are yet to see. By any chance, if the next map goes to Bigatron again, I mean, we are done. We are pretty much done with the grand finals. We don't know yet. But great performance, I would say, by Moreno with Novaria. And, of course, Nanel also had put up some great fight right there. We got the highlights up on the screen. As you can see, this was a tough fight for both of them. But I don't know what went wrong with Onic. Just as the last one, I mean, the first blood went to Kyrie again at this time, and starting with a double kill, to be honest. And then I think it went pretty much head to head when the game went on. It was like they were catching up on each other as the game went on. But we are seeing the early games, as they said, it's 2-2, and at some point, I mean, Onic had a lead of 5 goals, but that didn't help at the end, right?
Yeah. Also, I'd like to shout out for Shogun for playing a phenomenal game on Uranus. It's been clearly like really good play from for the whole team of the Bigatron by Vitality here. I mean, we saw the team fights were even all the time, and you couldn't tell exactly who's winning, who's not. It's been always close back and forth game. I'll give a respect to Onic. They've been playing phenomenal as well. I mean, just to be fair, it's like 2 games in a row we see very tight games, but the end who's winning is Team Vitality. You guys are taking one bad fight and then it takes your towers down, your turrets down.
Yeah.
Completely, it just aberrates your all the turrets are down, and it's just so hard to do anything when when all your buildings are getting exposed within milliseconds.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every time Onic, as you can see on the highlights, every time Onic grabs a kill, Bigatron has been chasing them down, and at this point, around 15 minutes there you go. I mean, Bigatron actually crossed the kill points right there, and of course the load strain helped as well. But there we go. I mean, as you can see now, 15 minutes, they did not have any turrets at all. No outer turrets, no base turrets. Everything's gone at this point.
There's nothing. There's just naked throne, and it's been being harassed right now by the team of Bigatron Vitality. I mean, the guys look humble. They look at their face. They're very serious and stuff. And now, I mean, team of Onic as well.
So we have the stats up on the screen now. 17 kills against 12 kills. I mean, we had some in the middle around 5k lead as for the gold for Onic, but that didn't help at the end. And as you can see, where is Moreno? There he is. 2-1, 12 assists, man. Like crazy
12 assists. And just like, look at the Finn. He has a 17 assists. The Mame has participated in all team kills. And whereas in Kyrie, on the other hand, 6 kills, 1 death, and 4 assists there. I mean, what an awesome performance from Kyrie, but you can't really fight. What I wanted to say in the first game, game 1, when you were mentioning about the Kyrie. I mean, we say you can't fight. You're a lion, but the lion can't fight 5 people at once. When you can't simply, because we're playing a team game. This is a team matter, and for you guys to do well, you need to trust your team, and you can't play only for one hero, and you have to have a good strategy for momos. And for that, we'll help you guys watching our all games at phygitalplus.com. There you can watch all the strategical games and make sure you get your strategies up just like us do. And thank you very much. Make sure to watch all the games, all the disciplines throughout the link down below. Moving forward, I mean, I didn't expect Onic to be at 2-0, 0-2, and one step close to lose the finals.
There we go. We got the stats of Kyrie against Nanail right there, map 2. Yeah. And what are we looking at? I mean, the kill. I mean, it was interesting to see the last we had kill participation almost like 50-51.
Yeah.
I mean, that was interesting to see because it was not too polarizing as the previous games. Now we are seeing more of towards the 83-71. I mean, it's coming up. But I mean, Kyrie did his best. I mean, we can't say he sticked with HIFROST for this one again.
He did well.
Yeah. I mean, Nanail, good performance as well, and the MVP, we are yet to find out who's going to be the MVP. It's going to be interesting to see. I have a huge feeling it's coming back again with Marino.
Yeah, it could be Marino, it could be the other guy with 100% the kill participating, his teammate. I mean, I would like to pinpoint on Kyrie, honestly, because Kyrie into Nanail, don't get me wrong, Nanail is a fantastic player, but Kyrie is playing from the losing opponent. He has one left and he's making this all kills and all assists there, and in comparison we see he did more damage than the previous guy and all the damage here. That's what we're saying, Finn. 17 assists, what an absolute chat, what an absolute goat here. 100% kill participation. I reckon any 100%.
We haven't seen any, right?
We haven't seen. I don't remember we've seen 100% kill participation. Finn, what a chat, what an absolute legend. That's why you actually won the game, because you were playing amazing, and keep working like that, keep working like this, and maybe you get the champions right now. We'll get to see. I mean, you're one step close for getting a new champion.
Exactly. I mean, the next game is going to decide if you're going to even have more maps after that one, because if by any chance Bigatron actually managed to win the next one, I mean, that ends there. The whole Mlbb championship ends there, and Onic is not going to be taking the trophy away. So we still have to find out what happens, but just before that, I mean, let's give you a huge shout out for the fans, but let's watch a video of yourself. Let's take a look.
The atmosphere of the Phygital Games of the Future 2026 in Astana is not only about high-tech competitions, professional athletes, their feelings and emotions. It is also about many small parts which make sport what it is. Entertainment, bringing people together and sharing joy and sorrow with each other. The fans create a delicate ecosystem in which the strength of the athletes amplifies tenfold. And this is why we find it so important to ask, what makes our fans the way they are? Let's welcome the crowd of the Games of the Future. What do you think about the Games of the Future 2026?
So first time at Phygital Games, first time in Kazakhstan. Unbelievable. I didn't even know things like this existed, so I've been blown away. Very different.
The Games of the Future is the best opportunity to Kazakhstan and especially Astana to promote our city, our country to other people who travel for this event.
I think that the Games of the Future is it's a really nice opportunity to join the video games and the physical activity. So I think this could be the great opportunity to show to the young people how we can do activity also that we play video games. So I think I'm physiotherapist. I take care of professional e-sport player, and the physical is we need. So I think that is the perfect mix, the perfect match for the future of the video game.
Nice to hear that. What games have you already visited, and which ones did you like the most?
The Phygital shooting, the soccer, the football, and the third one will be, and dancing, and this will be my fourth one, the MMA. So far, favorites, I think shooting and football.
I've been only in 2 games. It's football and MMA. And I love football, and it's very interesting format of football where only it's like mini football. And MMA, I didn't see a lot, so we will see how it will be.
Here with the physical Spain, again with Spain, we came with the basketball, football, soccer, and Counter-Strike. But normally I have been working for football, also for basketball. But it's true that in the last few years I'm training me as a person in MMA. So I think that you can do all the video game, but it's true that for a long time I prefer FIFA. So I have been playing football for a long time. So I think we are all addicted to FIFA, but sometimes we play with the other people in Counter, Valorant, or LOL.
Wow. Tell us, do you like the digital part or the physical part more?
Physical, because it's more interactive. I don't really know what's going on the digital. I get confused, so physical for sure.
For me, digital is for the first time. It's interesting, but physical will be always more interesting, I think.
Yeah, it's what I told you. I always play in video games, so I love video games. But it's also when you are in digital games, you need to do both. So I think that's the opportunity to do. I love physical. When you train, you feel good, but also I love video game because when you win, you feel also good. So I think I'm trying to introduce that kind of specialty in all the school for young people, inactivity people. So I think I prefer.
Nice! Can you share who you root for in the finals?
It's my first day. I saw only NSC football team. I don't know how it's called exactly, and I very like them. I think they went from South America, and the way they celebrated their win, it's very interesting. They're like very united players.
Between Argentina and Mexico, we are Hispanic spoken, so I prefer Mexico. I love that country, and I hope I encourage you to win in the digital soccer final. Let's go.
Finally, what do you think about perspectives of the games of the future?
I think it's going to grow a lot, and hopefully we can bring it back to South Africa as well. It'll be good. Yeah, I definitely think it's going to grow.
Yeah, I think the perspectives are good because now digital games are very popular among young people. So I think it will be very interesting in the future.
Yeah, I told before now, we were talking about that. I think the perspective we must to know more about this specialty, to introduce in the school, in different countries, with population that they don't do a lot of sport. I think that is, if you play video games, it's cool to introduce to the physical. And you do physical. Normally, all the people, all my professional players, they play video games in the free day, on the day, and the rest of the day that they are not training physical.
Thank you so much, everyone, for answering all of our questions. We wish all of you to have fun watching the tournament and the teams you cheer for.
And that was a huge shout out to every fan, everyone who's watching. I mean, this wouldn't be as successful as this is now without all the audience, all the guests that's been coming to the arenas, and of course watching on the broadcast also. Huge shout out to you guys. But again, I mean, 2-0 at the moment. One more game coming up up next. But let's take a look at the draft, which been for the last map. I mean, Shogun grabbed Uranus. I mean, Uranus was with LITE in the first map, and then Shogun just went ahead and grabbed Uranus first off. Moreno stayed with Saweria, which we played out, and Kyrie stayed with HIFROST as well. I mean, is better. And I think this 2 minutes 30 seconds. That was very chaotic how they started, like double kills, and it was more or 3 kills within 2 minutes or 2 minutes 30 seconds. Great start to the game, but again, I mean, as it went down later, it was going to change. But let's give a big shout out to the Center Credit. Make sure you download the app. You can, with the QR code up on the screen, scan it, because managing finances is going to be tough without Center Credit. So make sure you check that out. Manage your finances easily with the Center Credit online banking app. Check that out with the QR code. Thank you for Center Credit for being one of the partners. And then as we went, as I said, the initial start for the last map was a bit chaotic. I really thought that's going to go ahead towards the end as well. I mean, that was around 2-1, a double kill for Kyrie, and of course, I believe the Bigatron got 1 kill as well. But that was very good start, to be honest, for the game itself. And then there is one pattern we saw in both the maps, is that around 30 minutes for the last map, there was only Kyrie left when Bigatron actually took down the other players from Onic. And the same thing happened in the as well, where there was a point where I think around 10th minute when Bigatron actually took down all the players from Onic and Kyrie was only left. But good job with Kyrie for this one, because at that there was only Kyrie left and waited for others to re-emerge. But they made an attempt, but they backed up, but then came up again. 14th minute, we had 11-11, 2 equal kills at a tie. And then after that, I believe, Bigatron had a more control on the map, plus Bigatron had the load as well. After that, I think around 15th minute, all the base turrets were down off Onic. I mean, at that point, there was no return, I believe.
Yeah, definitely is. Thank you very much, Heidi, for mentioning everything about us. I'm thrilled to see what's going to happen on game 3, just the same as you guys. We're gonna give our words to our beautiful casters, Niso and Wolf. Please take it away, guys, and let's enjoy our game number.
Thanks so much, Heidi, as well. As Ilya says, we are indeed heading into a game number 3. There is a massive there that this could be a 3-0. And it's not to say that Onic is not showing anything, showing to us that they are worthy of this grand final. They did start 2 games with 3,000 gold leads apiece. And I think that it's just BTR finding better Lord fights. And it seems like BTR is showing us, okay, this is not a snowball meta anymore. What this meta is good team fighting, good sustain, and a lot of pokes with the Navaria. Nice. Do you think that game number 3 is a game that finally Onic gets a victory with?
Hey, you know what? If that's going to be the case, Wolf, it starts with banning Navaria, at least taking it away from Moreno, which they do. They do ban it out, which is good. I think all the Onic fans around were like, come on, just ban the Navaria. Well, they banned the Navaria, okay? But this could open too. This might mean we might see Moreno just pick up a Selena. That might be one of the cases, because so far, it just feels like there's something about Bigatron that is just, I don't know if they're just a kryptonite towards Onic or what, because you know what, if Kelra's the god in the gold lane, Emon's freaking Batman, man. I don't know, because like what is happening in the gold lane? It seems like there are times when Kelra is winning the lane and he's able to go ahead and do things, but Emon just seems to play better as a team. It seems like the other teammates of Emon is just the utility belt, you know, and then all of a sudden he pops off. And that's something that I've been noticing here more that we watch Bigatron by Vitality play throughout this Games of the Future, is the way that they move around the map together, but also the team fights. Like, I always look at the team fights as sort of this kind of choreography, and if you really look at what Bigatron by Vitality does, they're so good at that. Shogun is just that guy to be up front. You know, obviously he has to do that, especially with him usually picking up the Uranus. But then Finn, too, the way Finn moves and allows that space to be provided. Think about it. Niall's jungle destroyed half the time by Onic, you know, but still somehow he makes this hero, the Hayabusa, who barely gets picked by anyone. He made it work, you know, and that it takes the entire team to either follow through after your ultimate is used, that shadow kill, or for you to be able to capitalize on it when he has, you know, he's building those Skypiercer stacks. So it's just like, it's one of those things where Bigatron by Vitality is just doing more as a team. You know, is Marcel the answer to change things, hopefully, and not have a grand final be a sweep? Maybe so.
Yeah. it's a good step because it's also being banned out many times. But that opens up still the Uranus as well as the bats. I feel like if you are BTR, you want to pick up the bats still scenario. But in case they do have the Uranus as a substitute for it, so they do pick it up and they pair it up with the Matilda. Almost an impenetrable combo as we saw in game number 2. And there is some semblance of that in game number 1 where it was Onic then that actually used that hero. Use that combo, Rafaela, with Uranus. But overall, we already know that this is such a good combination all throughout that you can really just plug and play any kind of jungler in here. Maybe you can get the Nolan eventually, or as we saw earlier, it was the Hayabusa, because there's so much that the Matilda as well as the Uranus is able to achieve. Especially up against someone like a Marcel, who is not a burst type of hero. In fact, this is not a hero that also facilitates for a burst, right? You really trickle heroes down with the Marcel. So they do pick bats, and this time there's the burst that you're looking for. There's the immediate takedown. And with the Brody, the torn apart memory, it seems like this is the answer. Because even when you win through it, once you have the stacks, the torn apart memory will actually be able to take you down.
Yeah, hopefully this is the pieces to the puzzle that Onic needs, because it would be insane to me, I think, and to a lot of people watching, if this is actually just going to end up in a sweep by Bigatron, by Vitality. Because yeah, we saw the results, right, when they met back, their own regional professional league. We've seen them kind of go head to head multiple times, but it's just like, there's got to be something here. Like, what is it about Bigatron that's just throwing Onic off what most people are used to watching them be capable of doing? And these first 3 picks, as you had highlighted already, Wolf, are great. But then, I mean, look at the answer right now by Bigatron. It's still the same thing. Brother, Shogun, I'm surprised he's not tired of playing Uranus. Uranus is not the funnest hero to play, you know? But
what do you mean?
I know you like to play the Uranus, right? This is just
that's right.
And even our good friend Wilmy was playing him earlier, and he was saying, you know, it's a boring hero, but man, does it get the job done, right? And I guess that's how it is. But then also, this is why the Matilda is so great, because you can just let Shogun do his thing, and then you have Finn roaming around, taking care of everybody, providing, you know, utility and speed and shields and everything else. And this is why Emon relies on everybody else. I mean, look who he's playing. He's playing carry. You can't. You literally cannot solo carry as carry, as crazy as that sounds, right? But you need the rest of the team, and that's why they build around that potential. Whereas then, again, Moreno is like a playmaker on heroes you're not expecting, and Nile can hold his own, you know? So it's just like, that seems to be what the magic sauce here is for Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah, and the reason why I would agree with that is because the carry is good versus most of the heroes here for Onic, especially against this Parrots, and its true damage also is appreciated up against the Marcel, who relies on the sustain and resistances. And if you have the Matilda with you, now you're almost impossible to beat. Now even the Brody is a problem, and you also have this Uranus to aid you when it comes to like peeling and everything. So BTR have mastered this kind of gameplay. If you're Onic, you want to be able to take out the hero of Vitality as fast as possible. So you're going to be drafting a hero for Kyrie that deals on burst as well. That's why the Nolan as well as the Hardy was banned out, because if you're looking at Onic, these are the heroes that will probably complement their composition and will be a problem for the Matilda. If the Matilda lineup is bursted down easily, then the Matilda is almost useless. You gotta find a way for you to be able to sustain your teammates.
Yeah. You know, again, there's a lot of Onic fans out there. Kyrie, Kelra on screen here, Onic in the back. It's just, people are saying it's going to be a reverse sweep maybe. Well, it starts here. These next 2 picks that are eventually going to come through after the red 4 pick for Bigatron will tell us the potential of Onic making that happen, at least taking one step in that direction. I do like what they already have. I mean, you know, this is already a very strong foundation, but whoa, talk about another curveball in our current meta, a Sicilian. Now, I know we've even seen the Carmilla, right? Carmilla has showed up a time or two. Well, now it's Sicilian. You take away my range heroes.
Yeah.
I still got another one.
There was actually a time where it was Carmilla and Sicilian together. It was Rune Eaters actually deployed it. Weren't able to win with it. But you're right. This is a Moreno special. And the idea here is to make sure that you take out the Marcel as fast as possible, as well as the Brody or threat to the Brody. And most importantly, you trickle down the Barretts with all of your slows. And you're going to be a threat in that. Onic are playing this game so weirdly. And weird, I say, because in Game 2, they used what BTR played with. And now, game number 3, are picking up the Hayabusa, which was freshly picked up by Nael. So this kind of tells us that they might be behind, where BTR is dictating the tempo of this game, of this series, in fact, when it comes to drafting. Especially now that they picked up this Sicilian. I wonder what they close it out with. They're going to be looking for Winkler. What if they are the ones to pick up the bomb?
Oh, man.
I think
imagine if they go bomb and they take one. Okay. Oh, they're doing the... Okay, they're just having fun with it, right? I mean, Bigatron by Vitality up 2-0. It's match point. They're doing the combo,
What is the jungle?
man.
What is the jungle?
It's Carmilla. It's Carmilla.
Carmilla jungle. All right.
Yeah. It's the Carmilla jungle. We saw an MST. We even saw this in MST.
Right. You're right.
Carmilla jungle with the Sicilian. Are we... Don't tell me they're gonna... I mean, is there some crazy stuff that they can do with the interactions, you know, and this is just... It's gonna feel a little weird, but I think it's also gonna put a statement out there if this ends up being a win for Bigatron. How are you feeling about it, Wolf?
Okay, so I always like pocket picks. I wanted this Carmilla Sicilian to be successful actually so many times before. So yeah, I like it. I think that this game with the Mathilda, there's a lot to sustain. Again, they will try to out-sustain Onic. What they're gonna do here is to poke Onic continuously, force some ultimates, then try to survive with some iframes out there, which will be available for their Carmilla as well as their Sicilian. So yeah, this lineup rules, and I feel like it's not easy to pull off because it's so late game centric and it's so item dependent. But BTR have shown us in games 1 and 2 that they can make things like this work.
Well, we're gonna find out if this is gonna work or not. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's game 3 here, potentially the last one. Games of the Future 2026. Bigatron by Vitality is at match point against last year's champions, Onic. Will they be able to go ahead and get it in a sweep with this lineup, or will Onic take one game and extend this series? We'll find out here. A lot, again, I think has to rely on the potential to make this work. Here's one thing though, Wolf. You can't let this get to the late game, man.
Yes,
because otherwise, like we've seen before, Sicilian is just going to be stacked up, and it's not going to be a fun time if you're Onic.
No. So how do they deal with that? They're going to be using this Marcel to be aggressive. Maybe the third turtle is super important here for Onic. That's why I feel like that also coincides with the fact that the Hayabusa will now get the important items. So it has to reach critical mass. And of course the Brody. You got to be very intentful with your Brody when you draft it. That means that you have to activate it properly. And we will see how KIERRA will play with this hero. To be fair, they will have to go through a lot of sustain coming out from BTR. But if they do get the burst, the initial burst, which they are very scary with, they can actually stop what BTR wants to do.
Oh, Shogun. Okay, he'll Guiding Wind on out, but the Shadow Kill is going to be enough to get that first blood in the hands here of Kyrie. Oh, the Sanguine Claws. And then they get trapped into it. Kyrie goes down. Good use of the claws there into the back. Impact. And now this turtle is up, but they'll just wait. They can go ahead and wait for Shogun to get back to this. Again, Broken Wall is going to keep that turtle there. There's a Feathered Airstrike coming down. Artillery, it's going to take out Nile now. Bigatron, do they just want to try to capitalize this on the turtle? They're going to go for it, and Sans will secure the turtle. But Moreno does fall, and now Bigatron trying to disengage from it.
Oh. And everything fails it's gonna be Sans to save it. Look at that wonderful play coming out from Sans. Using this Farsa, of course, with the feathered airstrike at the last moment so that they can take out the Carmilla. And good shot calling overall coming out from Onic. We don't know exactly who made that call to still fight even when Kyrie has been lost to them, as LUTP will be able to take a kill down the bottom with the aid of his teammate out there. So again, Onic starting real strong, just like in previous 2 games.
Okay, now they have to maintain the kind of lead that they've already built for themselves up to this point. We'll see if they're able to do that. I think this is just a call for a readjustment that everyone's kind of needed. It's not that they haven't really game in the past 2 games, it's just somehow it's slipped through, and now they put pressure on Emon. Feathered airstrike dropped down. Kelra is going to be able to get a couple shots off. He already used the torn apart memory, so Emon's going to survive. Are they going to rotate up there? You know, he's still dealing with pressure, but they want to go for this anyway. Golden hour used up. Niall's looking for his own steal. He's going to get trapped into this, but the fight's already going to break out, so Niall is still there. Shadow kill going to be used. He's going to take the bed. So Niall is gone, and now next is Finn. Sans, and they're looking for more, and Moreno will fall too, so Onic will find nearly everything they wanted.
Every single thing that they want. They can even take out their third energy shield Samir with Kelra being in there, so that's a lot of extra gold that you're given to your gold laner. Gets back and pushes it. Gets a kill afterwards. Eman then taken out. Sans is on a different planet right now. We always say that Sans has always been one of the best mid laners out there. He plays so well. Whenever he is on, man, he is really, really on.
Yeah, this game, Sans decided, you know what, guys, let me take this game in my hands, at least for now. But it's just been different because of the pace that they're able to set. You know, this is also Onyx Turtle go ahead and take. You got Kyrie swinging over there. Everybody is a big threat to Bigatron by Vitality right now in this game. And Keyboy, too, on the Marcel, which we usually see banned out. There's a reason why it was prioritized, picked up. He's able to go ahead and provide so much information and just be annoying. I mean, look at him right now, just staying in the jungle over of Bigatron by Vitality. And also, again, with this kind of unique pick, maybe this is one of those cases where they oh my goodness, Lootbeat. Yep, he took the purple. He got the purple. So it's one of those cases where they just it's another one on Emon.
Yeah. Sometimes there are just games where you are so ahead and you are incentivized by being so aggressive. Sometimes you're not, but this game definitely is a game that incentivizes aggression from Onic, as they are now controlling the map and they're taking so much away from BTR. However, it still is the early game, right? If there's anything that we've learned from the past 2 games that we've seen is that you're never going to be complacent if you're Onic. There could be a lot of angles for BTR to eventually come back from this game.
Yeah, this is, okay, Shogun, he just tried to do what he could. He knew that he was caught out. The rest of the team's fighting in the mid lane, though. There's just not enough damage. I mean, Loopy enough, able to take those bad impacts, and now jumping forward, Keyboy has to flicker, but there goes a kill to Emon. He's able to go ahead and trade, so it's the XP laner for the Roam. The kill that Bigatron by Vitality needed here, but they're still massively behind. Yes, we've seen this before, but not this much of a deficit in between both teams, and it's about 6,000 gold. So we'll see. Bigatron by Vitality needs to cover some grounds. BTR, though, they can try to push this tier 1 turret, but look who's around the corner. Kyrie's here. They know it. They've got to go ahead and get back, because Sans is also rotating up. They want to go ahead and fight this. Looking for a feathered airstrike. They're going to drop it down. Retribution used. Emon trapped by himself. Doesn't have Finn next to him, so he goes down. That's unfortunate.
No, unfortunate, but at the same time, Onic are now in a spot where they can control this turtle because of that. The push up top also, my comments as the Brody is there. As long as they see the Moreno Sicilian, they know that they can push. From the other side, of course.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, yep, 3 for 3 turtles go in the hands of Onic. Onic has ballooned the lead up a little bit further now, almost 8,000 gold. And it's this is why we were saying, you know, it's the case of you just don't want to allow this to get to the late game. There's still potential that it can, but I mean, in this case, for Onic, it would look really bad if somehow this game got away from them. Just because you don't take this kind of lead, face against this kind of composition, and let that happen. You know, there's just no way I can see that happening. This is one of those games, like you said, Wolf, where, you know, it might be one of those instances where it's just go again, you know, get us to the next one. Because right now it's just too much. And Onic, you know, they got to wait for the Lord to come up, and there's still a minute and a half, so they're just going to go try to get the shield down here. Feathered Airstrike being dropped down. They want to push this wave in, but they can't get the shield just yet.
It'll be settling with this one for now, as they're slowly trickling down the resources of BTR. If they are oppressive this Brody, I think they can easily take this game, and especially you cannot wait for when the Bat's impact coming up from Moreno is too much to handle and you're not able to push anymore. And you're gonna be put in a game where it's finding Moreno all the time.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in that spot for sure.
Yeah, they're going to put pressure here at Tier 1 and the base. Feathered Airstrike dropped down. Emon in trouble, has to get away again, but Sans will burn him on down, able to take one, and now Golden Hour are going to be dropped, trapped in it, but turret goes down first, and they go back to the fountain to heal up, and that's going to be the shield popping up finally here in the mid. They might be able to get the bottom, too, with 10 seconds still on the death timer of Emon. Rockets being thrown out here. Dragon Shogun back. Kelra is able to get a couple stacks here. Still tanky enough to go ahead and take that damage. Feathered Airstrike once again, but they hold on to the shield.
They hold on the jump. They want to try to go for an exchange here, BTR, but they can't. 5 seconds before the Lord has happened, so these are the games, these are the moments, specific moments that you have to look out for if you're on it, because these were the moments where you lost from the previous game.
Look at the jungle, man.
Yep, it's all on it.
The Carmilla is just, it wasn't it.
Yeah.
We've seen it before, but you're down 3,000 gold. And I think all he had was, what, Cursed Helm and another half item, basically, at this point. I mean, that is not where you want to be. I'm sure this one, once again, is probably, I don't think it's going to be an ending push here with this Lord, despite being up this much, but because they can still relatively clear out these waves. They can still hold on, but they might lose all the base turrets, especially since the shields were worked on, and Onyx got all these waves lined up. So they're going to start approaching the base here.
Yeah. The last time this happened, though, BTR were able to find something, so you got to be careful if you're Onyx.
Feathered Airstrike being thrown down. Golden Hour already used, too. They're going to clear out that Lord. It's nearly taken down this mid turret. They're going to jump in with the shadow kill. I thought Kyrie was going to use it. He actually holds on to it. So still, the Lord is cleared out. Now this bottom wave pushing forward. Bigatron, this is what we were talking about. This lineup allows them to do, to clear these waves. And this whole time, this is the thing. Moreno's getting stacks here. Once again, they got to press onto this turret. A Feathered Airstrike dropped down. They're holding on, though. Clear out the waves.
Okay. Not too bad at all. Not too shabby at all for BTR, but they do lose their mid lane turret, which is going to be annoying for them to deal with. And now there is going to be the purple buff take coming out from side of Onic. 90 seconds. That's another important milestone here for Onic that they have to really be careful about, because not only were these moments the turning points in the previous games, but also it is a point where you're going to see whether or not you can actually take out the Sicilian, because Sicilian eventually will be a problem. Right now it isn't, but eventually it will.
Daytona's welcome. You're going to go ahead and throw Shogun down really low. Can't escape, but now trapped in the golden hour. Finn circling Eagle. The rest of the team taking the shadow kill here too. They're trying to get back to the base, but Keyboy jumping forward. Moreno's still going to be able to survive because of the health. And now Finn in trouble. Kyrie will just go ahead and grab this one. It might take him a little bit longer, but Finn knows it. He's gone. And now the rest of the team of Onic in this base with a wave pushing in. They've got the full force. Kyrie might not even need to be here for this, but they're going to do what they can. BTR on the defense, trying to clear out the waves. Daytona's welcome. Going to be used. Winter Crown. There's the Feathered Airstrike. They take out Nile. Lootby's in trouble, though. He does fall as Shogun's able to get it. The Shadow Kill is already going to be used. Now they have to heal up, but they're looking for more. They have the stacks there, and they're going to go for Emon. They're going to lock down on the Crystal. They've got a wave, a cannon minion, but BTR will still be able to defend.
They hang on. They use the golden hour, I guess, to stop any kind of progression coming out from BTR, but I guess they just are aiming to get this Lord for themselves, which they will, freely, style. They have inflated their own lead by about 13,000 now. 13,000 gold, and there still is a chip on their because of whatever happened in games number 1 and 2. You cannot be complacent if you are Onic. But you have a titanic lead now, though, with 2 turrets also down in the middle. So there's a lot that they can work with. Naisu, would you feel like there is still an angle where BTR eventually wins in this game?
Oh man, that's so. I feel like that answer lies on if Moreno can stay alive, and even for Emon, you know, on this carry, he's kind of had a really tough game, honestly. Moreno's going to go ahead and try to clear this wave. Shogun will go ahead and tank this up, but this is an opening for Onic to go ahead and take. Consecration's already going to be popped too. They displace him a bit. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down, and Moreno still going to be alive. He takes a couple shots from KIERRA, but they're going to clear out the Lord, and now Shogun falls. The front line is gone. Emon doing what he can, guiding wins on out, but they clear out the wave again. And now BTR, they got to clear out this Canyon Minion and the wave in mid, but Onic eyeing the base. They're still here. They want to go for it. They're going to go in, just a last-ditch effort, trying to stay in as Finn is gone, and now it's too long for Shogun to be up, so a Feathered Airstrike's dropped down. Emon is working on what he can, but the Crystal's going to go to Onic anyway. Finally, Onic makes it a series.
And with the amount of lead, about 13,000 and even more afterwards, they use it as a battering ram to push their way and force their way into game number 4. The series is not over yet. Another good start for Onic this game. However, this time BTR were not able to resuscitate themselves. Unfortunately, this Sicilian with the Carmilla is still not working, at least for games of the future. That is game number. This time, KIERRA quickly gets out of their booth, as it seems like Onic have found their way again back to this series. More of that after this break.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax, as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with a premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
And we're back here in the panel's desk. Thank you very much, Naiso and Wolf, for your commentating. As you guys were saying earlier, finally they have found their keys, right? The Onic?
Yes.
Yeah, the Onic, they came back now, finally banning the hero called Novaria and making it win for themselves and make it easy for themselves. I mean, this is a champion title after all, and they're here to defend the title, so therefore they actually won their game. That was a clean game, let's be real, and outstanding performance from Sanji. Personally, the way how he played Farsa was incredible.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think the first thing that they did was, I mean, the first plan was just banning Novaria. I mean, as soon as they get in, ban Novaria, because, and also that, I think that kind of paid off. I mean, we cannot completely negate it to that fact, but I mean, good performance by Onic. Great. I mean, they had the map for themselves, I think, overall. for making all these fun and all these competitions happen. Let's give a big shout out to Freedom for being the general partner, bringing and making Mlbb happen here in the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. Well, we are all excited to see what's going to unfold. I mean, I really wanted personally to for Onic to win this one, because that's the only way we can have more maps going forward and get the thrill going, right?
I mean, if they're gonna ban Novari again, then they'll have they'll increase their chances. Let's put it that way, for the victory. I mean, this time it's different because Novari is out now. There's not a hero for Morino to do this so well, just like they were doing with Novaria. But nonetheless, let's take a look at the highlights here at the game number 3. We saw how the team here, the Sanzi gets his first kill, and from this moment he's been just clearly unstoppable. I mean, followed by with another assist kill, making a good game for Loopy as well. I mean, they got the Barrett as well. They were doing phenomenal, and then Kyrie again on his signature hero as well, doing an outstanding performances here. We see people are killing after killing. There's a minute 10. We see already 12 kills at our scoreboard, and it's making on 13 now. Just incredible overall performances. And on like I said, Sanji just did an amazing, outstanding performance here on his hero Farsa. And we'll be seeing if the Farsa is going to be picked again. I personally, if I were Onic, I would just do the same. So the same strategy, banning Novaria out, picking a Farsa if possible, making sure Sanzi gets his hero, getting a Barras as soon as possible, and making sure that we can just have the same strategy on the game number 3 for Onic. However, for Bigatron by Vitality, I mean, you guys are just one step close to get a championship. And now you guys should understand, okay, Navaria is out, there's not gonna be a free win with Navaria once again. I mean, that was not 3 wins, but still, like, now you guys are playing with a different type of Onic, right? Without Navaria, so I'm pretty sure the team has to adjust on the heroes, and they should do very well. And we can see the scoreboard here, 18-4. That's a big stomp, I would say, from the team of Onic.
Great comeback by Onic right there with his stats up on the screen. Morino, I mean, he did good, I would say. But Kyrie going with Hayabusa was really good. I mean, he took down I believe the first turtle, second turtle, and even a Lord or more than one. Great performance by Kyrie as well. And Sans, of course, on the mid lane, he smashed it with the Farsa. I think he's gonna come back with that again. We're looking for the next one for sure. Great performance by both the teams, but Onic actually had this game. Sans, if you look at that, 7 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. And Kyrie 6 kills, 1 death, and 5 assists. Both of them, I mean, the whole team played really well. Let's face that.
Yeah. Everything was smooth. It looked that they had the strategy on their mind. Now it was a clear strategical move.
Yeah.
And I would like to also point out the Keyboy with 10 assists there, always on. He has no kills, 2 deaths, but 10 assists, always there, making sure his teammate Course getting those important kills. As you guys should be watching our beautiful Phygital games at phygital-plus.com, making sure you get to see all the insides, outsides, everything over there. Also, you guys can watch our VODs there. So if you missed your broadcast, no need to worry. You can also rewatch it over there.
Of course, I mean, even from the first 3rd minute, Onic really had the lead, and everyone was hoping they keep the lead and not get Bigatron flip the other way around. But by 3rd minute, I think 3 minutes 20 seconds, they had a 4-kill lead with a 2k gold deal. I mean, towards when it went to the end, they almost had around 13k gold advantage for Onic towards the end. That's a huge advantage. And at that point, I believe Bigatron didn't really have any turrets left for them. Right. Here we have the stats for Morino and Sans. How do you think?
I feel Morino has been unstoppable in 2 games in a row on his favorite signature here, Novaria. And I would like to point out Sanji. I mean, 13 KDA into 1.33 KDA from the players of BDR Morino. Gold advantage is there, hero advantage is there. It's double damage on there, even if not almost triple. And hero damage, I mean, Morino took a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I mean, he of course he's been losing, but the kill participation, he's been always in the full kill participation there from Morino himself. But unfortunately that's not enough when you have 4 kills totally for your team and when you're getting stomped by 18 kills from the team of Onic.
Yes, of course, and we are yet to find out who's going to be the MVP. But before that, just to get you all the details in one place, making it so lot easier for you, make sure you check out our official website. You can see it on the screen, astana2026.gofuture.games. Check out our official website. You got everything in one place, making it a lot easier for you to get all the pulse from Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. Check that out. But there we go. We got Sands as MVP. Great performance today as a mid laner.
Very well earned. I mean, he played phenomenal game. 706, 660 GPM, and overall, if Sands is going to continue just the way how he continues now, and if there will be Farsa picked again for him, I would be really happy to see Farsa in the second game on the hands of Sanzi to make sure that to close the game number 4 and we can get to watch the game number 5. But nonetheless, let's see how they're gonna do. Let's see if Bigatron by Vitality can adjust on their heroes, because now they should be prepared for the Novaria ban, right? So there should be another hero, another substitution for the Novaria ban in order for them to pick. And also, they banning Novaria, I mean the Onic banning Novaria, that creates an opportunity because they are skipping one ban that they were banning before. So the, what is it called? The team of Bigatron by Vitality, that now they can make advantage of they banning Novaria and make it a 4-head move and 5-head move. So making sure getting those important heroes and making the strategy easy and smooth for them.
Of course, I mean, the overall style, I mean, both the teams are going to be looking for the win for the next one, because for Bigatron, it only takes one more win to get that crown of the championship. Whereas if you're looking at Onic, they still need to win 2 more matches, 2 more maps from this. So that's going to be, I mean, it is a challenge. At the same time, Onic's been so far until yesterday, but Bigatron actually came up and then changed that history for today. So we are yet to see how that's going to play out for the upcoming games. If by any chance, if the next to Bigatron, we are done there. They're taking the crown.
100%. Also, I'd like to mention Team Onic for their professional performance. I mean, just like what I said about Team Aurora, right? So they lost 2 games. They didn't give up, and they actually give their all in, make sure they adjust a couple drafts, make sure to secure that 3rd game, and then now we get to watch in the 4th game. But before that, let's watch our quick video about the couple interesting moments.
Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a whole genre in competitive sports and contributed to the development of one of the adored games of many, Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, abbreviated as MOBA, is a subgenre of strategical games which started out just as a game called Aeon of Strife. Though it was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities, but the principle for the gameplay was established quite clearly. Players controlled a single hero unit fighting on 3 lanes, which were protected by defensive towers. Might be unusual to hear for us now, since the MOBA genre is so popular, but it was not true at all for the first 6 years of the genre's existence. Dota, League of Legends, Smite, Heroes of the Storm popularized the genre and eventually led to the creation of Mobile Legends. Released in 2016, Mobile Legends was designed to appeal to a broad audience, and appeal it did. The free-to-play business model, along with captivating heroes, were enough to win over the hearts of many gamers. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang has a rich international presence, attracting many players from Southeast Asia and South America.
That was an interesting video on the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I mean, I didn't know the fact that this all started with a fan-made map. Like, that was interesting to know. That's a good fact, new fact for me.
I mean, that's the same history about Dota.
Yeah.
The Dota initially started from Warcraft 3 and initially also from the brought up by fans and making sure like there was another map. Right. So that's how the history becomes history. I mean, that's why MOBA now it's biggest, like one of the biggest disciplines here out there in the world of esports.
Of course, I mean, released in 2016, I mean, we are going non-stop with Mlbb right here. As you can see, we have a huge fan base for Mlbb as for the game and also as for the competing and the players. We're going to be jumping into the next game 4 of the map 4 of this grand finals in a short while. But again, as I said, if Bigatron manage to get the next one down, we are having a crown, we have having a championship, but Onic still has to win 2 more games just to get to that championship. A few moments which I really noted from the last game is around 320, where I really felt like Onic has the game in their hands, where they were 4-1, a 3-kill lead plus 2k gold lead for Onic, and then it went ahead when you went up in less than 30 minutes, sorry, in less than 30 seconds, it became 7-1, a huge lead for Onic as well. And then of course Kyrie just went down and slayed the turtles and the loads as it went on, and by 6th minute it was 10-1. I mean, what a lead right there. Yeah. And then by around, I believe around 13th minute, or between 12 minutes and 30 minutes, that was 13k gold lead for Onic. Huge lead gold.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way how Onic just now adjusted themselves, and the way how they just started to respect ban the Novaria from the team of Bigatron by Vitality was a very smart choice, because otherwise there would be could be a consequences, which they actually took the consequences for. I mean, on the game 1 and the game 2, we've seen two Novaria picks, and they were just phenomenal now. Consecutive wins for the team of Bigatron by Vitality, where, for example, Team Aurora, they hadn't had that chance to make sure to ban the third game because they actually played two wins on making sure to close out Aurora. And now they're winning 2 games off of the Onic, and I do respect Onic for their perseverance and for their being professional, because they are managed to get a game off of them. Now it's 1-2. We'll see how it's going to be played out on game number 4. If we're going to see game number 5.
I mean, the composure of the teams is a very big factor when it comes to these kind of situations, because you're looking at a big, huge prize money plus a championship, which could be 2 championships in a row for Onic. So for them, losing the first 2 maps is actually very disheartening, I would say. But keeping that composure game for going for the 3rd map, getting into that in a fresh mind, with a fresh mind and the strategy to back it up is, I mean, that's commendable once it. And also it's worth noting that Onic actually made 3 attempts, I believe, towards the base. First 2 attempts were actually defended by the Bigatron. So I guess we are ready for the game. Up next, our legends, Wolf and Niso is getting ready, and over to you guys. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, boys at the desk, Elias, as well as Haiti. We are at the precipice of seeing either the series extending into a full best-of-5 or it ending right now, as BTR have managed to bounce back in the first 2 games of this series, scoring 2-0 against the dominant Onic in the early stages. Game number 3, however, was different. They started with this Carmilla as well as this Sicilian, a combo that is, I would say, cheesy in all things considered, and unfortunately it didn't work. That's why we are now heading into a game 4. So what changes should there be for Onic? Should they just continue banning that Novaria?
That's a great question, because are they going to do that on Red 3 ban? If they, I mean, no one, I don't see them wanting to play it, right? Like, unless Sans decides to go ahead and do it, but it might have been one of those cases where it's like, okay, it's just better if we do, because it's likely to go in the hands of Moreno. But I think more so of what Onic can do to even out the series is just, again, replicate that team play we saw. They played the same way they did the previous games. Again, they controlled most of the early games throughout the series. It just somehow BTR was able to go ahead and make a comeback and then turn it over on its head, even when they were down a couple thousand gold. But Onic, in last game, they got a lead. They kept going. They didn't let up. They're still going to ban out the Novaria, because that seems to be one of the lucky heroes for BTR. So this is all things they need to do. Fanny is going to be the first pick, though, to go in the hands of Nile. And I think that was one of the main things that they struggled with last game. Nile couldn't be activated. It was a Carmilla, right? I mean, let's be honest. Yeah. It was kind of a cooked draft, but, you know, this is better.
Yeah, this is totally different, but this time With the Fanny, you are already challenging Onic for something that is similar. I feel like the way that you do it is the way that you are signaling to Onyx that okay, pick your hero now, Kyrie. Are you gonna let me just run rampant with the Fanny? Your ego can handle that for sure. Ego draft against me. That's what they're trying to say here. But Onic, my God, they get my favorite combo. It's the Paquito and the Barretts. Already a very strong start for Onic.
Yeah, I like this start. They get themselves the Barretts, the Paquito, which, you know, right now, let's just assume this is a KIERRA Paquito. I don't see Kyrie wanting to play this against the Fanny, but let's see. What does that say? Niall is better than Kyrie? Is that what that said? Niall's better than Kyrie. We got people warming up in the audience as well for this one. But Matilda and Brody. So they're going to go ahead and snag the Brody here instead of letting that go over to KIERRA. But again, I'm assuming KIERRA is going to play the Paquito. And then again, Finn will go ahead and grab the Matilda. So Matilda, Brody, Fanny. Yeah. This is a pretty powerful first three picks.
For sure, sure.
We've already seen Niall play the Fanny multiple times, but even in the first game, like, he did pretty good with it. So what's the answer here for Onic?
You pick up a... You probably want to keep this Paquito flexed. So that means that you would want to pick up your mid lane or your roamer now. And when it comes to dealing with the Matilda, I think you're better... as well as the Fanny, you want to pick up the Valentino, but they immediately pick up the Hayabusa. It's like, okay, yeah, the ego challenge worked up against Onic. This draft, coming out of Fanny, coming out from Niall, it means that Kyrie will not let him have a losing matchup. At least with this Hayabusa, you have a fighting chance. Almost. So this is going to be an interesting battle between two teams. I feel like the Paquito Barretts is just too good, though, as the opener here for Onic, and it's hard to really contest now if you are BTR.
I like that we'll at least get the, you know, that matchup in the jungle, the Hayabusa and the Fanny. I think that's always really fun to see how the teams make that work, but also just how these two individual junglers move around the map. You know, so far the assassins that they've played have been great, and you know, Carmilla's the only one that really it doesn't fit that profile, but let's forget that, right? Now you get to go ahead and do things on the Fanny that you couldn't do on the Carmilla, because even if you get behind on the Fanny, you still at least have an option. I think that's one of the biggest things, whereas in comparison, let's just say with that Carmilla, you fall behind. Literally at one point you had one item. It was a cursed helmet, right? And you just can't do much other than just maybe stun and drop down your cursed blood ultimate. But at least with the Fanny, if you get behind, then let the team handle themselves while you at least put pressure across the map. So it's going to cause a response, and then, you know, Hayabusa can do that. So you might see just a 1v1 assassin in an off lane or something happening while the rest of the team has dealt with each other. You can see the roam options being narrowed down here a little bit further, still respecting that Selena too. So Moreno, is he going to surprise us with a different pick? I think is where we're wondering where we're going, right? Like, what else? Because the Sicilian, I don't know if the Sicilian would have been fine in a different instance, like if they didn't have the Carmilla, because we didn't really get to see it hit that power spike.
I think the Sicilian makes a lot of sense in that draft. I think that it has a lot of potential in that draft too. Yeah, I do agree. It's just the Carmilla that was the choice from the jungle role in fact, right? So it's like they're putting themselves in a situation where it's almost it's difficult to win. But do win, it looks good. Now, Onic will close this one out with a Ruby from probably the roam position, which is interesting because it is another role. Definitely that the Ruby can be played in. It's just that teams are veering away from it. They want the scalability of a Ruby to be there. But it's one of those heroes that are always answers to assassins, most importantly against both the Hayabusa as well as the Fanny. So I think this is a generally good pickup for Onic.
Yeah, I like that because it just gives you ways to go ahead and catch, you know, Brody, if you can. This Vexana pick, this was banned out a couple games ago. This time it's going to be picked up. Really good crowd control. The Eternal Guard is great to go ahead and play on. Plus, you got the Hylos here now, too, so helps speed things up or slow down Onic. This is a well-rounded draft, I would say, from Bigatron by Vitality. But I think even if you look at Onic, they're just lacking some magic damage. So it's like, what is their mid laner to do that? Is it just a Farsa? Is it just going to be a Farsa again? Is there something better for them to fight into? I know Eve has kind of fallen off, but yeah, okay, Farsa is the bend punch for the damage, you know, like in the magic department, at least to go ahead and give you that early skirmish capability here. So I do like what Onic brought to the table, man. And honestly, I think this could be a 2-2 by the end of this one. You know, obviously Coach Yeb keeping the players there motivated. They're ready to go. I think they have the momentum. Great draft too. But let's see. Bigatron by Vitality might be able to make something happen with this Fanny, with this very mobile lineup to be able to move around the map.
So I get your sentiments, right? I think that this is more of a standard pickup for some Onic fans out there. But yeah, for Onic in general, what you get from this is, I guess, stability and a lot of ways to approach the game. It's not mid-game centric only. It's not late-game centric only. There's so many ways for them to approach team fights. And with this Farsa, where Suns was heating up in the previous game, to allow them to really piggyback off of that. But same can be said for BTR. I think that their lineup is pretty solid in a way that it has a lot of options.
Kill Squad Shogun! He popped the Revitalize, but he is going to eventually go down unless Fizz can take him out. Oh, what a guiding wind save, but now can he bob and weave? Oh, Shogun tried. First blood go in the hands of Lutpi. What a move, what a plan, man.
That's interesting. But at the same time, would they even? Maybe this is the only time that they can do that, you know? And it happens to be in game number 4, so I think it's safe, because if they want to extend the series, then some sort of the early game shenanigans that they really wanted to utilize. And the thing is, they only had to pop the flicker onto Lutpi, so there's not much that they had to do for that one to work. It did work. We're still going in for Onic.
Yeah, this is the XP lane is just kind of funny because it's a Barretts and a Hylos, you know, and like we mentioned in the draft, you usually don't see some of these heroes in those roles. They're going to go for Lutpi though. Niall's up here, but Lutpi's tanking enough. You really can't commit to that. So one of the things is XP expected to be kind of a dead lane, right? It's mostly what they're capable of doing when these turtles come up, especially now that's on their side. They want to go ahead and have those level 4s. If you think about value though, who is the better value? The Glorious Pathway ultimate for Hylos or the Daytona's Welcome from Lutpi?
Yeah, it really depends on the situation, I feel like, but generally speaking, most of the situations, 20 to 10 is going to be the ultimate coming up from Lutpi. The Daytona's Welcome, especially with all these top XP laners. I feel like they have been so good controlling and piloting this Barretts, and they're very sneaky with it, and I'm just happy to see a lot of good stuff from them.
Oh yeah, Joker just laying down his own pathway to death, it felt like on that one. That's going to be a kill going over. They're looking for more. Emon, a little bit late to that, but they do find a KIERRA. Good pickup and response by BTR, although the turtle went to Onic.
Yeah. I think you're happier if you're BTR, actually, because Onic giving away some kills is always bad when it comes to the first turtle fight. I feel like kills are more important, but because of that, oh my god, Keyboy. What a snag. That's the reason why we say the Ruby is somehow a counter to the Fanny.
Yeah, this is going to be trouble. Guiding Wind, oh, good usage. Don't run Wolf King, Feathered Airstrike down. Emon bobbing and weaving, using the stun too. He's actually going to be able to survive. Really good usage of his own kit to stay alive in that Feathered Airstrike. Good play there, but now there's some more pressure. Kyrie's going to be a little bit too late to that, but he is going to take a green camp over. And you can see he's got a lead now, a level ahead of Niall. Niall getting caught in that bush was very detrimental to him, at least for now.
Yeah. I don't want that to happen at all. It's going to be some movements here coming out here in the bottom lane where you have to now think about KIERRA, because you're fine with the other heroes already, right? Lutpi's fine, Keyboy is having a great time. Sans is definitely having a great time. And Kyrie, by extension, is safe. So you're going to have to think about KIERRA now if you're Onic. How do you activate this this Paquito? It seems like the response is to force some into the first turtle, or in the second turtle, I mean, where it is nearby the KIERRA lane.
Okay. So at this point, what do you look for if you're a BTR? You know you had not really a chance in that last turtle, so now you want to go ahead and try to make it happen. Obviously, Shogun, he's going to have to watch where he puts down this glorious pathway, but Mlbb is pretty much doing the same thing. So Shogun just doesn't want to get caught into a Daytona's welcome and thrown into the opposing team while the rest of the team isn't ready. So buffs are secured. Kyrie's going to go ahead and make his way. Same thing with Nile. He's got both of his. So it's going to come down to an entire team fight for this one. Actually, Purple's just coming up. Daytona's welcome on Nile as he's thrown out already. Eternal Guard going in and knocking them up, but Moreno is gone. Without Moreno, this is a tough one. Bigatron's just going to have to give this up. So Turtle should just go over to Onic. He's going to grab his purple buff and rotate in. Malefic Gun, first item rush for Emon. He needs the range here. So Onic, easy take on this objective.
Yeah. It took a lot of effort from BTR to be able to find their way into that fight, but in the end, it was for them. It was a difficult scenario to be in, I would say. But at the same time, it's proven that Onic is just better at team fighting at that point, and especially because they're equipped in the early stages. This early game comp that they have with the Barretts, with the Paquito, it's just way too good. But this time though, they're just utilizing the Ruby as well as the Farsa just efficiently. Be always a threat, you know, because if you're BTR, you're always afraid. There could be a bush play that Keyboy can do with the flicker on hand. So up top, KIERRA. Oh, he's gonna be able to outplay the hell. Unbelievable.
Oh, man. I thought the Carmilla was a bad game. Well, right now for the Fanny, it might be worse. Finn taking the shadow kill here from Kyrie. Circling eagle to be used. They're going for Kyrie. They do have the damage to take him out. Emon able to capitalize on that with the torn apart memory. Good play down here in the bottom lane for BTR.
Oh. Wow. I'm actually surprised how BTR, well, they're finding ways for sure, but taking down Kyrie is the most important thing at this point because they're stopping the Hayabusa and also allowing for Emon to get a kill. So they achieved so many things out of that play. BTR are now slowly working their way back into this game. It started not so well, but now they are finding a lot of ways.
Gonna play again. Eternal Guard dropped down, but Keyboy should be able to survive that. Really good response there for Onic to be there on that engage. Now what we're seeing is Nile trying to kind of recuperate here. It's not that he's down much in terms of goals is right now. I'm not sure if we can actually ask for to take a look at the items to see what the difference is between things, because that's the main thing. There we go. Thank you so much. Now 1.3K between the XP laners, but the jungle's not so bad given how things have gone for Nile. This isn't too bad. 500 gold lead for Kyrie. But this next turtle up, third turtle of the game, they're going to go ahead and work on it. We'll see if they're able to go ahead and secure this one. Nile has to go ahead and approach this carefully. A turret's going to fall though as KIERRA knocks it down. They're really taking their time to allow KIERRA hopefully to get here for this fight. Circling Eagle going to be used. Already the marks knocking forward, but the turtle's secured by Kyrie. Emon gets a kill. KIERRA waiting with the full stack champ stance. He looking for an opening. Nile goes in. He's able to take out one. There wasn't one for KIERRA though. Now Kyrie going in with a shadow kill. KIERRA's gonna go ahead and flicker forward and take out Moreno. So at least something, but it's Kyrie that falls too. So BTR wins the number team fight there.
Wow, this is definitely BTR showing us that they are really good at 5v5s. You can see how well they dance around Onic. They go in and out, taking advantage of the sustain that they get from the mid lane, from the Roma, Matilda, and then of course the EXP Hylos with this Revitalize. They were able to out-sustain Onic once again, and that made it really awkward for Kyrie, the Hayabusa. As we have said many times in this series, it's very awkward for assassins to work around sustain, to work around Matilda as well as, you know, maybe Rafaela. This time Matilda and a revitalized Hylos. And what ends up happening is that Eman is just able to just stack up, just keep on attacking whoever is in front, who's facing for Onic. And then when the turn apart memory opens up its windows, Eman is just there to collect.
Yeah, this is it's looking a whole lot like what we saw back in 1 and 2, man. Games 1 and 2, Bigatron by Vitality somehow finds these ways to get themselves. I mean, again, think what Niall has had to go through. The amount of pressure, being caught, you know, by Keyboy on the Ruby and everything else, getting killed by KIERRA. But he's still able to go ahead and do this. And now, even if KIERRA surprises him, he takes a couple punches, he's not, you know, he's not going to get bursted down so quickly. So Niall's going to continue to put pressure across the map. Onic now has to shift their focus for that to make sure that Niall's just not pushing elsewhere, pushing turret down eventually, and able to get real estate across the map. Both junglers doing the same thing here up on the top side now that Lord has spawned.
Gonna be tricky now because every single lead that Onic was able to build has now been erased. Of course, there's 1,000 lead Onic right now has, but it doesn't feel as impactful as it should. And again, another good start by Onic, but one good team fight from BTR was enough for them to turn things around. It's because of the positioning we're seeing from BTR, the sustain that they have, understanding properly why and how this kind of composition works. Like what are the ins and outs of a Matilda kind of composition, and how do you utilize it, and how do you win against assassins with it? Onic are still the first ones to put themselves in front of the Lord. Vexana down in the bottom lane, not showing himself just yet. A tricky situation now for Onic. Lord is at 50.
Okay, Moreno might get here in time. They actually delay this Lord take. And Niall's getting his buff, so it's going to reset. So even with that information, they're able to go ahead and handle that wave a bit, at least so it's even. Now Niall and Moreno will be back for this fight. Onic is respecting the potential setup here that BTR can pull off.
Surely. Kyrie has reset his buffs again. One more cycle, double buff. Bottom lane being controlled by KIERRA. Keyboy is there to help a little bit.
They want to make a play. They want to make a play on KIERRA. They're going to drop the Eternal Guard. They get the Terrafly off, but oh, they miss a little bit. KIERRA's trying to get away. The cable, though. He's 1 HP away. That Eternal Guard quite hurtful, but he's actually going to be able to go back to the base. And now, can they get back in time? This is Flying Clouds, so they will be able to travel very quickly. Again, a big factor here is the map that they're currently playing on. The Clouds being able to bring them back quickly, reposition themselves. So a good attempt by BTR to try to take out KIERRA, but it just didn't happen.
Did force out the flicker onto KIERRA, and Moreno will have his flicker first. It seems like they have already started with the Glorious Pathway, but no commitment just yet, even after circling Eagle Daisu. It's interesting that BTR are wasting some of their ultimates just looking for an opening.
I think they're really just trying to delay Onic and make them second guess this. One of the strengths, again, of having a Matilda, and it looks like even Onic doesn't know if they want to fully commit to these mind games of BTR, as the Lord is just dragged back and forth between both squads. Looks like Niall's got something else in mind. He wants to go ahead and take the purple buff. He wanted to see if Kyrie would rotate for it, so he's going to take it away. Win a crown for Finn. This could have been also part of the plan, man. Just wait for some of these defensive items to be available to make it happen. They know that this Lord alone could potentially get them to the base turrets of Onic, and vice versa. Loopy, half health, taking some damage here. Shogun as well, he's quite low. They're gonna go for Loopy. Loopy pops it, whoa, pops it, Daytona's welcome, but he was so low, he's gone. They're gonna set it up in the mid lane as Shogun goes next, and Niall's gotta get out of there because he's low. So now it's gonna be a reset. He's gonna go back to base, and Onic will reset as well.
The pokes of coming out from BTR was enough for Lutpi to be forced to make that play. Albeit good catch coming out from Lutpi, but he was far too low. So when he popped the Daytona's welcome on the right target, the damage was too much for him to handle. He was taken out. The Keyboy had to pop the flicker just to salvage that fight. So it's an XP for XP trade-off. But flickers, battle spells, I mean, gonna be more available for BTR in just quite a while. So Onic really has to delay this for themselves.
Oh! Huge Eternal Guard dropped down, and Kyrie goes down too. It's a double for Nile. They knew that KIERRA was down to the bottom wave, and they set it up, and now in the mid lane, they're going for KIERRA. KIERRA, he's got stacks, he's got some shields, but he's all against the world. And Loopy, left to his own devices, that's going to be a Lord for BTR.
Oh my god, Moreno! The problem for Onic for the longest time, and showing no signs of stopping, my man. And now, look at them knock into the front door.
They just want to take this turret out. They're going to be back up here. BTR knows it. They're happy with the base turret for now. They still have the Lord to go ahead and spawn and start marching forward. But man, oh man, what a setup from BTR. Taking a look at the items here, Wolf, you see what they've got available. I mean, even the brute force breastplate now for Nile is why it's so difficult to actually burst him down, you know, to kill him down. He's in, and even enough to kind of work around that is just, how does Onic play the long game here? The long map is what they're dealing with. And that moment of KIERRA being on the bottom side made this happen. Now they're going for the bottom turret. They still got to deal with the Lord here. They're going to go ahead and try to clear out the last cannon minion. KIERRA will be able to do that. So they maintain the base bottom turret. Tier 2's all down. Onic sees BTR knocking at championship point for this one. But they'll clear out the waves, and they manage it well as the Lord goes down too.
Morena's just playing out of his mind in this whole grand final. Even in the game that they've lost. Still Moreno playing so well, and this game, he is a problem for Onic.
They just want this base turret, little fake out here. Glorious Pathway drop down, Eternal Guard, they're going for T-Boy. He's quite low, picks up the immortality. He's gonna be fine, and BTR, they take the discipline route to back off. They got 2 base turrets off that Lord, and now Onic gets another chance and reset and not let that happen again.
It's really dicey spot here for Onic. You know what's one thing that's fortunate for them is that the Lord will spawn onto the short lane, where their short lane is the side that was pushed up, and their long lane, they still kept their turret intact in that in that lane, so they still have a fighting chance. But now we've reached critical mass for BTR. The Fanny has been a problem, and now is a full problem with this brute force breastplate, so that there is additional anti-CC that you get. So that means that the small amount of crowd control that they have with the Ruby is definitely not going to be enough anymore. And he is also tankier, so gotta be careful about that, mindful about that. Onic also does not have a marksman, so at this point in the game, he can only do so much with the Paquito. You will need the help of your teammates, which means a 5-man wipe coming out from Onic is difficult to pull off. You really have to slowly trickle down BTR if you want to score that. So everything is just difficult now for Onic.
Crazy how, again, the story happens. It looks like they're going for a sandwich play to cut off Lootby. He has no stacks. He could be in trouble. Pops the flicker. They're going to go and crash down on him. Eternal Guard again, and Loopy is gone. Without the stacks of Feathered Airstrike, he's going to be stunned by Shogun. Good play. Emon still alive as KIERRA gets a shutdown. But again, the stun comes through as Keyboy falls, and now KIERRA on the run. He's quite low. A quarter of the health. They're going to chase him down. He has the shields, though, so he's going to be fine, but they got a wave to deal with. Down bot and BTR without Nile, though. I don't think they can get much more, even though they're in the base here, unless Onic decides to go ahead and go for a defense. They're going to try to make something happen. Glorious Pathway dropped down. Finn goes in. Do they want to lock onto the base here? They're trying to delay this as much as they can. But again, the combos come through. KIERRA picks up an immortality, but he's going to be in trouble and taken down by Emon. And Moreno goes in with a flicker. It's a double for Emon. The setup from the Maestro, a triple. And they're looking to end it here. Can he get the Maniac? They don't even need it. They're going to go for it and then the base. And there you go. Bigatron by Vitality. They want to go for more. They want the Savage, but they don't care. They'll take the championship from Onic here.
Denied of a back-to-back championship run. Not only in this tournament, but also in a tournament prior to this. BTR has got Onic's number. The members of BTR are just way better at the game when it's the grand final up against Onic Indonesia. Again, the champions. Unfortunately for Onic, they
I
have
don't know if they want to fully commit to these mind games of BTR as the Lord is just dragged back and forth between
future
both squads. Looks like Niall's got something else in mind. He wants to go ahead and take the purple buff. He wanted to see if Kyrie would rotate for it.
On a different playing field. All of the games, Onic led in the early stages, but eventually BTR were able to pull it back to their side.
Man, M-On, E-Man, D-Man, Batman, like whatever you want to call him. I mean, Bigatron by Vitality, they've got the flag there. They've got the championship. They got the trophy in front of them, Wolf. And as a team, I mean, just phenomenal. Mlbb, once again, to be able to make this happen, the Maestro and everyone else, Niall, this as a team, they are your Games of the Future 2026 champions.
Run coming out from BTR by the Vitality. We were talking about and hyping up how much Onic have figured out the meta game where it's a snowball game that you have to win your lanes, and if you get a lot of lead in the early stages, you can win. But BTR, they just smacked at us in the face and said that it's different. We know how to win. It's a sustained meta after all. The Rafaela, the Matilda, the Hylos with the Revitalize, they are all a tool to take out the snowball meta game where you're always just killing people left and right with an immense amount of damage from assassins. In the end, the masters of poking BTR were able to win it against the burst of Onic Indonesia. And what a championship it has been, I see.
Let's go ahead. Thank you so much for joining me and Wolf here. We're going to be going to the panel after the break here, but congratulations to Bigatron by Vitality.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax, as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
Ya guys, kayaknya gitu guys. Tolonglah guys, support gitu guys. Support each other guys. Itu Onic sudah melakukan yang terbaik itu. Kemarin mereka juara 3 kalian dia ambil. Thank you Bang roomnya biar banyak yang tapi ada.
And we have a champion, Bigatron by Vitality. They take the crown for this championship this year of Games of the Future 2026 Mlbb. They take it away. What do you feel, Steve Oko?
Yeah, man, congratulations once again. Here, Bigatron by Vitality is yours. 2026 Game of the Future champions, guys, and we actually seen a different result that nobody ever expected, and we're so happy and thrilled to be here at Jack Arena. Thank you very much, the casters and the fans and everybody. It was just incredible. I mean, 3-1 against the team Onic. Who would have expected them to win the team who had never lost to anybody in this tournament?
I mean, we are looking at the only team that beat Onic in the whole tournament, Games of the Future 2026, and they took the crown away from Onic Esports, who were the reigning champions for Games of the Future 2026. And here we have Bigatron taking the crown and the huge prize money as well. But we're gonna have them up on the desk pretty soon. But wow, what a game that we just had! 3-1 for Bigatron by Vitality. Great great gaming, great performance, great teamwork as well. Let's not forget Freedom for being the general partner, for bringing all this thrill to this arena, and of course the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. What a game. We both are really thrilled. I mean, we didn't see that coming because Onyx been on a roll from the start. Nobody beat them so far, but here we are facing Bigatron. They took the crown away. They beat Onyx for the first time ever in the whole tournament grand finals. Wow, what a game of steel.
And what a game, and what a performance, and what a beautiful, beautiful history line here we see at GOFERCE Arena in Astana. People are cheering, people are crying, people are being just excited to be here, and we see a phenomenal play out of both teams actually, but the Bigatron by Vitality ends up the winner here. We see the quick highlights here on game number 3, and we see the fight on
and we have the highlights up on the screen right now from the last final game of Bigatron by Vitality versus Onic, where Bigatron, what a fight. I mean, that has been great. I mean, that was a great game. I mean, one final match, the best match, I would say.
That was a phenomenal phenomenal play from two teams. I mean, like what I said earlier, Bigatron by Vitality has to know that they'll be banning Saweria, and I mean, they pulled it off. I mean, they definitely surprised everybody here at GOFERCE Arena. I'm pretty sure they surprised everybody, not in only GOFERCE Arena. They surprised the whole world with their persistence and making sure they get the victory here at our beautiful game of the future here.
Of course, I mean, they proved they don't need Saweria to win, right? I mean, they did a great job in the last game. As you can see, the highlights are running 14 minutes, 8-7. I mean, they were par head-to-head with the whole game, but towards the end, they swept it away. Great win. And also, when the load was taken, I think by the time it was already kind of clear where the game was going, because around 14th minute, we saw them going for the load for Bigatron by Vitality by Marino. Great one. And by that time, they had 3K gold advantage for Bigatron by Vitality. And here we are seeing on the screen how this whole thing went down towards the end. I mean, this was indeed a long game, right? Not a short one.
No, for sure. I mean, the way how the game swindled quickly for the team of Bigatron by Vitality. I mean, it was just insane how they just took all the turrets down. They got the opportunity to close the game right here and there, and they just did it here. And we see Iman with a double kill, and with the exploding a tower here, with a triple kill of Iman, and making a slain after another slain.
And of course, we can see Bigatron was with double the
Look
kills.
at these people here. We see on the screens right now, you guys. This is your 2026 Game of the Future champions here.
We have Bigatron, and we have the stats up on the screen. 16 kills versus 8, with a good performance by Bigatron right there. We can see how the show went. We can see how the game went. Iman right there with 6 kills, part of 12 kills for the whole team.
Also, I would like to mention again Finn with the 1-1-15. He's been participating in every single kill once again with an incredible performance. And you know what, guys? We have an awesome gift for you. We have a winner player here. We have a player, Iman, from the Bigatron by Vitality.
Congratulations for the last win.
Hello, Hello, Iman, once again.
Thank you so
Welcome back here, and congratulations for being a champion here. What an incredible game. What an incredible series. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel so happy because it's our first international trophy in Bigatron. So I'm so happy, yeah.
That's a very big milestone that we are talking about. The first international trophy. Great, congratulations. Great teamwork.
First and foremost, man, be honest with you. Like, people, everybody could tell that was a rough games all along throughout the bracket, throughout everything. I mean, you guys were one step down to Pro Esports. You guys were one step down other Aurora, and you guys were always coming back forward. And then you're playing against the title defenders. You guys are playing against the champions of the previous year.
Yeah.
Nobody have ever won them a single match, but you pulled it 3.
I guess we already know how they play because we're playing in the same country, right? So, yeah, that's it. We know how they play, and then we're just connect to each other, and then we can crush them. Yeah.
Wonderful. I mean, one question. You were coming up against for the grand finals against Onic. Onic has been reigning without one loss in the whole tournament. You were gonna face a team which hasn't lost any game at all. What was the feeling just before the whole final started?
Oh, I feel so excited because I see their bracket. Their enemy is super good also. So yeah, I enjoyed play with them. Yeah.
And do you realize that you are the only team that beat Onic in the whole tournament and grabbed the crown from them as well?
Oh yeah, I guess that this night we're better against them.
Of course, of course.
I mean, honestly, like, you guys had incredible performance by picking Novaria, and you were also playing as surprising people yesterday with your Mia, right? And now we've seen Moreno playing the hero of Novaria four times consecutive. I'm sure you guys knew that eventually it's gonna get banned, and you guys were prepared, and you guys prepared well. I mean, what an outstanding performance for you guys. I can't thank you so much, and I mean, just honestly, congratulations, man.
Thank you so much.
And do you have anything to say to Onic since now you have taken the crown?
For Onic, thank you so much for giving us a good fight, and also for the fans out here who came to support us and Onic also. Yeah, nice game.
Great, great.
Was definitely a nice game. It was definitely a nice experience. I mean, whole crowd were cheering you. Whole crowd were cheering team of Onic, and everything were just amazing, and it was just phenomenal. We see here MVP here, Iman, 75% of kill participation, KDA 606. We had Finn, the other, who has been with what, 100% of kill participation all the time, making sure the team is always getting those enough kills. He's being always there. And we have another surprising guest here, the other player. You can put your trophy down and
look at that.
hey, let's go, let's go. Once again, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you so much,
Rahmet. Very pleased to experience with you guys. And I mean, you know, I've just said to Iman, you guys won a team who has never lost an entire map, not a series, a map. And how you guys are doing and everything.
Actually, we didn't expect to become champion in this tournament because for us it's just preparation for next tournament, for our MPLID. So yeah, I guess this is just a bonus for us.
I mean, I think the whole team, they were like taking roles for every single, whenever you went to the first game and then the second game, I mean, Nana, you did great in that map as well. And then finally, this is here. Come on, look at that.
Yeah,
How good does that feel?
Of course, it feels great, but for me, I'm not satisfied because we have so many to come, like MPLID, and we need to catch the international slot again for a make. So we need to fight again.
Of course, that's a hunger for the player.
You know, Nail, I have a question to you.
Yeah.
I was saying to Iman the other rest now, you guys had the rough, hard start with on the bracket. You guys were one step getting close to eliminated from Pro Esports, from Pro Aurora, and now you guys were winning a team who has first the title defending champions. The second, nobody won a single series, not a single series, a single map from them. And how does it feel, man? It's your first victory. What do you feel right now?
Because of defeating them?
Defeating them and the hard situation that you guys experienced all along.
All right. For us, it doesn't matter. As long as we are not eliminated yet, we still fight for it. Like, even it's 1-2 or even if we lose 2-0 in this grand finals, we didn't care. We only care about the per game, step by step. That feels great.
That's really professional, I would say. You looking at that, it's really amazing. And another question, since you're first time visiting us.
Yeah.
First, we got Shogun before, so what do you... This is your first time in Kazakhstan, right? I assume?
Yeah.
How's the Kazakhstan for you? Tell us a little bit more about Kazakhstan, the food, the culture, everything.
We are so happy to first time we eat the food because we have the same taste, I think, in Indonesia because it's good actually, and especially the coffee, and then we like the night also because at night it was so cold and it was like we love this.
You love this? That's good to hear. I mean, and
one more question. Yeah.
One more question.
I have.
Go ahead.
Yeah. If it was not Onic that you're facing in the finals, which other team would you want to face in the grand finals?
Of course, our best friend Aurora Turkey. But we meet in semifinals. Yes. Unfortunately.
Right. Of course. I mean, great performance.
I mean, you guys earned your slot to be the grand finals, beating Aurora. So to be fair, that was very well earned. I would put it that way. My further question was a little bit outside. How to be the same as you guys? You guys winning champions. You guys had the hard situation, and how to be a good player just like you?
I think because we have a great coach also, and they told us just to reset because we lost at previous tournament in Paris, and of course it's so hard for us because we expect to become champion that tournament. But yeah, I think we pay in this tournament.
Of course, one final thing before we let you go. What would you like to see for whoever is watching? Your friends are watching, your family is watching for sure. Your opponents' fans are watching. What would you like to say to them? Go ahead.
Can I speak in Bahasa?
Of course, go ahead.
Say in Bahasa, in all language that you feel comfortable. Go ahead.
Makasih buat yang udah dukung kita, makasih udah buat dukung BTR, DP dukung kita walaupun kita kalah WC, makasih buat saudara, keluarga, dan pacar, dan tentu saja buat Tuhan, makasih, dan buat yang remen kita, you see, man.
Thank you so much.
We definitely saw that.
I said to them, like, whoever underestimate us, you see, man, like that.
Oh, that's good. That was ballsy statement. And Iman, before we'll let you go as well, you want to say anything in or all the fans in Philippines, all the fans in Indonesia, and throughout all the world, please take it away.
Sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin sa GOTF, patuloy nyo kaming supportan sa parating na MPL-ID Season 18. Thank you so much sa mga nanood, mga pumunta dito. Thank you sa pamilya ko, sa girlfriend ko, and sa coaching staff and organization. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time. And it was Nanael and Ima from the team Bigatron by Vitality. Thank you once again, guys, for your time. And good luck in your next tournament, and good job on being a championship. This is your 2026.
That's yours. Take it away. That's all yours.
Game of the Future champions here in Astana. Thank you very much. Take care. Take care. All the best. Yeah, what an incredible performance from both of the teams. I mean, what a surprise, to be fair. Like, nobody would have expected. Everybody were saying here, oh, it's going to be Aurora in the finals. Oh, it's going to be another like Onic versus Aurora. But no, like what I said earlier, it's going to be a different because this is a different year. We see a different players. Everybody was all hungry, as Nanae was saying. We lost in the Paris, right? In the Esports the World Cup, and now they're hungry to make sure to get their trophy, and this is their first trophy. And to all organization of Bigatron by Vitality, my sincere congratulations. You guys are being the champions in Astana, beautiful country of Kazakhstan. What an amazing tournament.
That was a great final game. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better one. You can see on the screen that we have the name in the big screen, and of course look at their happiness on the faces. That's their first international trophy, and they well deserved it. I think they played for it, they worked for it, and then they grabbed the Onic. I mean, that's a strong team to play on the grand finals, but they did it. They did it. That's all I have to say, but they did it.
They did it. They not even placed, man. They well earned, because whole their situation, whole their tournament was really, really challenging. Let's be fair. With always 1-0 against the team of Pro Esports. Once again, it was against the Aurora Gaming in the semifinals, and then you're playing against the Onic, the team who has never lost a single map, and then you take three maps from them, and it's just purely amazing. And what's purely amazing? Our official website is purely amazing, because you get to see all the announcements over there, everything, all the information that are necessary. You can check it out at 2026.gofuture.games. I mean, man, What a game.
What a game. I mean, the last one, the final one, which was either going to be going forward or they took it. I mean, I would say the 14th minute, after the 14th minute, that was a big pivot when it came to Bigatron's state in the game. So we are yet to see. I mean, they got the gold. They had the turrets, the base 2 turrets they took off and then backed off again. Around 17th minute, they came back and took the crystal for sure. So yeah, what do you have to say?
There's nothing much to say. The game was good. Everything was good. Everything was smooth. 3-1. What an incredible game. I would like to take acknowledge and appreciate everybody who have been watching us here online and here at the JP and meeting us here. I mean, it was an outstanding tournament, and we appreciate you guys so much. So, and we'd like to tell you guys, we're not gonna tell you goodbye, but we'll see you soon, and we'll definitely see you guys soon.
Of course. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you guys hopefully next year with Games of the Future 2027. Have a great evening from us.
The keepers are gonna have my head.